Folks, sorry about that. This is our election night coverage on the Black Star Network. The blackest coverage you'll see all night, more than 60 guests lined up, folks all around the country as we break down what happens. Huge stakes in this midterm elections. Who take controls? Will it be Democrats and Republicans controlling the House? What about the Senate? Also critical governor's races, local races, different initiatives going on, ballot initiatives, you name it, we're covering. And also critical mayoral elections, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, and other places as well. And so we're going to start tonight off with, of course, voting drama. That's right. We've seen a major drama all across the country. We've seen lawsuits already filed extending early voting locations because of problems at the ballot box, problems in Tennessee. You also had fires in and around Jackson State interfering with voting there as well. Joining us right now is Damon Hewitt, who leads the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. They, of course, have their 1-866-HOUR voter protection line. Damon, glad to have you tonight. We want to start things off with you. What have y'all been hearing today? What has been happening? What kind of phone calls have y'all been getting from all around the country from voters talking about problems they have faced?
Well, Roland, look, thank you for your extended coverage. It's important that people get the accurate word, especially at this hour, because polls are still open in most of the country. People need to know what they're facing and also get motivated to get out there and cast their ballots. So, look, we've heard from thousands of voters throughout the country, not just today, but also in this entire election season. You know, just last night, we actually had to file an emergency lawsuit in Beaumont, Texas, close to the Louisiana border, not far from Houston as well, because there were white poll workers harassing black voters. It was so bad, Roland, that black poll workers in the same precinct had to submit affidavits saying it was that bad they had to stand up for what was happening. And so what we're seeing is a lot of reports around the country of voter harassment and intimidation. Now, we don't know that these are orchestrated by a particular group like the kind of the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the kind of groups that we at the Lawyers Committee have sued a number of times in the past. But there's an environment, Roland, where people think it's normalized. They think it's okay to get out there and harass people. They think it's free speech. They think it's okay because they're standing behind that restricted area where partisan people can't be most of the time. But there is no safe zone for intimidation. There's no acceptable distance for voter intimidation. So we are seeing reports about racial slurs being used in Michigan and Texas, people being told you can't vote this way, get in line like everybody else. When they try to go to a drop box during the early voting period. We're seeing all kinds of things of that sort. We're also seeing some of the things that sadly are now expected. Give me an election cycle, Roland, when we haven't heard a problem with black students at Prairie View A&M being targeted and turned away. It happens every time, and we're sick and tired of it. And so, other groups have sued officials there in Waller County multiple times, but this continues to be an issue. It always seems to be an issue in our community, and that's why we have to stand in the breach.
Now, you talk about what's happening with those black voters. NAACP's also had to file a lawsuit as well. One of the areas that we are seeing huge problems is in Tennessee. Republicans in that state split Nashville. Nashville used to have its own congressional representative. They split that state into four different, that city into 4 different congressional seats. And for the last couple of weeks, we've seen folks getting the wrong ballots. We heard reports of the major problems today. Again, people going from back to precinct to precinct. The Tennessee folks at Tennessee Holler actually posted a video where one woman broke down crying because they actually took a lift to 4 different voting locations, and they kept getting turned away.
Yeah, it's quite ridiculous. You know, some of this is basic ineptitude, but at some point it becomes systemic, especially, again, when the bouncing around from one location to the other, when the long lines, when the fact that you can't give people in some states provisions, food and water in lines, when it keeps happening in black communities and brown communities, then intentional or not, it's at least structural and systemic, and that is discrimination. That is a problem.
And again, you have these folks who say, we don't believe in voter suppression, we don't believe in this. But when you make it difficult for people to vote, when you put them through the hoops, again, to have folks breaking down and crying, individuals who've been voting at certain precincts for a very long time, now all of a sudden talking about they're having issues, that makes no sense whatsoever.
That's exactly right. You know, the precinct in Beaumont, Texas, is in the black community, the one where we filed the lawsuit. And people have been voting there for a long time. But now all of a sudden they're having these problems. As soon, you and I know, Roland, that before the pandemic, people in our community tended to vote in person. It was souls to the polls. My parents would go during early voting in person or on election day. But as soon as people start using other means like mail voting, absentee voting, no excuse, absentee, all of a sudden that becomes a problem. All of a sudden, new issues arise. When people get savvy about provisional ballots, all of a sudden we're seeing at least two reports I have right here in front of me about from the hotline saying, "Oh, we run out of provisional ballots." All of a sudden, this is not the 2020 election. This is a midterm election. There should be easily enough provisional ballots in every polling precinct. There's simply no excuse.
Damien, we're going to come back to you a little bit later. Again, getting an update on what is happening because polls are still open. In
Right.
some places, polls have actually been extended. And so if you're in line, stay in line. Don't get frustrated. Don't get upset. We know there are long lines in some places, but again, stay in line. So, Damien, we're going to come back a little bit later to get an update. Again, folks, any issues, call 1-866-OUR-VOTE, 1-866-OUR-VOTE if you have any issues at your polling location. Damien Hugh, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under the Law. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Roland.
All right, folks, so let me explain to y'all what's going to be happening tonight. We're going to be moving in different places. It's all throughout our studio, so control room, I'm about to walk over here, introduce our panel who's here. So let me go ahead and let y'all know who they are. Then we got folks who are also about to go to live as well. And so let's switch to our panel over here. And so, of course, Avis Jones-DeWeaver, she is here on our panel, leadership strategist. Also, Larry Walker, of course, professor out of Florida, he's here. Michael Imhotep, he also joins us. And so, folks, so we got folks who are going to be over here. We're going to have different guests coming in all night. But I'm about to walk over here. My man Lee Saunders, who is with AFSCME, of course, one of the top labor unions. He joins us right now, my good Alpha brother. He was in Philadelphia earlier with canvassing with some folks. So, Lee, always good to see you, man.
Good seeing you.
Indeed. And folks joining us right now, of course, on Skype. We got a number of different folks. Mark Morial, President and CEO of the National Urban League, joins us. Melanie Campbell, National Coalition of Black Civic Participation, she joins us as well. Congresswoman Bonnie Coleman, she joins us out of New Jersey. Glad to have her here. And let's see, who am I missing? I'm trying to look at the monitor. Who else? I'm missing somebody. So y'all let me know who I'm leaving off. Let me first do this here, Congresswoman. I want to start with you. Huge stakes today because obviously who controls the House, who controls the Senate. You got several African Americans in the CBC who lead congressional committees. They played huge roles when it comes to lending, dealing with loan discriminations in banks. That's Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Financial Services. The amount of money that's gone to HBCUs, you can give credit to Congressman Bobby Scott. You've got Congresswoman Alma Adams, the role that they play as well. You got an African American for the first time who is chair of the Agricultural Committee, Congressman David Scott, Congressman Benny Thompson, Homeland Security. We could go on and on and on. So if Democrats lose control of the House, that means those African-American chairs, they go into the minority, and it's a lot different when you're the minority as opposed to when you're the majority.
Absolutely. And so we're not looking forward to being in the minority. We're looking forward to the people of this country recognizing the need to return every one of those individuals that you just talked about, who are probably not in any jeopardy, into their leadership positions, because we have seen more support for the HBCUs, more support in eliminating disparities in healthcare, more support in trying to eliminate poverty with child tax credits and things of that nature, more support with the Democratic control in the House, even with the difficulties we've experienced in the Senate. So this is a critical election. This is vitally critically important to our community's role. And I thank you for proposing to do this extensive coverage of it, because all over the country, we're experiencing some things. I mean, even in my district, we're experiencing problems with the voting machines. Although we know that it's not related to a voter suppression issue, it is an issue. We don't want anybody to be discouraged. Stay in that line. Please come out here and vote. Vote until the polls close. And if it's necessary, because of things that have been happening that have suppressed the vote, keep those polls open as long as they need to be.
Indeed, indeed. Lee Saunders. First of all, this looks a little bit different than the first studio. Y'all, Ask Me was, of course, with Lee. They were our first partner with Black Star Network. And actually, Black Star Network didn't exist. Roland Martin Unfiltered. So I can take it when you walked in here, this looks a little bit different from the other place, huh? I appreciate it. So, look, Lee, it has been a lot different for labor the last 2 years with President Joe Biden in the White House than it was for Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office. And again, if Republicans take control of the House, take control and or the Senate, that does not bode well for labor unions in this country.
Not at all. And not only in the House, in the Senate, but also the gubernatorial races across the country, the down ballot races, where our members live and work every single day. That's why we have been working almost a year now as far as going into our communities across the country. Labor activists, our community partners working very, very closely together to get the word out and talk about the importance of this election and how we've got to continue to support progress rather than go backwards. And we've been getting that message out in our communities across the country. I'm just getting back from Pennsylvania. I've been in Minnesota, Ohio, Nevada, and a whole bunch of other places. But we're really canvassing and we're getting the word out, and people are excited, I believe, about knocking on those doors and those folks listening to the message and us listening to what they have to say to really urge them to vote on this election day. It's extremely, extremely important for all of us.
When I was in Texas on Thursday and Friday, I was talking with Claude Cummings of Communication Workers of America, and he talked about why he was putting money directly in the ground. He said, frankly, I'm tired of giving money to the parties because it's not going to our communities. And so we've also seen a lot of that where labor unions are saying, look, we know the typical Democratic infrastructure that they want those dollars, but look, if it's not going on the ground, the door knocking and directly to them versus these consultants who would have put all the money on television, at the end of the day, you can run TV ads all day, but you need boots on the ground and people showing up to vote in order to be able to win.
And that's exactly what we're doing, and you know this. I mean, you and I have talked about this before, where it's just not only our members, but we establish those very positive relationships, and we actually resource some of these community organizations in the urban areas in the targeted states across the country so they can have those door knockers, people who care about working family issues, who care about their communities. So we've been doing this for quite a while now. We aren't going to be able to compete with the money that the bad folks are putting into the system. We'll never be able to compete with that. But we can compete with people power. And we can put folks on the ground. It's very important to talk with people, to knock on those doors, to make those telephone phone calls, and to urge people to get out to vote.
Melody Campbell, I want to go to you. You've been on the ground. Y'all had your comedy tour. Y'all have been traveling to different states. Of course, being in Florida, being in Georgia, being in other places as well. Your sentiment of what y'all have seen and heard out there. For the last couple of months, we've heard a lot about Republican enthusiasm, less enthusiasm on the Democratic side. It looks like in the past 3 or 4 weeks, that'll sort of even out when you look at various polling. And so at the end of the day, elections are about turnout, and that's what it boils down to.
The last 30 days, we've been on the road in Ohio and Florida and Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania with the Power on the Ballot tour. And we're in Georgia now. And I can tell you, Roland, over those 30 days, there was a drumbeat going. In the African-American community, we have a drumbeat, and that drumbeat was getting louder and louder everywhere we went. People were concerned about issues around safety, but they were not anybody, whether we were talking to young folks to seasoned folks, who did not say they were concerned about this democracy, this election. Yes, issues for sure. Power on the ballot is about making sure we connect the dots to the issues, but I don't know at the end of the day, everywhere it will be high turnout, but I know there are going to be some significant places where we overperformed and also having to deal with those challenges that we heard Damon talk about as well. We're in Georgia at the National Command Center, as well as at Elsie Scott at Howard University. I want to thank you for helping us to tell the story from folks on the ground doing the work, and our young people who were at these institutions, at Clark and at Howard and other institutions. But that's what we heard, Roland. It was a drum beat, and the drum beat says, we know there's a danger here that could impact generations. And I think our people showed up and showed out.
Mark Morial, President and CEO of the National Urban League. Look, it is about turnout. Gary Chambers posted a video a few days ago talking about the low black voter turnout there in Louisiana. There was around 10%. He literally was reading off the numbers, and it really was abysmal. You were the mayor there in New Orleans, and that's one of those places. I mean, when you look at Louisiana, when you look at, frankly, Texas, I mean, the reality is, if you have progressive organizations or even Democrats put the resources into those places can become a Georgia. We saw in 2020 with the New Georgia Voter Project and Georgia Stand Up, the work that they did taking that state and registering people, but you have to work it. And that's something that I keep yelling, if we're not maximizing our voting power, we can't have 20, 25, 30% of eligible and registered black voters showing up. We need to be at 60, 65, 70, 75%. We voted those numbers, we flip states.
Roland, first of all, I want to thank you and the Black Star Network for doing this, for creating a focused election night coverage that focuses on our community, because we know the mainstream is not going to do this. And this has already been a powerful and rich conversation to listen to Damon and Lee, and to our Congresswoman and Melanie, my good friend, talk about this. Let's look at Georgia. And Georgia is becoming a model state for the New South. In Georgia, you have several things. Number one, you have two at the top of the ticket: strong, well-prepared, hardworking, more than qualified African Americans. One, Senator Raphael Warnock, running for re-election. The other, Stacey Abrams, running for governor. And those candidates are assisting in stimulating the possibility, the hope, the promise of a new Georgia. Second thing you have in Georgia is on the ground. You had it in 2018, you had it in 2020, and it is present in 2022. We're there, we're active, we have our Reclaim Your Vote effort. Many community-based civil rights, labor, activists, women's organizations are working hard in Georgia on the ground, on their own, to turn the vote out, knocking doors, texting, emailing, rallying, doing all the things necessary to register and engage voters. So I think we all look at Georgia, and if there's a possibility, if it can happen in Georgia, a black United States Senator Raphael Warnock, a black governor in a Stacey Abrams, and a coalition of blacks and whites and Asians and Latinos coming together, then that great possibility is there in places like Texas and Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama and South Carolina and Florida and the other states. So I think you're right. Florida is a bellwether state for the New South. This is the Georgia that in 1972 sent Andrew Young to Congress as the first African-American member from the Deep South. This is Georgia that elected Maynard Jackson as mayor of Atlanta in 1973, a historic accomplishment. This is Georgia, the home of Dr. King and one of the cradles of civil rights, and a place where wonderful, powerful, historically black colleges, universities, churches, and other institutions call home. So we are all watching Georgia as an example and as what you can do if there's possibility, if there's groundwork. This work in Georgia began in 16 and 17 by registering people. It began with candidacy. Stacey's candidacy in 2018 was considered in the early days a long shot. She proved that you could begin to change the map. Raphael Warnock's candidacy in 2020 proved the possibility, defeated the odds. So I think you're absolutely right. There's got to be energy, and these southern states where there's 25, 30, Louisiana, 33% African-American voters can become the foundation for a different South and a new South in the 21st century. We've got to continue, Roland, to fight voter suppression. We've got to call out continuously the things that Damon Hewitt's voter protection system has outlined. The racial animus in Beaumont, the actual intimidation taking place under the guise of freedom of speech. We cannot let that die. We cannot let that go away. We have to call it out, which is why we have to have a new Voting Rights Advancement Act that we have not been able to get to the Congress. But even if the Congress changes, we're not going to stop fighting for our agenda. See, we're not going to stop fighting for our agenda, notwithstanding the outcome of the election tonight. But I believe, Roland, black voters are going to do their job tonight and turn out in Georgia and turn out in North Carolina and Florida and so many important states because of the energy and because of the effort of so many.
Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman, when you talk about black political power, it certainly is on display tonight. Yes, you've got incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock there in Georgia, Stacey Abrams running there, but you've got Wes Moore, who, based upon polling data, leading by 30 points to become the third African-American elected as a governor in this country since Reconstruction. Douglas Wilder, of course, in Virginia, Pat, of course, then, of course, you had in Massachusetts, Deval Patrick, and likely tonight, Wes Moore. But not only that, African Americans will hold the top 4 positions in the state of Maryland. That cannot be overlooked, especially when you had a Supreme Court justice who actually made the significant ruling in the Dred Scott decision that said black folks, frankly, were not Americans, were not full humans. And so a lot of different ways. You got, of course, Booker running in Kentucky. You've got, of course, Sherry Beasley running there in North Carolina. Val Demings, Congresswoman Val Demings running in Florida. And so we see these things happening, but it's still a matter of getting over that hump. And the reason I just keep yelling this from the rooftops, trying to get our people to understand that when we maximize our numbers, I mean, the numbers are simple. Chambers laid it out. Senator Kennedy, John Kennedy, won with 536,000 votes in Louisiana 6 years ago. 536,000 votes. There are 900,000 eligible and registered black people in Louisiana. If black people alone vote at 50% of our numbers in Louisiana, that's 450,000. You pick up 250,000 white folks and Latinos and Asians, you win the Senate seat. And so I just really believe that, but after tonight, no matter how black voters turn out, there really has to be this centralized focus in these places where we have numbers. Same thing in Texas. When I sat with Claude Cummings, doing early voting turnout, African Americans comprise 8.8% of black turnout. There are more black voters in Texas than any other state. He said that if black turnout in Texas hit 12 to 15% of the total electorate, he said we went across the board. And so I think it's really getting African Americans to understand we have the power. It's about using it on Election Day.
Absolutely, Roland. And I think that I'm talking about with what even Mark Morial just talked about. We have been doing a better job of energizing our communities, communicating to our communities, and having a discussion with them about, you hear these esoteric discussions about the economy and all that other kind of stuff and the climate, but we brought it down to how it really impacts you and how your vote and your participation could mean a difference. And so when we look at what happened right after the Dobbs decision, the kind of registration that took place, it took place because of what happened in the Supreme Court. If we look at all the young people that are coming out and who registered to vote and who are getting engaged now, I believe that those people are principled people. And so those are the individuals that they're going to support the Val Demings in Florida and the Sherry Beasleys in Georgia. They're going to support the Warnock in Georgia because there's like no contest. That is the most absurd campaign competition that I've ever seen. I honestly believe two things. Number one is Republicans have done a great job misadvising, telling you a bunch of lies, oversampling in communities, trying to create a narrative that things are going good for them and things aren't going so good for Democrats. Don't believe that. Do not believe that. That's what they have to continue to perpetuate their lies on every level that they can to see if they can discourage our vote. I don't think our vote's going to be discouraged. I don't think it's discouraged today. And I certainly don't think that the early vote is an illustration of discouragement. I think we don't know right now what the outcome is, but I believe that at the end of the day, we're going to have a majority in the House, a majority in the Senate, and we're going to have new governors, new attorney generals. Maryland's going to have what it deserves, and this country is going to have what it needs, and that is people in office who have values and value those who have least among us.
Melanie Campbell, I know you have to go, but I do want to, I'm sure you're going to agree with this, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask for some money here. I've been saying to folks all across the country on this show look, I get campaigns raising money, but the reality is if black folks are going to be sending in $5, $10, $25, give that money to third-party groups like yours, like Black Voters Matter, who are going to be focused when the election is over. Y'all do this work 365 days a year, not just when it comes to elections. And that's the thing. We have to be educating, enlightening, empowering people to understand that after this election is over, you're going to have mayoral elections coming up next year. You're going to have school board elections. You're going to have city council elections. And so this has to be a regular habit. We'll be talking later with Latasha and Cliff with Black Voters Matter. But groups like yours, y'all need the resources because you can't put bodies on the ground and they're simply volunteering. This stuff takes resources, and that's the only way we can go from 20, 25, 30% turnout to 50, 60, 65, 70, 75%, or even higher.
Roland, you're right on the mark. And for those who need the vote, the black vote to win, you have to do this 365. And also understand when progressives have won, it's when you put everything on the field, right? Our goal is not to tell the people the who, it's tell them the what and give them the tools and encourage them to own their power. That's why we said power of the ballot, right? And all that it can bring. And that ballot is yours. They can't take it from you. And that's what we kept pushing. The power of the ballot and all the issues that we know we could run down was to really encourage our people to own our power when we were feeling disempowered, feeling like the power that we took our lives in our hands and we voted in 2020, we weren't getting through the things that we wanted. We said we got to keep on. We got to look at that power wheel and know who's on the ballot at the right time and know who you need. If you're upset with somebody, are they on the ballot now? Then put them to the side and look at who is on the ballot and what you have won, and that you in the unfinished business of what you want out of that ballot, and look at it in that regard, and then tie it to who's closest to that for you, and own that. And I hope that what we could do with the resources we had, yeah, they were limited, but our folks were going strong with or without, but we know we do much more with than without. And so I thank you for always being able to help us amplify the messages that need to be done and to lift up the people who are doing the work. And that's what we're talking about. We're not trying to be out here trying to be rich. We're out here trying to do the work so our people will be able to not just survive, but to thrive.
Melanie Campbell, National Coalition, Black Civic Participation. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Lee, one of the things that when the Supreme Court had its Janus decision, we talked, there were a lot of people in the labor movement who thought that was going to be the death knell for labor. What we've seen since then, we've seen a resurgence. In fact, polling data shows that unions are polling at its highest favorability
71%
in more than 30, 40 years.
50 years.
And so all of a sudden, you're now seeing folks in the country, people who are at Starbucks, people who are at Amazon, people who are at a number of different companies, people with media outlets and others who are saying, you know what, this isn't a bad idea. That's a perfect example of worker power. And I think one of the things that I saw a chart earlier, I'll pull it up, and it showed the amount of money that was spent on ads. And they broke down what the money went to. Well, guess what? And they showed Democrats and Republicans. When it came to those worker issues, wasn't even in the top 10. And I think Reverend Barber talked about this as well. If progressives want to do well, focus on the working class, and the working class does not mean white workers. Focus on those low-income workers, those poor workers, and many of them who are disaffected. In a lot of places, they number more than 1.5 million who don't even vote. That's your winning margin right there.
That's exactly right. And what we've got to do, we've got to take advantage of the situation. 71% of the American public believe that unions are absolutely necessary to be the counterbalance to corporations and folks who want to take that seat at the table away from them. And we've got to take advantage of this. I have been all over the country, Roland, participating in organizing campaigns, talking to young workers, people of color who understand the importance of having that seat at the table. And we've got to help them, and we've got to support them. And I just came from Philadelphia, for example. We're organizing cultural workers, museums, zoos, libraries, folks like that, mostly young people, a lot of them people of color. They want to be a part of the labor movement. And so we are promoting that. We are working with them. We are letting them take the lead on the issues that impact on them at the work sites, but we will support them in organizing and getting a first contract. And we're doing that all over the country. The labor movement has revived itself, essentially, with their support and with their help. And that turns into support for electoral politics as well. Because when we are larger, when we're bigger, we can communicate, we can organize, mobilize, and educate our members around the issues that working families care about, then we've got more power at the ballot box. And so all of this is connected, and that's why we've got to continue to do what we are doing. We can't stop after tonight or after 2 or 3 days when we find out what the elections are going to be. We've got to continue this movement. We've got to continue this discussion with our communities across the country saying, what do you want and how do we get it? And this is what we need.
Glenda Heights, CEO of Higher Heights. We just lost Glenda, so let me know if we get Glenda back. I will go to Mark instead. And Mark, if anybody who's paying attention, they've heard 3 words consistently tonight. They've heard organizing, they've heard mobilizing, and they've heard action. And what I'm constantly saying on this show is that the election is the end of one process and it's the beginning of another. And so when I hear people say, well, we've elected Democrats and we've got nothing, I then say, well, what did you do after the election? Because the reality is the people who are organized and mobilized, they are showing up at city council meetings, county commissioners meetings, school board meetings. They're showing up in the corridors of power, and they are flexing their muscles saying, okay, we elected you, now we want this. Or even if we didn't vote for you, we're still your constituency. And so I think that's also a mindset that we have to be in, getting people to understand that, again, when the election is over, the same energy that went into getting folks to the polls, we have to see the same energy saying we need you showing up after the fact, because holding a rally, that's great, that's wonderful. But the work you do on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday impacts and is really more important than just having that one event.
Roland, you're so right. Civic engagement is a 24/7 enterprise, undertaking, and movement. And this is why the National Urban League has dramatically shifted on my watch. For example, now we have a Reclaim Your Vote campaign. We are funding it with our own money we've raised from individuals, institutions across the board. We've got hundreds of organizers, thousands of volunteers working in 6 states, 18 communities. Our goal at the beginning of the 2022 cycle was to touch at least 2 million Black voters, 2 million plus. And we're going to exceed that contact level. But secondly, over the last several years, we've become much more of a digital advocacy and an organizing effort around, after the election, how do we make sure that we hold elected officials accountable? What does that mean? Campaigns that we have run for the George Floyd bill, for the John Lewis bill, campaigns we've run to ensure that there are equity provisions in the infrastructure bill when it comes to broadband, campaigns in favor of the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit and the minimum wage to address poverty. So you're right, we have to deploy our forces, whether it's civil rights or labor or faith-based organizations, after the election. Sometimes there's a tendency to vote and then become a spectator, as though we've transactionally voted. Now our job is to go sit in the grandstands and watch the game. No, we have to remain engaged, because the forces that are aligned against us have legions of lobbyists, legions of talk radio hosts, legions of digital advocacy proponents pushing their agenda and pushing back on our agenda. From the vantage point in our community, many times we don't see that clearly because it's not targeted towards us. We've got to bring the same kind of pressure. You're right. City council meetings, school board meetings, transit authority hearings, active online and sometimes in person if we can, to impact the members of Congress, going to the town hall meetings when the members of Congress come home, and going there to be heard on the issues that are important to us. So this is a level of new engagement. What's exciting to me, Roland, is the way in which, whether it's Black Voters Matter, the National Urban League, the NAACP, Melanie Campbell's organization, labor organizations, tenant organizations, student organizations, the way in which people are leaning in to do their own thing. I call it self-propelled, not waiting on a candidate, not waiting on a party, not waiting on some sort of established order. When we vote, and this has been our message, we want people to vote for themselves. We vote for our agenda, not just for a personality. And this is what we have to do. We have to change, we have to evolve, we have to embrace this whole spirit of activism in furtherance of democracy, and activism in furtherance of public policy that improves the quality of life in Black America.
Mark Morial, President and CEO of National Urban League. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Congresswoman, your final comment.
I have to say that listening to the conversations from my brothers and sisters here tonight, I'm quite moved, because I do understand that we have been having this conversation with our communities and our younger people more consistently than we've ever had before. We're at a turning point in this country. We are very pivotal about as to what's going to happen in the future. We use our collective power from our diverse organizations. We share the same values and we share the same goals, and that is equity in all levels and in all arenas. How we get there may change from time to time, but recognizing our collective power and what that means when we show up in the collective and when we represent different agencies and organizations, but we're here for this reason together, that's very strong. That's very powerful. And I actually think you're going to see the manifestation of a lot of that tonight or in the next couple of days as a result of this election. People have voted, and they voted out of their self-interest and their needs.
Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, then. Lee, Mark was just there talking about the Urban League using their own resources and what it is we have to do. And as he was talking, I really thought about this speech that Dr. King gave, where he talked about signing our own Emancipation Proclamation. So I just want to go ahead and play that before I get your final comment. Listen to this, folks.
Believe in yourself and believe that you're somebody. And as I said to a group last night, nobody else can do this for us. No document can do this for us. No Lincolnian Emancipation Proclamation can do this for us. No Kennedysonian or Johnsonian Civil Rights Bill can do this for us. If the Negro is to be free, he must move down into the inner resources of his own soul and sign with a pen and ink of self-assertive manhood his own Emancipation Proclamation. Don't let anybody take your manhood. Be proud of our heritage. As somebody said earlier tonight, we don't have anything to be ashamed of. Somebody told a lie one day. They couched it in language. They made everything black, ugly, and evil. Look in your dictionary and see the synonyms of the word black. There's always something degrading and low and sinister. Look at the word white. It's always something pure, high, and clean.
Come out, get 2 shots.
But I want to get the language right tonight. I want to get the language so right that everybody here will cry out, yes, I'm black, I'm proud of it, I'm black and beautiful.
Really jumps out there what we have to do for ourselves. And when we're talking about, when you were earlier talking about, what do you want? I got folk on social media, I got other places, they're hollering tangibles, 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 tangibles. We need this and we need that. But you can't get any of that, 1, if you don't vote. You can't get any of that, 2, if you're not pressuring the system after the election is over. So it's real easy to pop off on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or TikTok. But it's sort of like the people during the George Floyd protest. Folks were saying, look, I'm out here, I'm protesting, but I ain't voting. Well, hell, you're just walking in the park. These things go together.
No question, no question. And you know, Roland, it's easy. It's real easy to complain, but it's hard work to organize and mobilize our communities. But look at the results you can get if we do that every single day.
And in fact, in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to talk to a black family out of Ohio. A black family alone organized their friends and families and their network, and they got 20,000 people to the polls.
It's hard.
Just one black family.
But you can do it. And people are ready. And that's why it's so important that regardless of what happens tonight, and I'm not predicting what's going to happen. I know that we left everything on the field. But we've got to wake up tomorrow morning or next week, and we've got to be just as committed and dedicated to continue to organize and mobilize our communities like we've never been before. We cannot let anything turn us around. We cannot get so discouraged where we walk away and say it's not worth it. It is worth it. It is worth it. We may lose sometimes, but I guarantee you we're going to win also. And we've got to concentrate on winning, and the way you do that is to talk to our folks, organize them, get them involved in this process and understanding the importance of getting out to vote and participating in the affairs of their communities.
All right, Lee Saunders, president of ASME. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me, man.
I appreciate it. All right, folks, I'm going to walk on over here. We got our panel here. We got some other guests who are here by Skype as well. And so let me go on over here. I said Avis Jones-DeWeaver. She's here. We got Larry Walker. Of course, we got Michael Imhotep. Monique Presley joins us as well. And so let's kick this things off. I'll start with you in Florida, Larry. What is your expectations for tonight? You've got, of course, huge Senate race there. Val Demings, you've got Aramis Ayala running for the Attorney General. You have Democrats who have not done well in Florida. So are they in a position where they might score some upsets tonight?
Roland, I think it's going to be a tough night in the state of Florida, particularly when you look at the Senate race with Val Demings and Rubio. Though the numbers don't look that great, obviously in terms of the race between DeSantis and Charlie Crist, I think the Democrats are going to have a hard time winning that election. I think in terms of long-term, in terms of issues related to Florida, I think the Democratic Party has to do a better job of making sure, you talked about the 365-day approach in terms of talking about issues that are important to members of the African-American community. And I think that the problem the state of Florida has, and obviously living there, is that that's not happening. You can't expect black voters to make sure they go out and support certain candidates when you're only talking to them a month or 2 months in advance. We need to make sure we're talking to people consistently throughout the year. And like I said, I really don't see that in the state of Florida, and I think that's going to be reflected, unfortunately, what we're going to see tonight.
Well, Michael, one of the things that we can see, look, what's happening in Michigan, obviously, you've got a huge gubernatorial race there, but you also have, the ballot issue that when it came to redistricting and what Republicans were doing there in that state, they tried to keep the abortion issue off the ballot. I mean, people need to understand how Republicans are desperately using their power in order to try to dominate politics.
Absolutely, and when we look at how Republicans fight, they fight with a purpose. This is why I said on your show Friday, I said on Faraji Muhammad's show, The Culture, on Monday, we have to stop telling the African Americans to exercise your right to vote. You don't vote for exercise. If you want to exercise, go to the gym and work out. You vote for power. Republicans utilize what they have to wield power, to maintain power. We have to understand that as well. We see the what's going on with in Michigan, and what happened was Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, she put out a 54-page report refuting all of the big lie claims that Republicans made in Michigan. Republicans control the state legislature in Michigan. We have Governor Gretchen Whitmer, a Democrat. But Republicans still pushed to get Proposal 2 on the ballot to get more voter restriction laws on the ballot as well, okay? They're voting to maintain power, and we have to understand this and do the same thing.
Avis, that was one of the things that the Republican who's running for governor of Wisconsin said. He said, I win, we will never lose an election. They've already gerrymandered that state. Even if Democrats get 55% of all votes, they still won't have control in the legislature. And so what we're talking about here is people have to understand the apparatus that is at play. They have to understand that the other side, they are playing for keeps. They want to use their power to be in complete control. And Democrats have to be on a warlike footing, if you will, as well. Understand, you're in a battle. When Biden says we're fighting for the soul of America, look, that ain't just a statement. That's for real.
It is. And the challenge, though, is that Republicans tend to bring an Uzi and Democrats tend to, butter knife to the fight. And the problem is, just as was stated, we don't really understand the stakes. We don't seem to message well the stakes. We don't put the long-term investments in that we need to into communities so that people understand everything that's happening. And then in the last couple of months, you just can't say, okay, well, we did all this, vote for us now. You have to have continuous messaging, continuous work in that area. Plus, you need to understand that you are up against a party that literally does not want democracy. They don't want it. Okay, so we have to do everything that we can to fight back to protect it, because just like it is here today and hanging on by a thread, it could be gone tomorrow.
Monique, that's the thing that you heard, of course, Biden give the speech last week talking about the threat to democracy. You've got Republicans panning him, folks out there like Glenn Greenwald. Oh my goodness, the world is going to end. But it is real. If the Secretary of State, this fool, wins in Arizona, then you got Carrie Lake, she wins, let's say the governor. Then all of a sudden, if they decide to say, we're not going to certify any election results, we now have total disarray. You already have Republicans who are saying they've got lawyers lined up in every single major state, all states in this country. And so many of these battles are going to be fought in the courtrooms. And so when we were talking about why it was huge that Trump was there, because who are they going to be trying to seek out? Trump-appointed federal judges to try to follow through. And if the Supreme Court is the backstop, that's scary as hell with this Supreme Court.
Yes, and because it's scary and because democracy is at stake and it's my first opportunity to speak tonight, I'm going to say to everybody who's listening right now, go vote. There are just a few polls that are closed. For the majority of this country, they're open. People in Arizona have hours left where they can go and vote. And I think that is still what's important tonight. We have plenty of time to do like the postmortem on everything that the Dems did wrong, the Repubs did wrong, everybody did wrong. But for tonight, it is urgent that people realize that they still have an opportunity. These races may come down to 50 votes, 100 votes.
Well, look, Shira Beasley lost for the Supreme Court in North Carolina 2 years ago by 401 votes. Remember, in Virginia, who controlled one of the chambers was decided by a coin toss.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it was tied.
Yeah, right. I mean, and right now, it's 4 o'clock places where some of those elections are going to matter. So I would urge people to utilize the time that they have. Listen to us on your phone and go get in line.
Yeah, stay in line, but you can watch this while you're also online. Folks, joining us right now is Alicia Bannon. She is the Managing Director for Democracy Program at the Brennan Center for Justice. Also, Ianthe Metzger, the Director of the State Media Campaigns for Planned Parenthood Federation of America. Glad to have both of you here. So let me ask you this, Alicia. Again, these voting issues, we have been talking about this for a long time, and you know, people hear voter suppression, but we're talking about the creation of long lines. Now we're talking about not having enough net ballots. Now we're talking about the moving of early voting, of polling locations. Now we're talking about these laws passed where you have people who are standing over the shoulders and looking at people. In fact, in Georgia, 2 poll workers were fired today because of social media posts because they also were January 6 sympathizers. And so that's what's happening at where people are voting today.
Absolutely, and we need, so going to what you were saying about the courts, that's part of the reason why it's so crucial that we have fair and independent courts. And we've seen state courts, for example, be targeted in a number of states, including Georgia, with bills that have, limited courts' power to address certain issues on Election Day. We've seen efforts to get more political control over state courts, for example, or to gerrymander judicial districts, all with an eye to, essentially, manipulating how those courts are hearing cases and making judges into something closer to politicians in robes. And it's a really serious issue for the health of our democracy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ianthe?
Yeah, no, I mean, I absolutely agree. It's terrifying, quite frankly, and I think that it's really important that we highlight these stories, we talk about what's happening, because in many cases, people don't believe it. It feels so draconian and hard to think that in, America, this is happening, but this is America. This is what happens right now. We are so polarized and people are so desperate to hold on to power that they're willing to attack people for just exercising their right to vote.
Absolutely. And again, on this voting piece, if you have these MAGA folks, Alicia, who get elected, they are hell-bent on making it harder. And they are saying, we don't believe all votes should count.
It's a chilling thing to when we think about the stakes for our democracy. And, again, I think this goes to the importance, of ensuring that we have strong institutions. And in a whole bunch of fronts, our institutions have been under threat, have been put on defense. And so, I think this is, somebody was saying earlier, the importance right now of voting and, the importance as voters and as members of the public for holding our officials accountable, calling, saying that we want our courts to be fair, saying that we are going to be paying attention and making sure that our officials are doing what they should be doing. All of that is so critically important now and every day.
I'm going to bring in Dr. Amara in here. She's a public policy expert with the Movement for Black Lives. Amara, glad to have you here. Look, there are people who are watching, there are people who are listening who are saying, you know what, you guys are saying the sky's falling, and so I'm just not believing it. But I don't think people really understand. January 6th was the first quarter. This midterm election is the second quarter. 2024 is the whole ball game. Folk better understand what is at play right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you're exactly right. And actually, there's an even longer time scale at play as we see how the composition of the Supreme Court has changed, as we see the sheer number of pieces of legislation that are being proposed and passed across the country designed to try to restrict people's access to voting, as well as on gerrymandering and a number of topics. What we're witnessing and what gives credence to the notion of the urgency of this moment is the fact that we are witnessing a very long-term strategy that has actually generated significant results in areas that are harmful, particularly to Black people. And so there is an urgency about not only voting on election day or voting in the elections, but also the work that has to be done in between elections to ensure that these policies are not getting passed, whether in state legislatures or in the courts, whether at the state level or even the federal level.
And on that particular point there, Alicia, again, as we talk about state legislatures, who controls them, this is going to be even more so. If you see more Republicans take control of legislatures with veto-proof majorities, look at what was happening in Wisconsin. Depending upon what happens tonight, they may very well have veto-proof majority. So even if Democratic Governor Tony Evers wins re-election, if he vetoes it, they can override him. They can then do whatever. We already see that in Florida. We see that in Georgia and other places as well. And so people have to understand why their state representative and state Senate races are equally important to what's happening in Washington, D.C., because that's where the battles are taking place.
A lot of what we're seeing now is the result of gerrymandering, and that too is a story of the U.S. Supreme Court. So a few years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court said, shut the door to bringing federal constitutional challenges to partisan gerrymandering, saying, sorry, federal courts aren't a place that you can go. You can, if the Congress could pass a law, or you can turn to state courts and state constitutions. And so what we saw this redistricting cycle was, in some states, state courts did step up and address gerrymanders, but in a lot of states, we saw, really extreme partisan gerrymanders that have really impacted people's, voice and representation in their government. And that comes on top of the Supreme Court also rolling back protections of the Voting Rights Act. So we've seen that already, and we're seeing another case coming up this term where another element of the Voting Rights Act that addresses racial discrimination in redistricting is up for consideration and is at risk of being dramatically weakened. And so, it's just one example of how the courts are such critical players in, the functioning of our democracy. And time and again, the U.S. Supreme Court has had rulings that have really undermined the fairness of our elections and, real representation for communities of color.
Ianthe, we saw, of course, the decision by the Supreme Court, Roe v. Wade, in the Dobbs decision. But then we saw, of course, what voters in Kansas did. You now also have on these ballot initiatives. They got it on the ballot there in Michigan. Also, there's a ballot initiative in Kentucky as well.
Yes, there is one in Kentucky. It is similar to the Kansas one in that it is about voters rejecting or approving no right to abortion in the state constitution. So we're hoping that people vote no on that. And, I think that people need to remember that abortion in general is what made the midterm elections competitive. We were expecting a wipeout on the Democratic side, but voters saw what happened with Dobbs. And within a month of that ruling, voter registration was up amongst women in all but 4 states. So people really are motivated, are energized, and we hope that we can carry that to the polls today and see some results that show that reproductive freedom is a winning issue, because we've long said that people want to control their own bodies and make these decisions for themselves and not have politicians inserting themselves in these decisions. So in Kansas, in Michigan, California, Vermont, we are really hoping that we can get positive results for state constitutional amendments on abortion rights.
And Amara, for the Movement for Black Lives, look, the ground game is going to be important. So what is your focus over the next 2 years doing this work every single day? Because again, you can't demand policy changes unless you change the politicians.
Absolutely, and we have really focused, even the previous 2 years, on the ground game. So our work never ended after the election with this most recent presidential election. And we've also been through the many organizations on the ground, been working at the state level, been working at the city level to mobilize people, not just when it's time to vote. Again, it is helping them dive into the issues that they care about. So we have organizations that are diving into local budgets, municipal budgets, state budgets. They're getting involved in legislation around the criminal legal system. They are getting involved in issues that are relevant to them when it comes to access to voting, access to the right to protest. This legislation around critical race theory in schools. We have been through so many organizations. I mean, There's Decarcerate Kansas City, there's Action St. Louis, there's Block by Block Milwaukee. There's so many grassroots frontline organizations that in between elections are working to organize people and educate people on the issues so that when it comes time to vote, we're not just telling people to blindly walk into a voting booth. We are making sure that the electorate, one, the imagination of the electorate has been expanded so that they know what they're demanding, so that they have a sense of what they're looking for, and then they can align that with the candidates or candidates that most closely reflect those values. We want people to vote with context, not just, just to be in there. We want them to vote with context because at the end of the day, the goal is to build power, and it is to have people who are in these elected positions who actually share our values and who we know, yes, we can hold accountable, but we know that they're at least going in with some shared set of values that we hold. That's the goal. And so our work never ends. I mean, our organizations, our people are on ground in between when people think an issue has fallen out of the news cycle. We're still out there organizing. When people think that we should fall back and sort of relax and let things just kind of play out, we're still out there organizing in our communities and taking a lot of the flack, quite frankly, on the tough issues that we want people to take a stance on. So the work, it really doesn't end. The election is a moment, but the work it happens, once the election is over, that's when the next round of work begins for us.
Amara, we certainly appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Alicia, thanks a lot. And as well as, thank you so very much, Yante. Thank you very much for all three of you joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, going to do a reset. At the top of the hour, we have 5 more hours to go. Lots to cover. Some races have already been called. We'll give you an update on the Senate race in Florida, races in Kentucky, other places as well. You're watching the Black Star Network's election night coverage. Black Votes Matter. We'll be right back. Don't forget, folks, tell your friends we're live up until 1 a.m. Y'all can skip CNN, MSNBC. First of all, y'all see more black folks in the past hour. You're going to see on those networks the whole damn night combined. So y'all know that. So let everybody know, if they're looking for the blackest coverage, this is the only place to go. And by the way, ain't no other black-owned media doing what we're doing as well. Some folk doing 1 or 2 hours. We got 6 hours of live coverage right here from our Black Star Network studios right here on Black Lives Matter Plaza in the nation's capital. We'll be right back.
You know what's on the ballot. It's not just legislation and policies we believe in. It's democracy. Our democracy. There's a choice on the ballot between freedom and fear, between cruelty and compassion, between chaos and community, between voting or violence. And the end of rights generations have fought for. The extremists have a plan, a roadmap for a nation where your voice is silenced and your vote is a memory, where they count their votes and cast ours aside. That's why this year, this fight, this vote is so important. Register, engage, volunteer, fight back against the disinformation and despair, and most of all, vote, because your vote is all that stands between our future and theirs.
It doesn't happen like we think it does. No one rolls the tanks. No armies meet in pitched battle. It happens quietly, little by little. And because so many think it can't happen, it does happen. Little by little, the rules change. It doesn't seem shocking or sudden. And that's the point. Fewer places to vote, longer lines. Don't worry, they say. We're just improving the system. They hope we won't notice the rules are changing because they lost the last election. They hope we just won't care enough to stop them. They believe they can take America away from us, and we won't even notice. We know who they are. We know what they want. The question is, who are we? Do we let them get away with it, or do we fight? Democracy is on the ballot. Vote while your vote still counts. The Lincoln Project is responsible for the content of this advertising.
We've got to stand up. Republicans are banning abortion rights, tearing down democracy, blocking progress. But when Democrats stand together, we win. Because we voted, Democrats stood up for Black lives, voting to ban police chokeholds, stood up for Black women, putting one on the Supreme Court, stood up for our families, lowering cost of health care and prescriptions and capping insulin, and stood up for millions by slashing student debt. This November, let's stand up together and keep making progress.
It's time to know your rights. If someone is questioning your right to vote, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. Exercise your right to vote. If the lines are long or you're getting turned away, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. Know your voting rights. If you are unsure where to vote or don't know if your polling location has changed, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE.
I want to be fearful every time I'm in an open area in a public place.
I want to think about how completely vulnerable I am while I'm closing my eyes to pray at my place of worship.
I enjoy practicing semi-annual lockdown drills with 6-year-olds who don't fully understand what's happening.
I like going to the movies and making a mental note of every exit in the theater to plan my escape.
I hope that our set is interrupted by loud percussive sounds that cause the audience to scream in horror and run for their lives.
I want to think of this dumpster as a hiding place for my kid.
I enjoy when the only way a family member can identify their mutilated loved one is by the make of their shoes or a DNA test.
I want to drop the carton of milk and eggs that I just bought and race frantically to a dingy back room where I'll be locked with 14 strangers for 7 hours and no air conditioning until the police say it's okay to come out.
I want to celebrate our nation's freedom by worrying that I'll end up bleeding out on the pavement while being trampled by terrified parade colors.
I like that anyone can easily access
weapons of destruction,
weapons of war.
Designed to kill the greatest amount of
people in the shortest
in the least amount of time. Just a little bit longer.
Know your rights before you vote. If you have any questions or a problem voting, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE.
My name is Charlie Wilson.
Hi, I'm Sally Richardson Whitfield.
And I'm Dodger Whitfield.
Hey everybody, this is your man Fred Hammond, and you're watching Roland Martin, my man, Unfiltered.
All right, folks, welcome back to Black Star Network's election night coverage here, 2022. It is, all election results are coming in. We're hearing what's happening in Florida. Already, the Republicans have flipped 3 House seats in Florida. You might remember Governor Ron DeSantis targeted the black districts there in Florida. And so this is what happens when you control the legislature as well as the governor's mansion. And we're seeing that as a result. That's one of the things that you hear. That we also seeing here. Also, the folks that are calling the race for DeSantis over Charlie Crist for governor. DeSantis gets reelected there. Also, Politico is calling the U.S. Senate race for incumbent Senator Marco Rubio over Congresswoman Val Demings. And so that was always going to be a very, very tough seat for Democrats to pick up. And one, again, one of the problems there in Florida is that Democrats have not had a strong infrastructure there. That used to be a Democratic state, became a purple state. In many ways, it is a very red state. And so Democrats continue to be in disarray in the state of Florida, and many believe that they may lose that state for a generation based upon how they have performed in the last 2 election cycles. And so that is what is happening there. And remember, as I said, Governor Ron DeSantis, look, he overruled the legislature. He illegally redrew those districts, and he specifically targeted African Americans. And of course, the Supreme Court did nothing to step into that situation, and they allowed that to go on. And this is why I keep telling folks why elections matter. Because remember, the federal judges ruled that there should have been an additional congressional seat in Alabama that was black, an additional black district in Louisiana. But the Supreme Court stepped in and allowed those maps to stay into effect. And so you could have had 2 black pickups there in Alabama and Louisiana, but Supreme Court ruled. And so for all y'all people who keep saying it didn't matter if Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump or if Joe Biden beat Donald Trump, whoever's in charge of the presidency, who's in charge of the Senate, that's who gets to determine who these Supreme Court picks are. And so don't think for a second that Supreme Court matters. And by the way, I'm sick of some of y'all ignorant ass black people who's saying that it was performative or simply just window dressing for President Biden to pick Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman on the Supreme Court. That's stupid as all get out because, again, those Supreme Court positions matter. They are lifetime appointments. And trust me, if the folks on the right know how important it is, well, black folks had better understand how important it is, because how different would it be if you had a real black justice on the Supreme Court who wasn't named Clarence Thomas, who was in the mold of Thurgood Marshall. But y'all keep saying those seats are not important. So those are some of the elections that we're looking at. And again, we're looking at what's happening here, waiting to get more information of the Senate races in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina as well. And so we'll be pulling those numbers up, breaking those numbers down for you as well. We're also looking at Wisconsin, but also Ohio, a hotly contested race. And of course, the U.S. Senate races in Georgia, as well as Arizona. Democrats also are trying to hold on to the incumbent positions in New Hampshire, in Nevada, in Arizona, in Georgia, in Colorado, because right now it is 50-50, and they're hopeful they can pick up at least 1 or 2 seats. If they're able to win Pennsylvania and or North Carolina, let's go 51-49, 52-48. So we'll actually see what happens there, because right now Republicans control those seats in North Carolina and Pennsylvania as well. So it's going to be a very, very long night as we are looking at in terms of what is going on here. Now, again, let's go here. There's also Associated Press. They are projected that Wes Moore is the 3rd African-American in history to become a governor in the United States. Of course, the polling data show Wes Moore was up some 32 points in that particular race. As I said, Doug Wilder, he, of course, was the first black governor elected since Reconstruction. That took place in Virginia. Deval Patrick was elected governor in Massachusetts for 2 terms. Wilder served for 1 term, and that's based upon their constitution. And now Wes Moore, who ran a nonprofit, a book author, served in the military, and yes, he's an alpha man. He, of course, yes, some things are more important than others. And so Wes Moore makes history as the 3rd black governor in American history. And not only that, we're looking at, folks, let me know, the Attorney General's race there in Maryland as well. Anthony Brown, the congressman who was leaving that position to run for Attorney General. And we're watching that race. We'll get the results there. And again, if he's able to win, African Americans would hold the top 4 positions in the state of Maryland. Talk about black power. That's what happens when you emphasize black turnout in these critical elections. And so, again, we're looking at that. And so there are a number of races that we are looking at and want to break down. We're also looking at some other seats. And let's see here. Again, I'm looking at some information here that's coming through out of North Carolina. It is too early to call the race there in Maryland with Anthony Brown. As I said, one of the things that we're also looking at is what's happening in New Hampshire. Of course, incumbent Senator Maggie Hassan, she is running against a MAGA Republican, Dan Bolduc, there. And so we're watching that as well. Democrats, again, need to hold where they have incumbent positions, and that is in New Hampshire, Colorado, Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada. And their focus is picking up at least 1 or 2 seats. They're looking at Pennsylvania, looking at North Carolina, potentially Tim Ryan. Folks, let me know where we're looking with Tim Ryan in Ohio. And then, of course, you also have Mandela Barnes, who's running against Senator Ron Johnson. And my God, it would be awesome to see Senator Ron Johnson lose, because talk about a Russian agent as well as a white nationalist who will lie and say do whatever he can to win. And so that's what's happening there. And so we're watching all of that. Got a number of people we're going to be talking to right now in our 8 o'clock hour. Our panel, our first panel is still with us, Larry, Monique, Avis, as well as Michael. But I'm going to walk on over here to our living room set. Folks are busy over here. And so let me get on over here and chat with y'all. And while we do so, though, folks, there's a lot of people right now who are freaking all out. They're nervous. They don't know how to handle election night. I've seen folks sitting here talking about doing yoga. Some folks talking about they're going to turn off their television. They don't want to hear any results. Some people say they turn their phones off. I've seen all of that. And so joining us now is Reverend Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, the host of A Balanced Life on the Black Star Network, because folk, I guess they need some good examples of how to calm their asses down. And I don't understand why people totally freak out. I'm not one of these people who's constantly looking at polling data and looking at it and just going nuts. I'm like, look, y'all, it is what it is. Polls don't matter to me. It's what happened on election day. That's what I focus on. But Jackie, what are some of your tips for these people who are right now stressed out? They're binge eating right now. They're sitting there, they're cussing out their spouse. Don't know how to act because they are afraid of what's going to happen tonight.
Well, they're doing quite a few things. I was literally just watching your thread, and someone said, I need to log off now because my stomach is starting to hurt. I mean, literally, as soon as you started announcing some of the results, people are in that space where this, anxiety around elections, and it's triggering among triggering. And people are literally saying, I've had enough because, after January 6th, so many things just began to happen in everybody's lives. And so this election, this midterm season is causing people to really have anxiety levels of, I don't want to stand in line because I don't know what's going to happen. I'm out here exposed and it's too vulnerable. All of this ignorance and hate that is out there literally has people charged in such a way where they are physically feeling their emotions in a negative manner. Headaches, stomachache, backache, all types of panic attacks are happening to individuals because they're in this space where they feel as if they're not wanted. Even though we know that our voice and our vote matters, they're saying to themselves or getting worked up in such a way that I'm exposed. And it's that type of exposure that causes people to find themselves in stressful situations. So when you think about ways in which to cope, one, we love our social media, but sometimes you have to limit how much you take. Two, you have to also look at who you're around. You can't be around negative people talking trash in your ear constantly about the elections and what if this happens and what if that happens. A lot of this doomsday talk gets people tied up in knots in a lot of ways. But then also you have to know your capacity. How much can you take as an individual? Is it too much for you to be in a line too long? Are you with people who cannot control their conversation? I think if any of us got one more robocall from some small town that never existed, we were probably going to throw our phones against the wall. So this constant...
No, that's mean all these damn emails asking to give. And I don't know about y'all, I cannot get the hell off of that punk-ass Donald Trump emails. I mean, like, you hear, I've unsubscribed about 10 times, but the same thing, if I get the one thing I will be happy when this election is over, I don't have to see a damn email from any Democrat. Because I swear, it's like, I'm telling you, I want to cuss out anybody who's in fundraising. But also that's part of it. I just think that, and look, here's my whole deal. Yeah, I'm not freaking out by this. On election night in 2020, I never forget when that idiot won, and there was a producer at TV One. She came up to me and she was just going nuts, and she was like, "Roland, you okay?" I said, "No, I'm fine." I said, "I done seen crazy white people act crazy before." This was a white producer, and I told her, she's like, "Well, what's going to happen?" I said, "Baby, this is called war." I said, when you get ready for war, I said, you go to sleep, you take your nap, you get you a good meal, and you come back fighting. And that's the whole piece. And that's why my whole deal is, again, I'm not freaking out about whatever happens tonight. So I have a war posture. That's the mentality that you have to be in. And so you can lose battles, but you have to also focusing on winning the war. So for the people who are watching, all right, so give them some breathing exercises or something they can do, because because I'm gonna be cussing some people out in the YouTube chat in just a moment. So you might want to go ahead and give some tips.
Look, Roland, that's your way of dealing with things.
Hell yeah, that's keep my blood pressure low. You cuss people out, blood pressure stay low.
People who are trying to figure out what they can do, literally these exercises, whether it's deep breathing, taking a walk, doing some form of exercising, or just shutting things down for a moment, are really great ways, as you already stated, to come back and be prepared for war. Because when we think too forward about what can happen and what may happen or may not happen, we literally can get ourselves in a state of flux. So knowing, one, that you have the capacity to manage how much you intake. Knowing that about yourself will give you the ability to be able to deep breathe, hold it for a couple of seconds, and then exhale. So look at some deep breathing exercises. Go for a long walk. Go grab a hot coffee or a hot toddy, whatever floats your boat. Do that thing which is going to give you the peace that you need to endure, because with the amount of coverage we're having tonight, some people are going to be up and some people are going to be down. And then depending on where you live, this is just the beginning. So you got to strap in for the long haul and get yourself in that shape of saying, I can endure this, because literally the battle is just beginning.
Oh, well, somebody just hit me. They said cannabis works.
Yes, it does.
All right. Folks, be sure to watch Balance Live on the Black Star Network. We're Dr. Jackie Hood Martin. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Joining us via Skype right now, we got several guests. We got Congressman Ro Khanna, who joins from California. Glad to have the congressman on the show. Also joining us on the show, is that Lori? Do I see Lori there? All right, Lori Daniels Favors. You can check her out, of course, on Sirius XM. Her show is, you can always check it at midday. She's also executive director of the Center for Law and Social Justice. Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. He is also with us. And Terrain Bailey, attorney, she's with us as well. Glad to see you. Joining us, let's see here, we got a bunch of folks here in the studio, so I'm going to introduce them in just a second. Let me do this here. Congressman, I'm going to go to you. You've got big races there in California. You got Karen Bass, who's running against a Republican and Democrat. He's a dino, Democrat name only, who spent almost $100 million to win that race there. And it's quite interesting how you've seen some of the people who have been endorsing him. That's one of the races that we're looking at in California. But also, you look at the race with your fellow Congresswoman Katie Porter there in Orange County. She's raised a ton of money, was in a tight race there. And so it shows you, again, how the map is changing with Republicans, especially these MAGA Republicans, very enthused out there, seeking blood because the orange one lost in 2020.
Well, Roland, the polls are still open, so for those who are watching in California, I hope they'll get out and vote. But I'm very optimistic and confident on my good friend Karen Bass. She is running against someone who, as you put it, is basically a Republican. I mean, no compassion for those who are homeless, no compassion for working class folks. Karen Bass has been a leader of the state assembly. She's one of the most effective members of Congress. She's a member of Congress who's not just progressive and didn't just lead the Black Caucus, but she works across the aisle. She had worked with Republicans to try to make progress on police reform. So she should win. I think Katie Porter will pull it out. The early returns are pretty encouraging from New Hampshire. It looks like Maggie Hassan is going to be fine. So obviously it's a long night. And it looks like Sherry Beasley is doing better than people thought in North Carolina. But I think so far we're hanging in there.
Lori, I'll go to you. Again, on this night, I tell people, look, I don't even, my staff has been sending me information since 7 o'clock. And I'm like, y'all, stop sending me stuff. Until you get the 65, 70% of the percent in, I don't look at anything because, one, you don't know what's outstanding. You don't know if there are Democrat counties, Republican counties, what's a Democratic stronghold, Republican stronghold. So anything before 50, 60, 65% really doesn't matter. Once you hit 70%, now you can start paying attention. It's sort of like I know a lot of folks here, and do me a favor, bring me that hat right there. I forgot to, bring me that hat right there. Come on, bring me that hat right there. See, I forgot, I didn't do this the other day. I did it, so a lot of y'all who don't watch baseball, it's 162 games in baseball, and so some folks don't pay attention till October. But just in case y'all did pay attention to baseball, the World Series champions are the Houston Astros, just in case y'all ignored baseball. So any Philadelphia fans in here? Any Philadelphia fans? Don't nobody want to claim Philadelphia right now here. Any Yankees fans, we spanked that ass too. Any Mariners fans, we swept their ass too. I'm just letting y'all know. So a lot of times, Lori, people don't pay attention to baseball with the first 162 games. They pay attention to the playoffs. That's really the same thing on election night.
I think you're right. And I think that if you start watching the news now, you're in for a lot of pain. There was a network that I used to watch before they disgracefully fired the amazing Tiffany Cross. But I would watch them typically on an election night, and you will notice that the music rises and soars just for them to get you all hyped up and excited to let you know that the race is too close to call. So it is a long game. This is an emotional game. And I would like to remind everyone, this is just one inning. We got elections. Well, and some of us have elections next year. We have elections coming again in 2 years. This is not a moment. This is not even a moment that's independent of previous elections. This is just another layer on top of whatever it is we're baking here in the United States of America. So we are not in it just for this moment. We're in it for the long haul. Unless y'all got somewhere else for us to go and we moving, then let me know and I'll happily join you. But while we're here, be ready to dig in, because it's not just about this election. It's about every election that's going to take place between now and the last breath you take on this earth.
Cliff Albright, you've been out there all around the country on the ground, going to the places a lot of people ignore. What have you been seeing? What have you been hearing? Y'all with the Blackest Bus in the country. This, of course, is the Blackest election night coverage. We've been on the ground as well. And that's, I had to call out Meghan McCain the other day because she said some silly stuff about, oh, why is Beto O'Rourke and Stacey Abrams running? I was like, look, fool, you don't just run for your race. You actually are building infrastructure for other down ballot races, and you're rebuilding party infrastructure when you run for statewide race. But you would think a so-called, well, she ain't a political expert. She just John McCain's daughter.
Basically. Yeah, I mean, we've been through 11 states on our bus tour. I think I've personally probably hit 8 of those myself on the bus tour over the past month or so. Spent the last 5 days right here where I'm sitting now in North Carolina. We went to about 6 different cities and counties over those 5 days, and right now I'm sitting here in Charlotte. And, going back to your point about, not being able to make predictions off of polls and things like that. But, what we have done, and when you're doing work in the state, sometimes you can look at like some of the early results. You can look at the early vote. Like we knew looking at some of the early vote results and where votes were coming from and which precincts and things like that in this state as well as in Georgia. We knew that things were looking good in a couple of these races. And even tonight, as we drove around in the Blackest Bus in America to a couple of polling places, one, seeing the energy that was out there, the conversations that we were having, but more importantly, just looking at the vote tallies. I mean, we were seeing, there's a couple of the biggest precincts here in Charlotte that topped their 2018 turnout. And so when we see those numbers to match the conversations and the energy and the enthusiasm that we're seeing and feeling when we're having conversations, we've been feeling pretty good. I've been saying for the past 5 days that North Carolina, actually longer than that, Roland, I've been saying for some time that I thought Democrats might actually pick up 3 seats tonight. And I'm standing by that, and I'm convinced that one of those will be right here in North Carolina.
Absolutely. Now, Terrain, look, you're an attorney. This is also a big night for civil rights attorneys. You've got Republicans who've got their lawyers all around the country. Well, Democrats, same thing. And what we have seen when it comes to these elections lately, if you don't have damn good lawyers, you're in trouble.
Well, one of the things that has started happening right after the 2000 election with the Bush-Gore situation is that having attorneys election night became really important because we see that election came down to what was litigated and what was argued before the Supreme Court. Same thing here. There are lawyers all over the country writing motions, filing motions, and judges ready to rule on them immediately. So the legal aspect of these elections is huge right now. And it creates a lot of stress because it means that all these decisions are not necessarily going to be decided by our vote, but by someone outside of our state, potentially like the Supreme Court, like with Clarence Thomas. So it's a little nerve-wracking, but the legal aspect of it is really huge in this election.
It is. Congressman, I'll go to you here. This was a tweet that Anna Navarro just sent out, and I do think she's right. She said in 2018, DeSantis barely won against a black, progressive, little-known mayor. In last 4 years, Florida GOP invested in registering new voters and painting D's as scary socialist. Democrats ignored the smoke alarms and fell asleep at the wheel. Today, the whole damn house burnt down. Bottom line is this here. We say this all the time. Look, if you only pay attention to certain places on election on 3 or 4 months out, then you're nuts. This has to be a 365-day-a-week thing. And if the Democratic Party wants to win, especially in the South, they are going to have to, and I'm going to be very blunt right now, they got to stop listening to these white Democratic strategists who don't know a damn thing about people of color and invest in these communities. Otherwise, they are going to continue to lose. Just having a black candidate is not enough. You've got to put resources on the ground and invest early and not just come holler at black folks in October.
Exactly.
Well, Roland, you're right. And, we need to start, in my view, with looking at the Obama coalition. I mean, Obama won Florida, he won North Carolina, he won Ohio. So obviously he showed that these states are not out of reach, and he put together a coalition and the infrastructure to do that. And he had surrounded himself with black strategists, white strategists, Latino strategists. And it's going to take more than just coming at it in the election year. We need to sit down after this election in places that we didn't do well and pull in people who understand those communities and make that infrastructure investment. Because the thing that people don't like is coming 3 months before an election where they feel used just for their vote, as opposed to building their input is part of being part of the governing coalition.
Cliff, you've been making that point that you have to invest. And as I said in the last hour, I keep saying, you know what, black folks, don't give your money to campaigns. Give it to groups like Black Voters Matter, Melanie Campbell's group, and others, where people who are on the ground knocking on those doors. We're looking at the numbers in Louisiana. They're awful. But there's the potential, if you turn out black people in Louisiana, you can flip that state.
Yeah, and unfortunately, what people are waiting for is for black folks and for the infrastructure in Louisiana to work a miracle before people wake up and pay attention and say, oh, maybe we should invest in that. And then sometimes, even after you do the miracle, it doesn't work out. In fact, sometimes they'll use the miracle against you. We've seen a little bit of that in Georgia when they say, oh, you're so resilient off that little bit that we gave you. I guess we can decrease it a little. So yes, this is this issue of investment into the local organizing infrastructure. It's not rocket science. I say it all the time. If you give us a fraction, and by us, I don't just mean Black Voters Matter, our organization, I mean this entire ecosystem of black-led organizing, progressive organizing. If you gave us a fraction of the millions of dollars that is spent, in fact, wasted on TV advertising, there's not a state, there's not a Senate seat, there's not a legislature in this country that we could not, if not flip, have significant impact on. But instead, as you said, Roland, at every level, every layer of the political strategy, from the advertising to the technology tools that are used to the strategy that is used, it is dominated by white men using the same old strategies that have been proven to not work. So we've got to keep pushing on this investment question, because we can't keep on being patted on the back because we're so resilient with the 50 cents that you gave us, and then you want to take out 25 cents and just leave us with a quarter. That's not sustainable. It's not fair, and it's going to lead towards the further erosion of what's left of this democracy.
Indeed, Lori, and again, It ain't rocket science, and you can keep just look. At some point, people got to realize, I live in Northern Virginia. Okay, I'm still registered in Texas. I got there. I'm not watching these damn TV ads. I'm not. The moment they come on, mute. So you just keep throwing money there. All you're doing is just fattening the pockets of the consultants. You put that money on the ground, door knocking. You put it in events on the ground. That's how you win.
Forever. It's not like you were talking something that's rocket science or unheard of. Look at what happened on the other side. For 50 years, Republicans invested in undermining Roe. 50 years later, they got the return on their investment. We often think about investment as in a cycle by cycle effort when it's really year over year, month over month, not just digital media, not just social media. We often forget the vast majority of Americans are not actually spending a whole lot of time on social media. I know Twitter seems like everything to those of us who were there before it got to be what it is right now, but most of our folks are not following the trending topics. And so if we were to think about what could a 50-year investment look like, then that could give us a vision that could stand up against something like a 50-year investment in the undermining of Roe, a 50-year investment in undermining the Voting Rights Act. But I think for us, what we have to think about as part of the Black Star Network is let's pretend they never invest a dime. Let's pretend we can't figure out a workaround with the racism. Let's pretend they refuse to give us another dollar. What are we going to do to make sure that our people are safe, that we can get clean water to Jackson, Mississippi? What are we going to do if we can't figure out a workaround for the racism and they refuse to do the investment? How are we going to make sure that the Black folks who live in Florida, who are now basically going to be abandoned to what has become a Republican stronghold, who is going to help make sure that the Black children coming through those schools are going to have a shot? Who is going to make sure that they're going to get access to the resources and the power that they need for their communities to thrive, let alone survive? And the idea of investment, it's becoming, at least for me, and this is just my personal perspective, we have to pretend like they're never going to invest another dime because clearly they have not decided to do that. And if they don't, what is our plan B? How are we going to duplicate what Albright and Brown that we're able to do with the blackest bus in America? How are we going to replicate that independent of the investment that we all know that we need? And if we can't, then we're gonna have to have another conversation because white nationalists, white supremacists right now are preparing to run the table, and we have yet to see an effective response to that.
I'm gonna get a final comment from Cliff, final comment from the congressman.
Yeah, no, I agree completely with what Lori is saying, you know, that we've got to have those options. Look, that's why we started Black Voters Matter Fund, because what we recognized is that we have got to develop the ability to fund our own politics, right? You can't have independent politics if you don't have independent money, right? That's a lesson that we learned in part in Alabama when we actually started a third party at the county level in Alabama. And so our entire perspective is that we have got to be able to be independent, both in our politics and our strategy, but also in our funding. And that's going to mean having to really answer this question about how we galvanize our own resources within our own community. But for tonight, what I'm looking at is really a celebration, because I predict that by the end of this night, that there are going to be several key states that are going to shock the country, North Carolina being one of them. And when we take a look at how it happened, that Black voters are going to be right smack dab in the middle of that. That's what happened in 2020. That's why they tried to overturn that election. And I believe that that's what's going to happen tonight. And then we've got to be able to tell that story, because what's going to happen quickly is that they're going to try to change the narrative. They're going to try to own the narrative. And we have got to be steadfast and unapologetically Black in letting them know that we did this and we made this happen.
All right, Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. We appreciate it. Congressman, your final comment.
Well, I agree that the Black voters, of course, were key in 2020, and they're going to be key now. One of the things I was talking to Reverend Barber earlier, and he's been screaming for the SCC to invest in North Carolina, and unfortunately, the state parties did not, in my view, in Washington, invest enough in some of these races. So I'm glad that there are independent groups that are doing the organizing. But after this election, we need to also have a conversation about all the money that the national parties are raising and what investments they need to be making in these states, not just for any one election cycle, but for the next decade, because the governing majority for the Democratic Party in the House, Senate, or with the presidency all run through doing well in the Black South and with the Black community across the country.
It's been Ro Connor. We really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Lurie, we thank you for joining us. Terrain, I'm going to give you your final comment. Again, we need as many lawyers as possible. Some of these races, we're not going to know tonight. We're not going to know tomorrow night. Remember, there was a decision in Pennsylvania when it came to the mail-in ballots. They can come in up until the 14th, which is next Monday. Next Monday should be a national holiday. It's my birthday. But again, so we're going to be waiting like we did last time, maybe through the 1st of December to know what the conclusion of some of these races are going to be. So folks like you are going to be really important with those billable hours.
Well, what we have in multiple states throughout the country, and we have these bank of lawyers. And the bank of lawyers are on the phones right now. They're going to be working until the final votes are counted. And when I was in Georgia in 2018 and again in 2020, the attorneys, we reached out to voters whose ballots were being challenged, and we helped them cure their ballots. And that's what's going to be happening. But what I find that's interesting in our current election process as an American is that before we had all of this electronic and digital voting, we used to get our results easily. We introduced technology and all of a sudden the lawyers enter and elections become complicated. So it's a totally different game that we're playing. But on the comment about engaging the Black vote, I wanted to speak on that. Is that the work in engaging the Black vote for 2024 starts tomorrow. This election is not over tonight. We need to start tomorrow at a grassroots level, working with the HBCUs, working in the Black communities and investing more funds there. What happens after every election is that we turn it off. And then we wait until we get closer to after the primaries, and then we start engaging the Black community. That is no longer going to work. We need these college students, we need these high school students who are going to be able to vote to be engaged starting tomorrow. If not, we're going to be in the same position because, as my other counsel said earlier, if we do not make this a sustainable campaign and we make it continuous, we're going to be in the same position time after time. They got what they wanted with Roe. We can get what we want, but that takes time and investment.
All right, Terrain, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. All right, time for our free fall panel. We know how this is going to be. It's going to be buck wild crazy. Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney. To my left, you got Eugene Craig, CEO of the X Factor Media. Rebecca Carruthers, Vice President, Fair Elections Center. Amakongo Dabinga, Professor of Lecturer, School of International Services, American University. Dr. Julian Malveaux, Dean, College of Ethnic Studies, California State University, Los Angeles. We also have, of course, with us, Brianna Cartwright. Brianna, of course, political strategist, and of course, she'll likely be sticking up for her millennials and that whole crew. Yeah, you know exactly what's coming. Tammy Allison, Esquire, presidential pardon expert. Did I miss anybody? Got everybody? All right, cool. All right, because a whole bunch of y'all. Of course, we still got the panelists over there as well, and so I'll get back to them in a second. And then Monique, stop texting me. Seriously, I don't need all these updates from you. Okay, it's too many damn text messages. So here's the deal. Governor's race. Get some update. Governor's race in Georgia. Kemp up 5 points against Stacey Abrams. About 44% of the vote is in there. They're calling the race in Arkansas for that fool Sarah Huckabee. Now, the race that we're watching, also Warnock and Herschel Walker, 2 percentage points. Warnock is at 50.3%. Warnock is at 48%. And again, if it's 50 plus 1, no need for a runoff. And so that's really what the Warnock folks are hoping for. So we're watching that. The race that everybody's watching, about 53% of the vote is in. Let me just double check that again. 56%, Sherry Beasley, 51.5, Ted Budd, 46.7. And so, yeah, Sherry Beasley is up in North Carolina. And so that could be the big story of the night if she's able to hold on there. Now, it's only about 31% in Ohio. Tim Ryan is at 55.5%. J.D. Vance is at 44.4. There's about a 10-point gap between DeWine, who they've already declared him the winner, the Republican governor of Ohio. So a lot of people voted for DeWine for governor, not voting for J.D. Vance for U.S. Senate. Same thing happened in Georgia. Split ticket there. People are voting for Warnock, not voting for Walker, but they voted for Kemp and not voting for Stacey Abrams. So that's what's happening there. Just I'll throw it out there. Anybody can jump out and go first. What do you find the most interesting tonight so far?
I think you're going to have a lot of split ticket across the board. I think you're going to see a Kemp Warnock situation. I think you're going to see a Tim Ryan situation, particularly in Ohio. Ohio Republicans can be pragmatic. I mean, for a very long time, they had their delegation be Sherrod Brown, Rob Portman.
Right. And Sherrod Brown has been winning in Ohio.
Winning.
Even though Hillary Clinton lost Ohio by 450,000 votes to Donald Trump in 2016.
And then the other part of that is that if you look back at COVID, DeWine was one of the few Republican governors, along with Governor Hogan, that was willing to fight the fight the presidency on actually putting in COVID restrictions in place to save lives.
You also had a Republican Ohio Supreme Court that was also blocking Republicans when it came to their voter suppression. That, Rebecca, was a huge thing right there because, in fact, the Chief Justice is retiring, and she wrote an op-ed blasting Republican legislature what they were doing when it came to the vote.
Yeah, so we're really watching to see what's happening in the Ohio Supreme Court tonight. We're really encourage a lot of our students on the campuses that we engage and do work in because we really want them to understand that they have a true voice in what's going to happen tonight with the Ohio Supreme Court.
Brianna, you should feel good in Wisconsin. I saw a tweet earlier where young voters were up 360% in Wisconsin today over 2018. That's why you're beaming so, because I've been killing y'all.
I'm beaming because it's for my friend Barnes, okay? I'm beaming for my friend Barnes.
Well, I certainly hope so. But again, this is what I have been saying for the longest. If young folks show up, y'all should have that video. I sent y'all folks in the polls at the University of Texas, other campuses. You see that this is right here, long lines. People were in line there. And again, you look at the last two elections, young voters represented 24, 28% of the electorate. If that number goes to 35, 40, again, it's game over. And that was, that was the thing that, look, if you got to show up, and you can't just say, hey, we got great numbers, we're tired of these boomers. Well, guess what? Them boomers vote. And if young folks hit their numbers, it's game over for Republicans.
And another state I would like to focus on is Michigan. There is a lot of uptick at Michigan State specifically because Michigan has the law now that you can even register to vote the day of. So they went to their local poll right around the corner, registered, and was able to vote. So Michigan State, where a lot of, well, they're not actually millennials anymore, they're a different generation, but the younger generation.
Millennial, Gen Z, whatever.
It's not the same, it's not the same. Well,
after Gen X, it don't matter.
Yeah, they are, in my opinion. In my opinion, they the same.
After Gen X, it don't matter.
I'm a millennial, but there's Gen Z.
No, let me correct you. It's the, hold on, that's the whole point Julian's making. It's the largest potential voting bloc.
Right. See, because we're the children of the boomer.
No.
Yeah, but when they show up and act like they have sense, we'll support them.
So they're the grandchildren of the boomers.
No.
So,
Roland,
so,
I have a sibling.
In 1981, and technically I'm an elder millennial.
Yes.
No, you're not. You're a Gen X.
No.
Hold up. Nice try. Nice try. Okay, hold up. Let's do some research. Hold up. Generation X. Hold up, 1 second, hold up. 1 second, Gen X. Researchers and popular media use the mid to late 1960s as starting birth years and the late 1970s to early 1980s as the ending birth year. You ain't no millennial, you a Gen X. Don't even try. I love how y'all trying to slide. No. Hold up, 1 second. So again, the point I was making there, Julian, the point I was making there is the exact same point I'm making about Latinos. You might have demographic numbers, but if you're not registered, and then if you don't vote, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. They have the potential. And I've been saying, look, vote, because vote your numbers. When you vote your numbers, then you can truly say, hey, we are the largest voting block. Voting block means you vote.
Exactly. So, Roland,
25-year-old, I don't know what they call them, but a 25-year-old, I'm not dealing with y'all. A 25-year-old brother just won Val Deming's seat in Florida. Yes,
Yep.
that's right.
He's the first millennial to win in Congress.
Black Latino. But it's really exciting. Yeah. It's really exciting to see him win. That's what young people can do. But y'all who are organizing these youngins need to organize them effectively because they talk a lot of smack, but they don't do anything. And let me say before y'all start jumping, I just want to talk about LA for a minute because you know I live in LA sometimes. And y'all see me here. Right. But I'm very worried about the LA race. Caruso is outspent Karen 13-1. Right. Yesterday, I was in my office watching TV. I was supposed to be doing something else. Literally, in 1/2 hour, 7 Caruso commercials.
Yeah. Wow.
7.
That was like,
that's
my Betterman. That's all I saw.
But the thing is,
so the concern, Roland, is the folk. I also participated in the NAACP thing last evening where they were trying to get people out to vote. And the concern is the indifference that so many of our people have, whether they're youngins or even, I mean, baby boomers, we do vote, but not all of them.
Well, you're
now, a lot of
right.
the conspiracy theorist black folks and those 80s people who they're not going to vote until they get reparations when they never go vote.
But here's the thing. Congo, I want to go to you because you teach on the college campus. Again, I keep going back to understand how to get people to vote. There's an actual process here, okay? Just saying go vote ain't it. That's one.
Yeah.
2, there has to be an education and enlightenment phase, okay? I got to educate you and enlighten you. Then once I do that, then I can register you.
That part.
Right. Then after I register you, then I got to get you to the polls.
Yes.
Come on.
And so the part of the problem here is that when we talk about how the infrastructure works, it's, bombard with ads, but that don't work if you're not enlightened and educated, okay? Right. And so there has to be an actual structure. One of the things that I have said to civil rights groups, I remember doing a panel at the CBC probably a decade ago, and they were talking about voter suppression. And I said, hey, y'all keep talking about Black and Latino. Y'all need to include these white students. I said, because they're moving voting locations off of college campuses. Yeah. Look, Texas A&M, my alma mater, that's a conservative university. Them Republicans moved the early voting location off the Texas A&M campus. That's 65,000 students at the school, and they tried to actually say, well, you know, there's low turnout. It's one of the highest turnout places. They're even moving early voting locations off of Republican strongholds. Yeah. And so that's a part of the education process to get to tell these white students, hey, they ain't just targeting black folks, they targeting you.
Yeah.
Oh, most definitely. And teaching at American University, these students, having seen them just 2 years ago versus now with the Dobbs decision and the like, when you talk about educating them and they're looking at—
Hold on one second while you talk. Steve, get off the floor. You was trying to fix the microphone. Y'all, we don't worry about all that. Steve, get off the floor and go ahead and walk into the studio. Steve is laying on his back trying not to be seen, and all I'm seeing is feet and his knees. So Steve, go ahead and fix up microphone. While Steve, stand up. While Congo is talking, fix up microphone. Congo, keep going.
Just seeing their level of activism just 2 years ago versus now, when we have the Dobbs decision and the like, and they're seeing at the beginning of their reproductive stage of their lives, they've just lost the right. And many of them are very progressive as relates to LGBTQ plus rights, and they see that now that might be on the chopping block, because Clarence Thomas is like, put it on the table for me. And so like you said, Roland, when you inform them that this stuff is not just going to affect people in poor communities or those people over there, that they're coming for you too, I'm seeing just a night and day difference as it relates to their level of activism. And so when we talk about these young folks as it relates to potential, now they're at a point where many of them are seeing that people are really going to come for me. They don't care about my rights. We thought it was just going to be about those quote-unquote people of color in the hood, attack them, prison reform, and all that other type of stuff, lock them up. But now you see that these Republicans don't care. All they want is power, and they will step over anybody to do it.
Tammy?
Roland, you know my credentials. So, I remember.
No, I don't, but go ahead. I'm just messing with you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Just go.
My Nigerian self like to go through my list, but
we don't need all that. Just talk.
I think it's important to your comment, and also to your comment, Roland, about informing and educating, right? So my run in Texas District 6, which is now District 30, shout out to Jasmine Crockett because she's leading the race. Okay. So, as a first-time politician, never ran for Congress before. I was shocked when I got the call, like, you know me? But what I did was I informed and I educated. And I recognized that most Americans at our 8th grade reading level, right?
That's right.
So
That's why Trump relates to
right. So
That's
Texas
right.
District 6, where I ran for Congress, it's like, okay, you want me to run? I'm going to run on my terms. Not code switching, just being just like this from the southwest side of Houston, Texas. You're impressed by all these credentials, but I'm here in Texas, which for the most part, as you know, Roland, a lot of it is kind of purple, right? So I appealed to both, like you said, those white voters that understood that their rights were being suppressed, as well as what we're doing for black people. So as soon as I recognized that, whoa, I can do the same stuff I did while I was at DOJ as a senior attorney, infiltrated at the highest levels, right? Quit, and I brought that information out to everybody. Gave y'all the cheat sheet for clemency, right? I did the same thing with the congressional run. Gave them the cheat sheet as to how it works. Let me not alienate the majority group in this predominantly red district, Ellis County, Navarro County, Tarrant County in Texas. Ran as a pro-Second Amendment, pro-cannabis Democrat. And as a first-time politician, with that strategy, as you said, informing and educating, including these white people to see, like, listen, they messing with your rights too. They don't know that I'm really talking about our rights, but I'm talking to them, and it's gonna benefit us, right? And I'm able to come in 3rd place out of 10 Democrats as a first-time politician with less than $50,000 raised. No major endorsements at all, had the lowest cost per vote, and I shook it up to the point where no Democrat made the runoffs. It was 2 Republicans. Wow. That was probably what was going to happen anyways because it's a predominantly red district. So they redistrict. But I was able to endorse Jasmine Crockett whenever they made it District 30. And those same white people that was messing with me because, oh, she pro-Second Amendment. Yeah, I'm pro-Second Amendment because in this country, when you have a conviction, the only way to get your federal gun rights back is through clemency. So black people are adversely impacted more than that. So that's what I'm running on. But white people, all they hear is pro-Second Amendment, right?
Roland, real quickly.
I'm going to go to Chuck here because I'm talking about running.
Right.
And that's one of the deals that when you look at a lot of these places around the country, Tim Ryan went off on some unnamed Democratic consultant who's told Politico, we need to blow off Ohio. We need to run in these places where we have educated college voters. And I'm going, well, that's how you keep losing.
Right.
Because frankly, you can't ignore the number of people in this country who don't go to college. That's right. But you also have to have a story where you're talking to them as well. And the thing that I keep saying is, if you don't run people, you will lose. And part of the reason, again, going back to why I had to slap Meghan McCain around, the reason it's important for Stacey Abrams to run, the reason it's important for Beto O'Rourke to run, even if they lose, is you're building infrastructure for other candidates and the next election. And when you don't, again, Florida is a perfect example. When you don't run people, you basically are giving someone else a head start, and now it's harder to win in the future because, frankly, no one has organized people.
Right, and so if you look at what's happening in North Carolina, in fact, Dr. Barber's been sewing in there for a long time. And you cannot make a withdrawal if there's no deposit.
And Democrats gave up on North Carolina line. We'll never win.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, and even this year, Chuck Schumer, they came in late.
Right.
When it came to put money into Beasley, and it was like, look, you guaranteed to never win if you never invest.
That's right. That's right. And it has to be multi-pronged, right? So absolutely, you have to educate. You have to put seed in the ground. You have to be bottom up. You can't just be top down. Okay, I'll show up when it's time for you to run. I'll flood you with ads. You know, Lord willing and creek don't rise, you go vote for me. You know, and it's worth it for a lot of them because a lot of black folks will still vote together. But if you invest at the beginning, and you know, this is an interesting irony tonight. If Stacey Abrams. Not over yet, but if Stacey Abrams doesn't benefit from tonight, Warnock still benefits from what she did.
There you go.
From what she did. It's not over yet.
That part.
It's not over
Right.
yet. But you cannot make a withdrawal without making a deposit and doing it for a long time. My daughter's at Northwestern right now, doing journalism, by the way. And so she says that the white kids are out in the front. No, and they really mean defund when they say defund. No, they mean defund. They're not saying defund and meaning something else. We don't want any police. We don't want any of this. And she's like, man, they standing in front of me. You know what I mean? And so what that means
So tell them white kids to run against the other white folks.
That's right. You have to invest everywhere, including your non-college educated black folks who need a long-term investment so that they know that you're not using them and you're trying to benefit their community.
Real quick, Eugene, we got real quick.
The thing is this, right? You saw this in Maryland the last 8 years. You know, Governor Hogan, okay, you can say 2014 was a fluke. What Hogan did from 14 to 18, actually investing and communities and actually being out on the ground and actually him and Boyd actually engaging on a level I've never seen in my political life. Oh, absolutely, 100%, 110%. It laid the foundation for the 18 win. And then you saw that replicated tonight in Vermont. You saw it the last 8 years also in Massachusetts with Charlie Baker. So when you make those deposits, you can go back and make those withdrawals when election time comes around.
Brianna.
I think one of the main things that I would like to highlight is the bottom up.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
right.
too many times it's top down, and so the pushback I have a little bit with what you said, Roland, is it only works for it to sustain if it's bottom up, because then the next year
With what?
With the structure, right, the infrastructure.
Well, no, but here's why you're wrong. You push back all you want. No.
Well, let me finish my thought.
No, she said she's gonna push back.
We've seen it in Florida.
But here's
because
why.
each year it gets worse because they didn't do it from the bottom up. So
No. Hold on. One second. Let me explain why I'm saying it's top down. Because when Beto runs, if you go back to 2018, when he ran for the United States Senate, first of all, he ran statewide. By him running statewide, he had a 254 county strategy. What then happened was, if you go back and look at the numbers, you had judicial races, DA races, where the Democrats actually won. Harris, Dallas, Bexar, Travis, and they saw pickups in some of the other areas like East Texas. In fact, in 2020, Democrats actually were 5 seats away from taking control of the Texas House. So one second. So what I'm saying is, so by him running, he essentially established an infrastructure that basically that was rival the same Democratic Party. In Georgia, what Stacey did was, with the New Georgia Voter Project, follow me here. The way they created Georgia New Voter Project and Georgia Stand Up, they created the infrastructure, but hold up. The infrastructure created the statewide, because follow me here, the statewide infrastructure has to campaign across the entire state. Correct. If you're running for DA, you're only running in your county. So the statewide races are critical because now you are creating the external money that's coming in. Now you're filtering down. I sat down with Harris County Commissioner Roddy Ellis Friday in Houston. He said even this year, how Beto is running, it's helping down ballot. And so what ended up happening? People were excited with his run, excited with Stacey's run. I go back to 1984 and 88. Reverend Jackson runs for president. Guess what happened? Down ballot. Black people were elected to the city council, county commissions, sheriffs. So what I'm saying is, you have to have that top piece that then cause somebody to go, wait a minute, I can run for that local race. I can run for the school board. And so now the voting rolls, as Richard Shelby, the reason he became a U.S. Senator from Alabama as a Democrat, because Reverend Jackson put 2 million new people on the rolls. Now he rewarded Democrats by becoming Republican, but if it wasn't for Reverend Jackson running here, they don't win U.S. Senate, congressional, county, city council, sheriffs, judicial, DA. And so that's why I'm saying you got to have that top race that creates the statewide infrastructure that helps everybody below.
Sherman Chisholm, Roland, they're bought and bossed. They take money from these organizations that we're fighting from. When you talk about
first
Beto,
off, sorry.
you can
Sorry,
follow
who's
the
they?
paper trail. Shirley Chisholm?
No, who's they? You said they take money.
Beto, for example. If you follow the paper trail of donations, it comes from the same people.
First of all, of course he's getting donations, but again, I'm walking.
AFL-CIO, biggest union.
Okay, how do you think you're going to win without money?
Unions and put those police right back in positions, just like Derek Chauvin.
AFL-CIO also supports working black
They
men
do, but they're also the biggest union for police
Well, they're
officers.
not a union, they're a collection of unions.
They support police unions, and those.
Okay. Hold on. 1 second. You can complain about him getting money. You can't run.
Change.
What are you talking about? You can't run if you don't have money.
I did.
Hold on. In what place you came in? Stop. What place you came in?
As a first-time politician.
Stop. Did you win?
Third out of 10.
Did you win?
No.
Thank you. Okay?
There's no money for the people that actually are speaking
No,
out.
here's the whole deal. Boo, you got to have money to win. Rebecca, go.
So this is something that I think is very important we need to talk about. So in Florida, there are 1.2 million people who are of voting age who are not able to vote because they are returning citizens.
Correct.
They have felony convictions.
Yes.
And this Governor Santos, purposely made sure that these folks didn't know how much they owed to the court.
And it was a lie, yes.
Made sure that the corrupt officers couldn't let them know.
And they purposely arrested about 1,000 of them to serve as a chilling effect. Go ahead, 1 second.
So Roland, my point here is, in Florida, more than 1 out of 10 black folks of voting age are disenfranchised because they have felony convictions.
Right.
Yeah.
It's more than 1 out of 10 in Alabama, in Kentucky. So when we're starting to look at some of these races and seeing how close, and we're saying, oh, well, more black people need to turn out, we also have to acknowledge the black people who cannot show up.
And that's why on this show we support the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition and Desmond Meade and Sheena Meade, because a lot of those, first of all, 95% of the people who owe money, they don't owe actually more than $1,000. They're helping to pay those things off, but that requires money. That requires infrastructure. That requires organization. That requires mobilization. So again,
if I could just jump in here for a quick second
but like 30 seconds.
Okay.
I got to go to a break because then I got Reverend Barber coming up, Latasha Brown coming up, Greg Carr coming up after the break.
I'll
Go.
always shut up if Reverend Barber is coming.
Well, he is.
Okay, you talked about money with the felons. One of the horrible things about this election is that we haven't talked enough about the economy. People have talked about abortion. We have to talk about the economy, especially for young people. Young people, this is the first generation of young people who are going to be worse off than their parents were, whether they're college educated or not. And so, for some reason, economic content in this election has been missing. You know, that's my thing.
On the Republican side.
Missing. It's been on the Republican side.
Right.
Democrats have tried to ride the Dobbs decision, the abortion all the way, and that actually was a mistake.
And you cannot eat the Dobbs decision.
Hold tight 1 second. I got to go to break. When we come back, folks, we're going to again hear from more folks on the show. Lots more to talk about, folks. We're going to give you some more updates on some races. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Greg Carr, of course, host of the Black Table on the Black Star Network. My man, Reverend Dr. William J. Barber. Both of them are alphas. Y'all know how we do. Don't hate. Just kiss the ring. Don't hate. Just kiss the ring. And that's why. And I give it to Lauren Victoria Burke. She the first one. She said, "Oh, what's up? You got Diana Ross wardrobe change?" Because I had a different alpha vote shirt on earlier. And so I said, "Yeah, Lauren, I got a different alpha voting shirt for every hour because we on 6 hours." I'll be right back on the Black Star Network, folks. Download the app, all platforms. Tell your friends. This is the Blackest Show tonight. Y'all don't waste y'all time over there with CNN. It's probably one black person on the air. You know the only person at MSNBC now is Joy. And then you know Fox News, they ain't got nobody. And then, of course, you ain't gonna see anybody else anywhere else. And all the black networks, they showing sitcoms right now. So y'all know how we do. And so download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. Of course, you can also support our show. Your dollars absolutely matter for us to do what we do. Trust me, ain't none of this stuff free, y'all. Just wanna let y'all know that. Okay, the caterer wasn't free, the extra crew wasn't free, and hell, we had to pay them extra to keep the heat on after 6 o'clock And so, yeah, I got to pay $45 an hour to multiply that shit by 6. I'm trying to tell y'all, ain't none of this free. So check your money order. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App, $RM Unfiltered, PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com. Roland@RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And of course, get my book, White Fear, How the Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Minds Like Tonight in this election. You can get it everywhere. Also, order from your favorite black bookstore or download a copy on Audible. We'll be right back.
Their votes and cast ours aside. That's why this year, this fight, this vote is so important. Register, engage, volunteer, fight back against the disinformation and despair, and most of all, vote, because your vote is all that stands between our future and theirs.
It doesn't happen like we think it does. No one rolls the tanks. No armies meet in pitched battle. It happens quietly, little by little. And because so many think it can't happen, it does happen. Little by little, the rules change. It doesn't seem shocking or sudden. And that's the point. Fewer places to vote, longer lines. Don't worry, they say. We're just improving the system. They hope we won't notice the rules are changing because they lost the last election. They hope we just won't care enough to stop them. They believe they can take America away from us, and we won't even notice. We know who they are. We know what they want. The question is, who are we? Do we let them get away with it, or do we fight? Democracy is on the ballot. Vote while your vote still counts. The Lincoln Project is responsible for the content of this advertising.
We've got to stand up. Republicans are banning abortion rights, tearing down democracy, blocking progress. But when Democrats stand together, we win. Because we voted, Democrats stood up for black lives, voting to ban police chokeholds, stood up for black women, putting one on the Supreme Court, stood up for our families, lowering cost of health care and prescriptions and capping insulin, and stood up for millions by slashing student debt. This November, let's stand up together and keep making progress.
It's time to know your rights. If someone is questioning your right to vote, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. Exercise your right to vote. If the lines are long or you're getting turned away, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. Know your voting rights. If you are unsure where to vote or don't know if your polling location has changed, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE.
I want to be fearful every time I'm in an open area in a public place.
I want to think about how completely vulnerable I am while I'm closing my eyes to pray at my place of worship.
I
I enjoy practicing semi-annual lockdown drills with 6-year-olds who don't fully understand what's happening.
I like going to the movies and making a mental note of every exit in the theater to plan my escape.
I hope that our set is interrupted by loud percussive sounds that cause the audience to scream in horror and run for their lives.
I want to think of this dumpster as a hiding place for my kid.
I enjoy when the only way a family member can identify their mutilated loved one is by the make of their shoes or a DNA test.
I want to drop the carton of milk and eggs that I just bought and race frantically to a dingy back room where I'll be locked with 14 strangers for 7 hours and no air conditioning until the police say it's okay to come out.
I want to celebrate our nation's freedom by worrying that I'll end up bleeding out on the pavement while being trampled by terrified parade cars.
I like that anyone can easily access
weapons of destruction,
weapons of war.
Designed to kill the greatest amount of
people in the shortest
in the least amount of time. Just a little bit longer.
Know your rights before you vote. If you have any questions or a problem voting, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE.
Hi, y'all doing? It's your favorite funny girl, Amanda Seals.
Hi, I'm Anthony Brown from Anthony Brown and Group Therapy.
What up, Lana Well, and you are watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Black Star Network's election night coverage, Black Votes Matter. We are in beginning of our third hour. We'll be on the air until 1 a.m., breaking down what's happening. The race is tightening in North Carolina. We'll give you an update on that race in just a second. The sister in Iowa, she loses in the governor's race. AP is calling the race for Republican Governor Kim Reynolds in that particular state. And of course, the brother who was running for governor in Arkansas, they've already called that race for Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Joining us right now, folks, is Reverend William Barber, President, Senior Lecturer for Repairs of the Breach, Poor People's Campaign. Also, Dr. Greg Carr, Department of Afro-American Studies, Howard University. Dr. Shonda Macias, founder, National Holistic Healing Center. We also are joined by Caleb Bethea, Communications Strategist, and in a moment we'll be joined by Latasha Brown, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. Reverend Barber, I want to start with you. We were talking about, before we went to the break, Julian was talking about the economy and talking about, again, Candace not speaking to these issues. You have been yelling from the rooftops, stop ignoring poor and low-income voters. And you were running some numbers down to me last night that was powerful. The number of poor and low-income voters in these states who are not voting. We're talking about 500, 700,000, a million, upwards of 1.2 million and 1.3 million. That's how you win elections if you target them. That's what you've been saying for the longest.
You're right, Roland. And as Julianne said, you can talk about both the economics and the abortion. For instance, there's 73 million poor and low-wage women in this country, and poor and low-wage women are the ones that will be hurt the most by denying voting abortion rights. I don't know why in the world that Democrats are not honing in on this. For instance, if Sherry Beasley pulls this out, and it's closer than many thought, you know, we contacted 717,000 poor and low-wage voters in North Carolina who had not been voting. 56,000 formerly incarcerated people received their voting rights back because we were part of a coalition with Second Chance that fought to do that. The numbers are there. In North Carolina, the margin of victory in 2020 was only 70,000 votes for Trump, but 1,179,000 voters, poor and low-wealth voters, did not vote. In Ohio, the margin of victory was only 470,000 votes, but 1,695,000 poor and low wealth voters did not vote. In Florida, the margin of victory was 370,000, but 2,826,458 voters, poor and low wealth voters, did not vote. And in Pennsylvania or Georgia, the margin of victory was only like 12,000. But the number of poor and low wealth voters who didn't vote in Georgia was 1,076,000 people. You cannot have those kind of numbers and not have intentional on the ground, not on TV, on the ground campaigns to reach those people. You cannot run campaigns and not talk about economics where you have upwards of 1 million people, and as I said, in Florida, 2 million people who are poor and low wage, and you not even talk to them. And what we also know now is in 2020, when Biden and Harris were talking about living wages and voting rights together, that 54% of poor and low wealth people, not black, poor and low wealth people, voted for that ticket because they at least heard something about their experience. So I think when Democrats didn't talk about all that they have done, but also when they failed to pass living wages and didn't have a second vote on it to make sure people knew where people stood, and then did not have a direct campaign to poor and low wealth vote. If the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival with voters, with volunteers, can reach 5.1 million low propensity voters in 50 days, what should a party be able to do?
It's trying to get through, and I'm going to keep hammering this, and you know this, when you have these white strategists who control the money, who control the messaging, who control the candidates, they keep trying to say, oh, let's go after all those white suburban voters. You win by turning out your base voters and the people who you can likely convince to actually vote. And if you have an economic message that's appealing to working class workers, we talked about that earlier when Lee Saunders have asked me, then you can turn those people out. And guess what? You don't need those suburban voters because you got enough folks out there, but you got to talk to them. You got to show up. You got to speak to them. You got to go touch them.
We put people on the ground. We created another C4 as part of repairs called Rev Up, and we put people on the ground in key places in North Carolina. People literally were crying when folk knocked on their doors and said people had not talked to them in 10 to 15 years. That is untenable. That is morally indefensible and economically insane for any politician, group of folk trying to win, to be that politically inept that you don't go after this data. And you keep saying, well, poor whites are voting against their own. First of all, it's not true when you look at the numbers. But more importantly, Roland, what you just said, I wrote an article in the USA Today about the real swing voters are poor and low-wage voters because there's not one state in America where if just 25% of poor and low-wealth voters who have not voted in the last few elections, if they could be organized in a block, could not change that election and close the margin of victory. And in most states, Martin, like Florida and Georgia and Pennsylvania and Michigan and Ohio, it's under 10%. And then in North Carolina, it's 19%. But the party cannot continue to walk away and think that what you can do is just bring some high-powered speaker in at the last moment. It's going to be planting the seed over and over again, even when we're not in the middle of an election, and then talking to people and going to them door by door, call by call, and reaching out to people. Otherwise, we are literally leaving the victory off of the field.
Greg Carr, that whole point there in terms of organization, that's how you do it. This here, early, go to my iPad. This is, as Brianna, I think, spoke about this here. This is the University of Michigan, how folks are voting on that campus. There were similar lines at the University of Houston. And so if you're not targeting these people in a concerted way, that's the University of Houston right there, Greg. You know the case at Howard University as well. Those are the folks who are likely going to be appealed to a message that Democrats and progressives offer. But if you keep trying to get, they just keep trying to get that mythical white suburban woman, and the bottom line is she gonna let you down every time.
No question, Roland. Well, our brother Barber, Reverend Barber, has framed it. This is what Gary Chambers was screaming for a better part of a year. Get those people who haven't voted to the polls. I spent all day today in conversation with young people, with my Howard students, talking about this. And, a number of them, and, didn't get their absentee ballots. I had students who drove home to Georgia, to Pennsylvania to vote, and because they didn't get their ballots in time, flew to Texas to vote, all these things that were going on. But one thing that we are encouraged by, and we certainly saw this, we saw the students at North Carolina A&T lined up to vote. Virginia State, our frat brother up there, the president of Virginia State, Makola Abdullah, they closed the university today for people to go out and vote. And maybe that makes the difference in those 3 House races that we are looking at, Spanberger and the other 2. One of them is leading. I think Wexton is leading in the D.C. suburbs. But at Southern University, the young people took the second line to the polls. And of course, Raphael Warnock and Angela Robert on the campus of the Atlanta University Center today, Morehouse, Spelman, and other places. So young people are engaged. But one thing the young people were saying to me today, and we were deep in conversation about this, is that there is a sense that this electoral system is not working. And so trying to generate enthusiasm really is a matter of organization. And as Reverend Barber has said, and we were all together with him and Reverend Thea Harris down at the Poor People's March this summer, we've got to now engage in the next leg of this cold civil war. Whatever happens tonight, it's very clear that we are in a moment now that is getting closer and closer to that moment in the 1890s, 1900, 1910, when these white nationalists, having recovered from Reconstruction, are fighting with everything they have. They're trying to roll back this clock to the 1950s, and we're simply not going to stand for it.
Reverend Barber, I'm going to go to you. And look, no matter what happens tonight, the next wave is going to be local elections in 2023 and then what happens in 2024. And you see what happened in Florida. Republicans, for the first time since Reconstruction, control all the levers of power in that particular state. We're seeing what is happening. Same thing in Texas. You don't change that if you keep doing the same thing that led to you losing.
This would be allowable if Democrats had fought and won the voting bill that John Lewis put in place and restored the Voting Rights Act, and it said to Manchin and Sinema, you can get your infrastructure, but you will not get it if you do not vote for voting rights, for the John Lewis bill as it was written, and for living wages. Those 3 things should be pushed together. What we need now is we're going to have to organize deeply. One of the things we're fighting for with Rev Up is to have at least 4 poor and low-wage workers who are organizers for every electoral college vote in a state. So in North Carolina, it would be 60, working year-round, going into the communities, building from the bottom up, and raising these issues. Also, Roland, we brought a group of ministers to the Capitol Hill that represented over 50 million people in September. And we said to the Congress, have one more vote on living wages and voting rights and women's right to choose, even if you lose the vote, so that the public could see clearly who's not with them. You're talking about 55 million people when you talk about the need for a raise of a minimum wage of at least $15 an hour. And that's 43% of African Americans. This business of having one vote and then quitting and not pushing and organizing is hurting us. But what we must do now, can't wait on the party anymore, Roland. We've got to, and in the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, we've now got 38 coordinating committees. We're going to continue to go deep. As I said, we tried this year. Last time we did 2 million voters. This year we did 5.1 million touches in 50 days. We're going to analyze where that made a difference. We're going to analyze how it got things closer, and we're going to continue to drill down, because what we're not going to do is leave the sleeping giant of 27 million people. That's how many folk out there, Roland, poor and low-wage folk, did not vote in the last election. I think it was 52 million that voted, but something like 27 was left. 27 million. And 80% of them in some states are already registered to vote. They just need to be touched directly. And we need to articulate an agenda of these candidates do that appeals to them and pulls them into the polls.
Indeed. Reverend Dr. William J. Barber, we surely appreciate it, sir. Thanks a bunch. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, my brother.
All right, then. I'm going to walk over here to our panel over here. Then I'm going to, that's right, Monique, put your damn food up. You didn't think I was coming. Yeah, you busted. Go ahead, Scott. Go on over to the other side. Go on. Y'all walk on over. Go on with Randy. Go ahead. That's right. Go on. That's how we do it here. Just stop talking and walk. Just go on. Stop, Kappa, just go on. Sit your ass down. Sit your little short ass down. Go on. I don't want to hear all that nonsense. I want to hear the, hey, Coke ain't paying no bills over here. Take that Coke can down, Sprite down. They ain't get no freebies. What's wrong with y'all? All right, if they would cut the check, all right, we'll do that. So they cut the check for Essence, not for this. All right. So let's. Randy, you over there? So let's break this thing down. And also, y'all flip this monitor. Hey, I don't know who my man right here is. I need you to flip the monitor, bro. Let's talk about. I'm gonna go ahead, Larry. You called it earlier. Total wipeout. Democrats in Florida again. You got to. Hey! We got a live show going over here. I think they're a family reunion or something. All right, Larry, go ahead.
Listen, Roland, you said it a few minutes ago. I called it. Listen, Democrats in Florida really need to figure out what the message is. Not only that, let me put another word for it. What's the consistent message to members of the black community, but also to the Latino community in the state of Florida? Listen, it was a wipeout. Like I said, we called it. DeSantis. And now we have to have 6 more years of Rubio. And I say we, well, me really, because I live in the state of Florida. But what happened in Florida is really a microcosm of the bigger issues in terms of the Democratic Party, in terms of the consistent national message. And like we talked about earlier, it has to be 365, 24/7, And listen, Roland, you've talked a lot about black media and the lack of support of black media, particularly your show and other black shows. We, Democrats, and particularly Democratic leadership, the DNC, et cetera, has to put money into black media to get black folks energized throughout the year with a consistent message. Because when we don't do that, and I love President Obama, but when we airdrop him in a couple days before the election, that's not part of a consistent message. And look, we know we live in a celebrity culture, but we have to do a better job of explaining to black folks why you should vote Democratic, what we can do for you, and also what have we done for you. And when you don't do that, you get wipeouts in Florida, and then we have to wait and see what happens in some of these other states.
Kelly, on the point Reverend Barber was making about what bills get voted upon, Joe Biden spent a whole bunch of political capital on his infrastructure bill, and it was a dud with voters. Again, you talk about, a calculation. Even if they had made another run at a voting bill and that economic bill Barbara was talking about, if you at least make the attempt, you show folk you're trying.
And I think that's the crux of the problem when it comes to the Democratic Party. It doesn't feel like they're trying, especially when it comes to outreach for black voters. For the past 2 weeks or so, I've seen this push towards black voters as far as politicians reaching out to us and the like. But as someone who has been following this since the primaries, it just feels like you want us for the end result, and that's it. It's like you use us literally as a token each and every election, and that's it. And it's really frustrating because on some level it still works, because I'm looking at the polls right now, I'm looking at the results right now, and they're getting what they want out of us, which is our vote. But at what cost? Because they got our vote, but are we going to get the policies that we requested? Are we going to get the change that we seek? And the pessimist in me is saying no, because they used this as a token. They didn't use this as anything else other than a pawn in this political game. And that is what's frustrating. And unless black people say that ahead of time, it is going to continue having this issue. We're going to continue seeing positive results, so to speak, but not at our benefit. It's always going to be for the party.
Well, I'll say this, Monique. Again, we could talk about in terms of Kelly said they're getting what they want. I still go back to the issue is not the percentage of black vote. It's the number of people who's actually turning out. And again, this is where, and I'm just going to keep saying it, Reverend Barber even said it, we can't leave this in the hands of a party. This is where Black Voters Matter, other groups, this is where we have to make a decision. Are we going to fund our own institutions and have boots on the ground and not wait for somebody and then hope and pray they actually spend some money?
Right. I mean, and I'm a Democrat. So the they is me. And I take ownership of what happens in the party. And I think that black voters who are Democrats, who don't just vote the way they, whoever they is, want us to vote, but instead are on the ground and actively a part of the process. And I know you have Mel and some others on here who are nonpartisan, but who work year after year, I believe we do see results. I agree with what Reverend Barber said, that we can't wait for a particular political party because we align wherever our interests align. But I think it's clear, at least in this country right now, that there is no part of the Republican Party, there's no part of the Grand Old Party that has any interest, any desire, or any follow through in terms of doing things that matter in the black community. And that is what Democrats have done during the Biden-Harris administration, and I can name enough examples of it that I believe everybody has been touched, whether it's by healthcare, or whether it's by PPP, or whether it's by infrastructure, or whether it's by cheaper prices on drugs, or whether it's by the most black judges who've been appointed, black women judges, of all of the administrations combined. So I can't get on board with we don't get anything in exchange for our vote. I just believe that that's patently false. Do we get everything that we want? No, nobody does. Do we get everything that we should? No, and that's why we work. But I think that the difference between the parties is clear.
Dylan Sellers, National HBCU Manager for Fair Election Centers Campus Vote Project. Glad to have you here, Dylan. When you talk about, again, what do we get, it was amazing to me, all the people who kept saying, man, we ain't got nothing for Biden, nothing for these CBC people. And I'm like, do you understand the billions that literally came to HBCUs? When President Biden spoke in North Carolina A&T, he could have done a roll call on the amount, the money that actually came to HBCUs in North Carolina. And then I had somebody tell me, and I really want, I think I did cuss them out. I don't know if I wanted to. I think I did cuss them out. And they were like, well, how did the money going to HBCUs help black people? And I'm like, first, dumbass. HBCUs, you got students, you got faculty, you got staff. Oh, there are actually businesses that are around the HBCUs that also help as well. I mean, it was just mind-boggling. So this notion that, $6 billion going to HBCUs is just sort of irrelevant. That's crazy. Dylan? Go ahead. Can you hear me? Dylan, can you hear me? All right, so y'all y'all get Dylan's audio fixed there. That to me, Avis, is nuts.
It is nuts, but here's the bigger challenge. It's indicative of a bigger problem. And it's not just a problem that the Biden administration has. It is, unfortunately, a problem that seems to be indicative of the Democratic Party, is that the party does care a lot about policy, but they are clueless when it comes to messaging around their policy victories. I mean, they win elections. When we get in office, we're very focused on getting the thing done, trying to get things done. But there is zero effort in really messaging so that the public knows what is done. And if you're gonna wait until the 11th hour to start telling people, it's not enough time for the messaging to really take hold. So yeah, there have been some incredible victories. Obviously not everything, but there are things that this administration can be very proud of. However, it's like they get in a little bubble, they do what they need to do on Capitol Hill, and in terms of letting the general public know, and specifically the black community know,
every day.
Exactly.
First of all, Dylan, can you hear me now? Okay, all right, so y'all let me know. Let me go to Shonda Macy's with the National Holistic Healing Center. Shonda, here's a perfect example. Biden waits late in the game to make his marijuana decision. And I'm like, dude, what the hell? Why'd you wait till October? I mean, you kind of did that a little bit earlier, maybe in August. Now you got September, October to talk about it. You don't just give essentially 2 or 3 weeks. You have to build things up. That's a perfect example. That and the student loan decision, I just thought it was just too late in the game.
I agree. What's so crazy, Roland, is that the cannabis industry, with these 5 cannabis bills coming on board today, most likely, it's going to be $1.7 billion just in the first year. And Biden's salute to saying, let's go ahead and pardon people who have been convicted of drug policies that were unfair to them in the first place at this point in the game is unfair to our community. We should have had that signal to be a part of the cannabis industry years from now so we could actually, one, look at sensible policy that can help install our voting rights for those that were disproportionately impacted, and also think about the entrepreneurial aspects. But even with that, I have to always go back. Patient rights to cannabis will free our community. And until our community gets on board and support that narrative, the vote still won't count for us because we'll be excluding ourselves.
Michael, when we start talking about, again, in terms of how this night is shaping up, one, people keep talking about Democrats must have a national message. Well, actually not true, because first of all, congressional races are 700,000 people, okay? So it depends upon your congressional race. And so, look, Tim Ryan runs in Ohio for U.S. Senate. Right. He has to run a different race than Sherrod Beasley runs because it's a different state. Exactly. Same thing in Florida, same thing in Texas. So you can't have the same message. That's why what AOC runs on in one place can't be the same as somebody who's running in California. And even if you talk about California, Katie Porter is representing Orange County. Okay, she can't run the same as Maxine Waters. Right. And so people just get deluded with that. But I do think that I do believe that one of the greatest failures of Democrats across this country was not taking advantage of, we did this dealing with the economy.
Exactly.
And literally saying, again, I guess what keeps jumping out at me is that scene in Jungle Fever when Flipper, played by Wesley Snipes, was leaving the architecture firm, and he was like, mine. And they were like, ego. He's like, hell no, I did all the work. You gotta take credit for shit you do.
Exactly.
And you gotta tell people, yeah, we did this.
You know,
you got that $1,500 check. See, you gotta be real black. You gotta be real black. Yeah. It's like, so like if I gave somebody some money, right, and then they act like they forgot, who the hell gave you $1,500?
Right. Exactly.
That's where I come from. You gotta remind folk what you did.
Exactly. And you know, I talked about the American Rescue Plan a number of times. The reason why Democrats really had to drive home the point of how the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan saved the economy, and no Republicans in the House and the Senate voted for the bill, is because the bill was passed and signed into law in March 2021. So that is 2 months basically into the Biden-Harris administration. So people don't make a distinction between that COVID bill and the 2 previous COVID bills under Trump. You have to explain to people.
And what was in it?
And what was in it over and over again. $46.5 billion for renters assistance and landowners, property owners.
Hold up. And this, what? Okay, something wrong with your mic. So come fix it then. Y'all come out, your mic failed. Your mic failed.
Okay.
Well, find your mic, Michael.
It's on the floor.
What's Michael?
I didn't know it failed.
I'm telling you to find your microphone. So I'm like, it's on the floor. Pick that shit up. What's wrong with you? But here's the whole point here, again, as you're laying out. See, here's what Biden and the Democrats would do. We have $46 billion for rental assistance. No. You got to say, who helped y'all pay your rent, Greg Carr?
Right.
There you go.
Who helped you from getting evicted?
There you go.
We did. Who didn't help you from getting evicted? Right. Them.
Exactly.
It's the same thing with insulin. Well, we tried to cap insulin at $35. Republicans didn't. No. Big Mama spending $400 a month on insulin. We wanted Big Mama to spend $35.
Right.
Hey, Joe, what does my man Joe Madison say? You gotta put it where the ghost can get it.
Yeah.
You gotta make it plain, Greg.
Uh-oh.
Guys, pull up Greg. He's on mute.
And I got my mic fixed too.
Yep, I can't hear Greg. There we go. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, no, I was saying, even as we enter the first stages of what's going to be a long night in the next long few days, that is the kind of messaging that has to be done, and it has to be done between election cycles. We know that. That's what everybody is saying. I mean, but unfortunately, here we are. And of course, the early results seem to indicate that things may not be, certainly not going to be what the pollsters were talking about, but we've seen the young brother, the 25-year-old Maxwell Frost, the Afro-Cuban, take Val Deming's seat in Florida. We've seen, unfortunately, we should all pray for the state of Arkansas since they seem to have elected Sanders as the governor. But Massachusetts has elected Healy, so that's a seat that's been flipped, and Shapiro is being called in Pennsylvania, and this is before all the votes are coded, of course. Well, there are 2 Supreme Court seats in North Carolina that are very closely being contested, 51-49 for the white nationalists at this point. But of course, we know that as we put it where the goats can get it, something is going to happen in the next election cycle between 22 and 24 that may change everything. The Supreme Court is going to hear this Moore case out of North Carolina, where they may turn over the legislative control in the state legislatures in the state to the white nationalists to basically wreck the federal elections. We are facing a moment when this election may set up a better scenario for Democrats for 2024, because we're going to have real enemies to run against for the presidential election. And God help us if Kerry Lake wins in Arizona, because while everybody's looking down at that charisma-less pufferfish in Florida, DeSantis, you better be worried about a female Trump who's been on TV, who talks a little slicker and doesn't turn down any interviews and ain't too crazy. It might be Kerry Lake we're looking at in 2024. And at that point, if they lock in these legislatures to really rig the election, we got a real problem on our hands.
Earlier, folks, I was on social media and I saw this tweet, and I said, look, we got to get them on the show. I'm always talking on this show, and y'all know this. Anybody who doesn't watch this show and they say I don't discuss mobilization organization, they lying. I'm always talking about how you can use your circles and begin to build your circles to get folks registered. So joining us right now, folks, a group of folks who actually have done that. First of all, Prentice Haney is co-executive director for Ohio Organizing Collaborative. He's joined by Ebony Deloach, as well as Michelle Deloach. And Prentice had a tweet, and he was talking about what the Deloaches did, organizing their friends and family. And we're talking about what Prentice, what jumped out. So the Deloaches, y'all use your network and y'all registered or got what, 20,000 folks voting? So explain, what did y'all do? How did y'all do this?
We just recruited people in different neighborhoods to recruit family, friends, whoever they think probably wasn't most likely to vote. We just recruited them to tell their family and friends to vote.
So y'all just said, look, we got to do something, and it began to build and just kept building and building?
Yes.
That's exactly what happened. So these two are a part of our canvas team with the Ohio Organizing Collaborative. They've been with us all year. They started off registering thousands of voters. We registered 40,000 voters this year, which crossed our 400,000 voter goal since the inception of our program a couple of years ago. And then when we switched gears towards Get Out the Vote, we decided that the most important thing we could do is reach out to our friends and family to vote, because it's the most potent way to get people to vote, especially Black voters. And so when we went out, we had a goal of 50,000 relational contacts throughout the state. And to Ebony Deloach, she's a little shy right now. She was like, oh, 50,000, I know I could do that with just my family. And so over the course of 25 days, she sat down, made a list, went out to the park, went to the churches, went to the schools. Her daughter here, Michelle, was a first-time voter this year, and they recruited over 1,000 volunteers, which we call democracy builders, to contact 15 to 20 of their friends and family. And over the 25 days, 20,000 Cincinnatians in Hamilton County were contacted to go out and vote. And when we look at the data, 86% of those voters were African-American voters. Over 60% of them were under 39 years old. So when we're talking about, you all were just talking about how the Biden administration has delivered and done all these things, but it's so hard to get the message out. I knew that this story, when we talk about what's going to happen in Ohio, no matter what happens in Ohio, that this woman, Ebony Deloach, and her family went out and delivered for Black voters in Ohio. And this is what's capable in all places across this nation. But we know what this woman went out there, she had the determination to make sure that her family did it, and she reached numbers that no one has seen in this county. And I guarantee you nobody talking to more people than Ebony when they're out in the community.
And that's why I wanted to have y'all on, Ebony, because I saw the tweet. I know MSNBC, CNN, ABC, none of these folks will be calling y'all. But these are the kind of stories that we need to give folks encouragement out there who say, well, I'm waiting on somebody to knock on my door. No, this is what we've been saying all night, how we must take matters into our own hands if we want to see results.
Yes.
Yes. And then what's so great is that Michelle, she did all this and just turned 18 this year. And today was the first time she ever voted.
You gonna say something?
I feel empowered to be able to vote. Y'all don't understand. Like, it's so many people that's out here that's my age and feel like they vote don't count. It's crazy. It's a blessing to be able to vote and still be here at 18 years age.
Well, I'm glad you actually talked. You were just sitting there trying not to say nothing. And I'm like, come on, say something. But that is, and the thing that I think is great, because of what y'all have done, y'all collected data. So now when it's time to move folk to the school board, to the city hall, the county government, state legislature, you have a database and now can go back to remind folk, hey, we need 500 to show up, 1,000 to show up. That's what organizing and mobilizing is about.
That's exactly it. And I'm going to do you one better, Roland. While they went out and they did 20,000 in Hamilton County, overall in Hamilton County with the rest of our team, they reached over 50,000. And then in Franklin County, they reached over 75,000. So across the state, 75,000 families, friends, co-workers, colleagues were touched and told to go out to vote through over 3,500 volunteers. The majority of those are African American. There's no one in the state of Ohio talking to that many Black voters. We run the biggest and the largest Black empowerment program and voter empowerment program in the state. And we know that those numbers are going to make a difference tonight. And I said it in a tweet, and I'll say it again. Any candidate, especially in Hamilton County, if they win by a margin, any margin, in Cincinnati tonight, it will be because of this woman right here, her daughter, her mother, and their grandkids. They all went out there, made that happen. And, they're not waiting around to see if the Democrats are going to deliver for themselves. They're delivering for their own communities, and they're going to continue to do that.
Well, that's why I wanted to show y'all some love. Ebony, that is awesome. Michelle, that is awesome, being 18 out there doing your thing. Prentice, thanks for posting that tweet. That's how I saw it, and we're certainly glad y'all were on the show.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. That right there, Melanie Campbell, who joins us, is what we're talking about. As I'm about to walk over to the other side there, Melanie. That's what I'm talking about when we talk about people taking control of their own destiny. They didn't ask anybody for permission. They just went and said, "This is our community. Let's do it."
Yeah, and that's what time it is, right? And I was listening, and that was really powerful to hear that from the sisters and the brothers from Ohio. It is going to take, Roland, it's been a long year, not just a long night, as we struggle through this 2022 year. But I do think that our folks showed up and we'll see where the dust settles, and then we'll pick up from there, because the fight will continue, and we'll also celebrate some victories.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, folks, I'm back over here with the Wild Bunch, and we're joined by two loudmouth youth group members. Michael Brown, former chair of the former member of the DNC Finance Committee. He's an Omega. You didn't wear any purple. I'm shocked. Them ugly ass shoes you got on. All right, and then of course we got the little Kappa in the house. Scott Bolden, he's here, and so just like a Sigma. Glad to have him here.
How's the Alpha world? How's the Alpha world? How's the big Alpha world?
You damn Skippy. Remember, Alpha's your daddy. And of course, we got a DEI expert. We got Randy Bryant over here. Randy, how you doing?
I'm just trying to stay quiet and keep out of this.
No. You ain't got to do that. I got to smack him down. So, all right. Some results here. All right. So what? You're AKA, y'all two Deltas. Remember that Alpha still all y'all's daddy. All right. So remember, no, but we first. Remember,
You said me when you say alphas are my daddy.
easy. Without alpha, y'all camp aside. See, y'all need our name. All right. In Georgia, they've called the governor's race for Stacey Kemp. I'm sorry, for Brian Kemp. And then it's too close to call the U.S. Senate race in Georgia. Bud has gone ahead with about 60% of Cherry Beasley in North Carolina, but we're trying to assess what counties are still out, where the votes are there. So that race is flipping. So again, pray for Beasley in that race. Still waiting to get information on the Mandela Barnes race against Ron Johnson in Wisconsin. And so all of this talk about a red wave. We'll see what happens. Everybody keeps focusing on Florida, Michael, and this is how media runs after this. But if you ignore, as Greg was saying earlier, if you ignore the fact that Democrats win the governor's mansion in Massachusetts, and then you begin to look at some other races. Spanberger looks like she's going to win in Virginia. We saw what DeSantis did in Florida by his illegal power, and so they wiped out Democrats there, picking up 3 House seats there as well. And of course, the whole gerrymandering effort. What people are seeing is what happens when you have control at the state level.
Absolutely. And by the way, Senator Hansen is doing very well in New Hampshire, so she should be able to pull that out. But, we, and you've been talking about it all night, we always talk about people of color, and we love the top of the ticket. We forget about you got to go all the way down through that ballot, through the initiatives, the resolutions, everything. And we just sometimes, if Obama's not on the ballot or if Trump's not on the ballot, we sometimes forget that we got to vote in midterm elections. That's why I'm worried about Georgia. It would be great if Warnock could get to 50%. Right. Otherwise, we got to rely on people of color to come out twice in the month.
And remember, they changed the rules at the last time, not allowing people to register during the runoff period because they were ticked off the folk who didn't register during the general, who didn't register in the runoff.
Right. So, people need to, it's tough. And obviously, Reverend Barber talks a lot about educating folks to understand their responsibility to participate in this democracy, which means voting for everything from city council to president.
But Randy, when it comes to the issues, though, it also has to be broadened. I really think Democrats made a huge mistake somehow thinking the Roe v. Wade decision was the be-all to end-all, and that's what everybody was going to be voting on. That simply wasn't going to be the case. There needed to be, you got to hit folk on different issues. It was clear the economy was a fundamental issue. It was clear inflation was an issue. And to somehow think that the Dobbs decision was just going to be it, that's crazy. You need as many votes as possible, not just hope more women turn out than you expect.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. I believe that they thought that when the Roe versus Wade was overturned, that absolutely was going to be a watershed moment for us. And I believe they somewhat got comfortable and lazy, to be honest.
And it looked good early in the summer.
It did look
but that was early.
People forget. Right. And we have...
inflation kept rising.
Right, and that's it. And at the end of the day, people are going to vote with their pocketbooks. Can I get to work and not spend so much money on gas? Can I pay my rent? Is the rent affordable? At the end of the day, you have to deal with the issues that people have just to survive. And particularly when you look at the profile of a typical voter. There's not people who are actually right now concerned with Roe versus Wade, if we're being honest about it. And so, yeah, I think that was a major mistake.
But the Democrats had an argument and a message. They were just afraid to run with it. To run to the inflation issue and to say what their legislative accomplishments were.
Hold on. If they had an argument and they were afraid to run to it, that means they had no message.
Come on.
Well, they didn't know how to craft a message.
No,
they thought
they
the Dobbs decision,
Agreed.
and democracy on the ballot was going to trump inflation. That's crazy, but that's what they decided to do strategically.
I think it's because a lot of people actually blame Biden for inflation. And so the issue is, it's saying, okay, the reason why Republicans can say inflation, because someone was in office who should have been able to, or they say, cause inflation, right? So I think it was more that the Dems were running from that because there was too much causal for who was already in power.
Well, the president's always going to get blamed.
But Julian, here's what Dems did not do. And I don't understand, and I didn't hear it. They didn't say these punk-ass corporations are jacking up prices, record profits.
Right.
They wouldn't call the corporations out.
No.
Make them the boogeyman.
The gas. So from that perspective, when you talk about inflation, it was basically corporate folks taking advantage of an inflationary environment to jack their prices up. Furthermore,
but they wouldn't call them out. I mean, I'm saying
they wouldn't call Jerome Powell out. Of course, the Fed is supposed to be nonpartisan, but the timing of those interest rate increases seemed to me to be extremely political. To have so many so quickly, and then he stood up and said, "And we're gonna have another one."
Well, first of all, first of all, the thing here, Omakongo, is real simple. When you get power, put your own people in.
Most definitely.
They should have bounced Powell's ass.
Right.
I'm like, Republicans don't keep nobody. They don't. I'm serious. This is probably one of the biggest things that drives me crazy about Democrats. It's like, Democrats say, well, you know what? I want to show bipartisanship. The other side don't give a damn about bipartisanship. They don't care.
It's chess versus checkers. You know, at the end of the day, these Republicans only care about power. And we're sitting here talking about inflation. Robert Reich talked about it. Inflation at a 40-year high, corporate profits are at a 70-year high.
Right.
And Democrats couldn't drive that message home. Furthermore, Democrats couldn't drive home the message of all the things they've been doing to help the economy since Biden came in office. What, over 10 million jobs created? The Build Back Better plans? The idea of we can do more if we get more people in, they couldn't sell that message. And he wanted to call out the gas companies, but he wasn't calling out the corporations like you said. He should have been calling for people to be protesting at these guys' doors. You know, people coming down to the White House to protest, they should have been protesting at these corporate doors, at these oil execs, because really at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, the Democrats have done a lot to help the economy, but they haven't. We talk about it every night, Monday night panel. We always talk about it.
They don't want to put out there. For two reasons. Reverend Barbara said, they're afraid of talking to poor people. If you start talking about prices, it costs 10% more to buy food. 10% more. Now, anybody around this table is not bothering us. Some of us need to eat less anyway. But you know, poor people and black people that Democrats are afraid of.
And the other part of it is
but they're afraid of embracing their base. They're afraid of embracing their base.
Exactly.
They'd rather cuss than say black.
But they were also afraid to show that Republicans don't have a plan.
Long time ago.
Hold tight 1 second. Melody Campbell, I'll bring you in here. I give a perfect example. It was late in the race when somebody said black businesses get less than 1% of state contracts in Georgia. I'm sitting here like, well, who in the hell gave a narrative that somehow Brian Kemp was good for black folks economically in Georgia? I'm like, that's one of those things that should have been hammered home, Melody. Melody, go ahead. I think you're on mute. There you go. We got you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So earlier this summer, late fall, when I've been out here quite a bit, and one of the things you kept hearing was that people were looking at Kemp as actually being better for the economy, and he was selling a really good shell game. And unfortunately, it seems that it works, at least at this point, in where they're saying that they're calling the race. But it is a shell game. And how he was handling black businesses. I saw my sister Sarah Julianne Malvo in the room, Dr. Malvo, who could break this down much better than me. But at the end of the day, it's a shell game, and he's gonna flip right on, gets back in there for 4 more years, and folks are gonna feel that pain. He's not gonna take care of black businesses, right? He's not gonna do the things that he's not gonna take care of teachers. And so he was able to sell this game that he was really about the people, more so than people realize. You know, there was a lot of discussion about, and you had some political things, I think, that were not to Stacey's favor when it comes to some of the folks who, at the last minute, jumped into to endorse him, and that I had to have heard. But it was something I heard a lot, that people saw him as being better for the economy than her. And I don't think that's true, but people bought. It looks like in some cases people bought it.
Folks, just an update. Looks Bud is increasing his lead in North Carolina, so it's going to be real tough for Sherrod Beasley there. We'll give you an update of there, but his lead is increasing. You've got about 150 to 200,000 votes really left there, and so she's going to have to really pick up probably 2 to 1 in many of those places to close that gap. In Georgia, that Senate race is under 50%, both Warnock and Herschel Walker as it stands right now. That is going towards a runoff. So we're watching that race as well. Brianna.
So, as someone who was on the ground in Atlanta and talked to people who split the ticket, I think one of the issues that some Georgians believed incorrectly was that Kemp got them through COVID. And they said they would never forget that Stacey would have shut down.
The state down.
Right. And so they thought that was good for the economy. And so having the discussions of, okay, do we care more about our pockets than human lives, was the disconnect, right? So I was able to reach some, but some early voting, they're like, well, we already did it. So I think the issue where it comes into why they thought the economy incorrectly was better under Kemp was because of COVID.
But Rebecca, here's the deal, though, and this is just real basic. If I know what you're going to say, look, I do this when I'm debating on TV all the time. If I know what you're going to say, I'm going to figure out my counter to what you're going to say. And frankly, you know, Stacey's camp and Democrats, they allowed that to take root, as opposed to, yes, he kept the state open. But you know what I would have done? I would have ran down all those black folks who died because of COVID.
Correct.
I would have ran down the funerals. I forgot the city we had them on, and the first wave of COVID, that was a funeral, and literally there were like 20 or 30 folk who died. The morgue was backed up. We had the funeral home director on and talking about the bodies that were stacked up. I mean, you have to be able to counter that, as opposed to, and what ends up happening, how national media works, when that story hops here, then all of a sudden it became, Stacey has a black male problem.
Right.
And then it becomes, it's a black voter problem, and all that. But here's the other thing. The polling data showed it last year. That Biden was unpopular among black voters. Folk were not paying attention to that. They assumed, oh, black folks are gonna come around. No, folk were actually concerned. You gotta have a counter message to that.
Yeah.
Well, there are two things.
Randy, you're next. Rebecca, go ahead.
One, we need an explainer in chief. We need to have someone who is unafraid to speak truth to power and to take a complicated policies and sometimes uncomplicated policies and use plain language to talk to people. The second thing that we need is these labels. The parties label black voters as low propensity voters, meaning that they only show up during presidential years. Black voters are the most engaged when it comes to politics because our survival is rooted on that. But what we see with both political parties, they don't engage with those voters. During the 3 phases of voter engagement and voter contact, you have the ID phase where you ID your potential voters. The second phase is persuasion, where you persuade those voters to vote for you and to turn out for you. The third phase is GOTB, where now you're turning out all those voters who you have ID'd and persuaded to turn out. The issue is both parties and the Democratic Party especially, they wait until the GOT phase, which is right before the time to vote, to actually touch black voters. And that's what we see across the country.
But Randy, here's the other thing that the people have to understand. And this is where I absolutely believe Democrats lose it, but Republicans have gotten smarter. And that is, black voters are not monolithic. We vote different ways. I was in Georgia. I talked to a sister who owned a coffee shop. She's owned it for 3 or 4 years. She said she was undecided. Why? Because as a business owner, she was attracted to the tax policy of Herschel Walker and not Warnock. Now, a tradition. No. Because he's a Republican, and the reality is this here, and this is fact. I heard it from black business owners when the tax rate went from 43 to 39 when Trump was in the Oval Office.
Same thing.
I had a brother who said, look, that was a difference of $500,000. Now, what happened was a typical Democratic strategist would say to that sister, oh, she's going to be voting based upon Roe v. Wade. She was like, no, I'm not. I ain't having an abortion. She said, no, she literally said, I have X number of employees. I am making a financial decision. They're going to have to realize that black voters are making small business decisions, healthcare decisions. They're making multiple decisions, and they're going to have to micro-target and target them based upon what they care about versus sort of this blanket thing, and it's not going to be let me swing by the church. It's going to have to be tailored, targeted messaging, and also a tailored message to black women that's different to black men.
You're absolutely right. I feel as if they do see us as monolithic. We're just seen as one group. And even when you go back and you were talking about the corporations and how they didn't play on how corporations have been greedy, if they could have taken that narrative and drilled it down to the human story. Remember, people couldn't even get formula for their babies, right? If they could make them remember that, if they could make them remember how these corporations were gouging us on prices when it comes to gas, when it comes to formula, and how did that affect us? When it comes to small businesses, how are we affected? Even when on the outside, yes, it looks like there may be a tax cut. On day to day, how are we being affected by that? And that's what we need to do, is really speak directly to a person's day to day. And I think that we oftentimes speak theoretically and talk about things like democracy. And like you said earlier, we can't eat democracy. Democracy doesn't fund my business. Democracy doesn't help me feed my baby. Democracy, and that's what we need to get out of.
Michael.
Messaging is so difficult, especially in our party, where, I don't mean our, because I don't know everybody's party affiliation, certainly mine, Democratic Party is because when you have, the problem with, it makes it easy for Republicans because you have such a small tent.
Michael, hold tight one second.
Yeah,
I got to interrupt you right now, folks.
Update.
Let's go live. The third African-American elected governor of the United States of America, West Point of Maryland, speaking now.
We are keeping these illegal guns and these violent offenders off of our streets.
Okay, go ahead.
In our Maryland, you will feel safe in your own neighborhood, and you will feel safe in your own skin. Rights and access. And we will empower women to make decisions about their own reproductive health.
Here, right here in Southwest. I was San Francisco. San Francisco I was, yeah.
Thank you. That we will build a world-class education system, starting with pre-K for every single child. And we will invest in apprenticeship programs and trade programs so that every Marylander, every young person, knows that there is a pathway to their long-term economic viability and long-term economic success. In this country to offer a service year option to every single high school graduate. Because if we build a true spirit of service in our state, it is service that will help to save us. Our Maryland will be more competitive and more equitable, and we are not going to choose between those two things. We can and we will do both. And we will make this state a true hub of innovation and economic growth. A place where small businesses can thrive. A place where small businesses can thrive, but also labor unions are strong. A place where people want to come. You're not bringing them around, right? You're out of here. And grow and retire and age in place and age in dignity.
They're not taking it. We're still reporting.
Last week, my grandmother passed away. My grandmother passed away at age 95. Her name was Monel Thomas. But we all affectionately called her Mama Wynn. And I couldn't think of a more appropriate name tonight than Mama Wynn. And I know that despite us losing her last week, that tonight, she's got the best seat in the house. Ella nació en Cuba. She was born in Cuba. She immigrated to this country from Jamaica. And she taught public schools for nearly 40 years. She came here to build a life. But she ended up building a legacy. She also helped take care of me and my family after my father died, because he didn't get the health care he needed. My father could have been saved, but he was left behind. So you see, this is personal. I have seen how a society with broken policies can leave its people broken too. Leaving them behind is not just a slogan. It is a value statement. And it is the value that will guide you as your next government. Our administration will fight every single day for every single Marylander and make sure they have a chance to succeed, and this is our time to do it and to make it happen. But before I do close, I do want to take a moment just to speak about history. You know, this state is blessed because we've had a lot of firsts tonight. Aruna Miller, the first immigrant and the first woman of color in the state's history to serve as lieutenant governor. Our first female comptroller. Anthony Brown, our first black attorney general. And it's not lost on me that I've made a little history tonight myself. But I also know that I wasn't the first one to try. This is just more proof that progress is not inevitable, but progress is possible in the state of Maryland. And I am truly honored to be part of this legacy. But Aruna and me, that's not why we got into this race. The history that matters most to us is the history that we and the people of the state are going to make together over the next 4 years. Now, we know these results are still rolling in, right? But it is clear, y'all gave us a mandate. And that mandate is for a vision for a healthier and a wealthier Maryland. And something else is very clear too. True patriotism is alive and well in Maryland, and it is alive and well in the United States of America. I grew up in a family of people who love this country even when the country didn't always love him back. And my entire life has taught me that patriotism does not mean waving a flag around. It doesn't mean telling our neighbors that we're better than them. Patriotism isn't a boast. It isn't self-righteous. You cannot love your country if you hate half of the people in it. It means lifting people up. It means improving each other's lives. Patriotism means knowing that this country is great, but if we work together, we're going to make it even greater because more people will benefit from that. So, tonight, because of y'all, a message has been sent. So tonight, we celebrate. But tomorrow, we get to work.
Speech there. He is the next governor of Maryland, a certainly bright spot on this night. Lots of red on the scoreboard. That is a huge win. Michael made the point earlier, Democrats gaining that governor's mansion, gaining the governor's mansion in Massachusetts. That is important. Now, granted, you're talking about two blue states. Democrats control the legislature there. And so, but the
it's a flip.
opportunity is
It's
there.
a flip.
It is a flip.
It's a flip.
And that is a huge win there. And keep in mind, when Hogan was governor of Massachusetts, he did not want to sign
Maryland.
He did not want to sign the settlement with the HBCUs. In fact, he told them it was a red line. I'm not crossing $200 million. The Black Caucus, nah. They passed the bill. It went through the legislature. It passed. He vetoed the bill. They came back in the next session and passed the bill again, had a veto majority proof, and they dared him to veto it. He didn't. That's why they got the $577 million settlement for the 4 HBCUs in Maryland. And so, again, this is what happens when you control politics. And so Wes Moore, the next governor there, and I hate when, I really hate it when folks do this, and I'm going to allow, I'm going to bring in Greg Carr. Sean, I'm going to give you your final comment here because they want to ask you a question, because with Wes Moore being governor there, becoming governor there, one of the issues Maryland has to fix is cannabis laws. It's because you have not had enough African Americans getting dispensaries there. I would hope that is one of the initiatives that black folks focus on, having Democrats, now they control the governor's mansion, House, and the Senate, fix that, because to have one or two African Americans with a dispensary in Maryland is absolutely idiotic.
So right now we're waiting for the results to see if Maryland is going to legalize. If the bill passes today, and we think it is with 70%, what will happen is adult use will come into effect in July 2023. So what that means for us is that that bill, when the legislation was written, was to include expungement and to make sure that we could actually have a chance to gain our lives back by having our records cleaned up. But Wes Moore has always supported what the voters said, and Maryland has always been a center point for African Americans in Prince George's County. We supported him 100% for the governor's race. He supported the cannabis community to say that if you select it, I'll back you up. And this is something we continue to look for with state to state. You know, right now, the other big issue is that in the South here, there is Arkansas on the ballot. And believe me, they don't have policies that support our community. So I'm really proud about Maryland today taking the step. People say Westmore is going to have such a lovely future in politics, and we're going to continue to support him. Prince George's County is behind him 100%. Cannabis is behind him 100%. And we just hope the Black vote simply continues to push forward equitable policies that keeps our community, one, funded for schools, infrastructures, and just cleaning our records so we can have gainful employment. We can work in the industry that is the 5th largest crop in the nation. So it's time for these changes to happen, and I'm excited about it.
First of all, we thank you for joining us and for contributing on tonight's show. So thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
I want to bring in Greg Carr. Greg, you are the historian here. And Greg, of course, you know I had to go ahead and show this photo right here. Y'all, go to my iPad. I'm just saying, Greg Carr. Give it up for that alpha man who's the governor of Maryland. I'm just saying. Philip Lewis is frat. He posted this on Twitter, and he said Westmore, the new governor of Maryland, is a member of the only real fraternity that exists, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Larry? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Y'all not well.
Greg Carr, that's what I'm saying.
Come on, brother.
That's what I'm saying, Scott. Be quiet, Scott. Scott, you can't talk right now. Scott, you can't talk right now. Scott, you can't talk. Scott, the national headquarters of Alpha is in Baltimore. Be quiet. Greg Carr, go ahead and break it down history-wise of what tonight means to see Westmore governor of Maryland.
As I was about to say, as the mayor of Newark, a new, fairly new member of Alpha Phi Alpha through the graduate chapter told me about a month ago, Ras Baraka, the oldest and the coldest, brother. So at any rate, but I think what we're seeing with Westmore, man, I mean, quite frankly.
Actually, we don't have honorary members. No, we don't. But Scott, Scott, you're not going to derail this conversation. Because you represent a less than group. Go right ahead, Greg Carr. Go right ahead, Greg Carr.
But you know, in this fracturing federalism, and you've broken this down many times. You wrote about it in White Fear. You know, this country, we were never supposed to be anywhere in this country except doing labor. The Civil War changed that. And for about 10 years during Reconstruction, we put in some guardrails that might have given this country a chance to be something else. They fought their way back through the redemption movement, and by the 1920s, they had rewritten all those state constitutions, and a lot of this voter suppression mess that we're seeing now has its echoes in 1890, 1900, 1910. It took us another 50 years, but we fought back with the civil rights movement. And they've been trying to claw back those gains over the last 50 years. So here we are today with a lot of parallels to that late 19th, early 20th century. Now, what does that have to do with Westmore and what we're seeing now? This time when the thing breaks, you're not going to be able to put it back together. And by the thing, I mean federalism. We saw that pufferfish in Florida, as you said earlier, try to block federal intervention in terms of observers in Florida, clear violation of federal law. Well, guess what? He has those roots go back to the 1950s and 60s. Certainly what led to the Voting Rights Act in 65, because in 64, with the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, we certainly see them have to have strengthen the federal protections because they couldn't do it unless they passed a big federal bill that protected voting rights because these Southern governors were fighting back. Westmore is an example, and shout out to Anthony Brown, too, who's going to be the Attorney General. And yes, the cannabis measure is going to pass, Proposition 4. What we're seeing now in Maryland, possibly, is a laboratory of democracy, as they talk about at the state level, that will be a counterweight to the white nationalists who ain't going to do a damn thing for the people who live in Florida, for the people who live in Arizona, for the people who live in North and South Dakota. By the way, the cannabis initiative is on the ballot in South Dakota. It's losing, but the expansion of Medicaid is winning on the ballot. Right now, South Dakota is looking like what Kansas looked like when they tried to outlaw a woman's right to choose. By the way, tonight, Maryland became the first state Vermont became the first state in the country to put a woman's right to choose in their constitution by a referendum. What I'm saying is that the states now are going to battle it out. And as this thing fractures at the federal level, you're going to see states show the rest of the country this is how you can govern for everyone. And a cat like Wes Moore, who in that little 10 minutes sounded more like Barack Obama than people think they heard Barack Obama talking, a man who could probably unite Baltimore City with Montgomery County, who will absolutely put a floor under with a Democratic majority in the legislature and with that quartet of black elected officials in the top positions and people of color, including his lieutenant governor in the executive chambers. He will put a floor under, hopefully, the idea that black folk who've been smoking weed and selling weed for a long time will get some of the profits now that it has been legalized, in addition to having their records expunged. And if this plays out right, it might not be 2024, but in 2028, we might be looking at a cat who, if he doesn't run for president of the United States, it won't be because everybody's not asking him to do it. And this country might have a chance at something that we haven't seen before, which is carrying that state momentum into a federal election cycle that we actually have somebody and some program to actually cheer for and get behind.
I'm going to bring in Karen Towns, who's vice chair of the NAACP Board of Directors. Karen, glad to have you here. I think, and I hate when folk proclaim somebody to be a rising star and they had never won jack. That has always driven me crazy when folk do that. But there is no doubt being elected governor of a state puts Wes Moore in a different category. And look, don't be surprised if you hear people talking about Wes Moore in 2024. Greg talked about in 2028. The reality is, yes, he just won. But keep in mind, Obama was only a United States senator for a very short time before he decided to run for president, and look what happened. And Wes Moore has an amazing, compelling story. Not only ran a nonprofit, book author, but also a military veteran, one hell of a background, and he ran one hell of a race. But let me also say on this night, Karen, also, you got to give it up to Ben Jealous, who ran for governor in the last cycle. You got to give it up for the other African Americans who ran statewide, who made it possible. Those African Americans who ran for governor before, who could not get over that threshold, but they paved the way for Wes Moore tonight in Maryland.
Yeah, so Roland, first off, congratulations on 6 hours of election coverage. This is really, I've been watching all night.
We got another 3 to go, so we ain't got there yet. Yeah, but we 3.5 hours in.
And 3 more shirts, right?
Oh yeah, we changed the shirt by the hour. Matter of fact, it's past 10 o'clock. I'm supposed to switch shirts. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
But I think you said it early. You said it earlier in the show. It's about us running, and even if we don't win, we set the groundwork, we build the infrastructure, and that is what's important. So certainly, hats off to the governor-elect of Maryland, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of him, and look forward to, great things to come out of the state of Maryland, for sure.
Steve Phillips is the author of How We Win the Civil War, founder of Democracy in Color. Steve, glad to have you here. And when you look at tonight, even though it's not looking good for Sherry Beasley in North Carolina, although it's looking like it's going to be a runoff in Georgia with Senator Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. You also had Charles Booker, who ran in Kentucky against Senator Rand Paul, did not win. Gary Chambers in Louisiana. To the point that Karen just made, I really do believe that, and even Beto O'Rourke, they've called the race in Texas, and somebody just said, is this Beto's last race? And I said, Beto should actually go from this to becoming the state chair of the Democratic Party in Texas. Because I go back to organization. When I talked to Gary Chambers, Gary's an activist in Baton Rouge. I really think the next thing for Gary, he's run for Congress, he's not for the United States Senate. I think he should Gary Chambers should assume the Stacey Abrams role in Georgia, there in Louisiana, and really focusing on leading an effort to get black folks registered, but also to get them out to vote. Charles Booker can do the exact same thing in Kentucky. For the folks who lost tonight, Congressman Jim Clyburn reminds me all the time, he lost the first 2 or 3 times he ran before he won. So nobody always wins the first time out, but you have to build the infrastructure. Steve, you talk about that all the time. That's what has to happen for wins to happen down the road.
100%. And that what we don't appreciate is that
the closest thing we have to a national referendum around where voters fall is the presidential elections. And the Democrats have actually won the popular vote in every single presidential election since 1992, with the single exception of 2004.
And Steve, hold on just real quick. They're calling the race in Louisiana for Senator John Kennedy. So they're calling that particular race there also. Give me 1 second. And if you want to talk about what's crazy, Greg Abbott did nothing with the shooting in Uvalde, yet he won Uvalde County by 14 points. That is unbelievable there. Democrats are ecstatic. Hassan has retained her U.S. Senate seat in New Hampshire, and Democrats win the governor's race in Pennsylvania. Shapiro wins that race. We're still waiting to get information on Fetterman and Oz. Steve, go right ahead.
Right. And so I think what all this is showing is that a lot of people miss about the midterms. I think what you're laying out here and what a few other folks understand, but many don't, is that these are all about turnout. And so if you have the infrastructure, if you invest in the organizations, if you build up the capacity to get as many people out to vote in the midterms as come out to vote in the presidential, we should be winning all of these different races, the vast majority of these different races. I mean, Maryland, as you guys are talking about, is a classic example. It's been a crime that Maryland has had a Republican governor these past 8 years, given us how progressive and how black that Maryland is. So, but there's just not been the investment in creating the organizations, in creating the leadership, the precinct captain operation, the community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, to get people out to the polls. And there's a lack of belief. We've talked about this, a lot, Roland, in the Democratic Party, the progressive movement, around that's where you should move your money and your resources. But we are seeing it is where you have large turnout, even within Texas. There's 3 million eligible non-voting people of color in Texas, 2 million eligible non-voting people of color in Florida. And so these are places which really should be, and if we invest now, we will get to the point where we can flip them over the next few years. But there has to be a commitment and a allocation of resources to do that.
Indeed. Julian, Representative Al Lawson loses to Republican in Florida. That means that Democrats are losing. Congressional Black Caucus is losing a seat. Remember, DeSantis obliterated those districts by design. And so we see what happens there. Control room, be sure to please check. I want to see what happens in Connecticut with Jahana Hayes. Of course, the former teacher who's elected to Congress. She's in a very, very tight race there. And also let me know about Lauren Underwood in Illinois. Y'all look up those two races as well, as they were running in, very, very tough races, but not a lot of black voters. This is one of those things where when we talk about protecting black political power, again, we go back to if you're losing power in the states, then it makes it even more difficult in places like Florida where they're going to cement. And Florida wants to do what Wisconsin did. They absolutely want to gerrymander themselves into victories. And so this is what we have to be thinking about and focusing on.
And that's why we have to make sure that people look at the entirety of the ballot. Folks were saying earlier in our conversation, people run to vote for President Obama or Hillary or whomever they were going to run for, but they're not running to go to the governor, to the state legislatures and others, and those are the ones who are going to make decisions. In fact, what Republicans, we said it earlier, Republicans play chess and we play checkers. Republicans have been on this path for 50 years to take over state houses. It's not, and the orange man, he's the outcome, not the input.
Right.
They
were focusing on doing Barack Obama's 8 years and doing the presidency and stuff.
So really, I mean, this is an object lesson. As we got 3 more hours, and we're going to sit here, and nobody's going to cry because we're grown. But but some of this is painful to watch. Yes. But the pain is a pain that black people have been dealing with since we've been in this country. And so one of the things when you had Jackie on, and she was talking about how to manage all this, how to deep breathe and all that stuff. The yo-yo stuff I don't really do. I told Omaha Congo I might come over to his yoga studio. Probably not, but I might.
We're ready for you.
Okay, but the point is this. Black people have lived in pain and joy all the time that we've been here. And so we have to take this pain and turn it into power. And that means that we have to ensure that our young people are learning the lessons of politics.
But when are
many
we going
do
to turn
not.
it? When are we going to turn it into power? Because I've sat on this show for years, over the last 4 years or so. I understand voting, and the message is the same, right? But we keep undervoting. That's why we keep losing.
But
right? Now, let me say one other thing about Maryland.
Finish your point.
Real quick.
Then I'm obliterated in a minute. Go ahead.
Maryland
already
is going to be a state to watch. Not because of Wes Moore. They've got a black attorney general, Anthony Brown, who paved the way for Wes Moore. But let's remember, Maryland also has a multi-billion-dollar surplus. So Wes Moore has money to play with or to invest, whether it's in cannabis or in some of the healthcare or social programs where he talks about wanting to create employers, not employees. And so he's got a huge opportunity, he and Anthony Brown, to do some incredible stuff in Maryland, which will be the basis for whatever he decides to do in 2024 and 2020 or 2028. But how long are we going to wait to vote our power and get black people to vote?
All right,
That's a rhetorical question.
All right,
no, it isn't.
Hold up. So let's unpack that, and I'm about to bring in several different people. So Reese Colbert, Black Women Views, she joins us right now. Glad to have Reese. Greg Carr is still with us. Karen Towns, Vice Chair of the NAACP Board. Steve Phillips is here. We still have Larry, Avis, Monique, and Michael Imhotep, who's with us as well. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up the name here. I'm leaving somebody out. Let me do this here before I get to that. Lauren Underwood's race is too early to call. Adrian Irmer is a fellow at the New Leaders Council in Chicago. So that's all the folks who we have here. Adrian, glad to have you here. And of course, sitting here, Michael, Brianna, Randy, Julian, Rebecca, Omakongo, and Kappaman, Scott. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. So I need folks. It stands for Aloysius. So what I need folks to be real tight, because I'm about to sit here and bounce back and forth. And so Reese, to the point that Scott made there, it really ties into what Steve has been talking about, what I've been talking about, and that is, first of all, we got to remember, you get this Voting Rights Act in 1965, you begin to see the numbers go up, and then you begin to see the attacks take place. Keep in mind, on this night 12 years ago, when Republicans flipped 16 state houses and governor's mansions, and they won the midterms, leading their way to taking nearly 1,000 seats during the Obama presidency, that's when they began to attack voting laws. Why? Obama wins North Carolina by 14,100 votes. They saw how well he did in Florida and other states. They saw the future, and that was to attack voting. And so, to Steve's point, Reese, if you have the Democratic infrastructure and progressive organizations and reproductive rights organizations and climate organizations and all the money that they spend, and they literally are not spending that money on the core constituency of the Democratic Party, then you're not going to get that turnout. What have Republicans done, Reese? They have put millions into targeting Latino voters, and they're seeing the dividends in Florida and Texas. It comes down to where you put your money. So the stranglehold must be broken in the Democrats, where they must choke the hell out of the white strategists who control the money, because they're the ones who are dictating where the money flows in the off years. And that's one of the reasons why you don't see the numbers of black voter turnout, because you don't have the resources being put to actually drive them. Reese first.
Yeah, I mean, all those are good points, but we're also missing the part about how much money is put into dissuading Black voters from being engaged. I would reckon to say that Republicans put far more money into dissuading Black voters than they do into courting Latino voters or Black voters. And so that's what we have to reckon with. Democrats rely too much on quote unquote or so-called organic content, organic engagement. And that's not how the world works, where everything is algorithm to death. Elon Musk admitted that if you pay $8 a month, then your stuff will be prioritized, you'll get a blue check, and people will see your stuff. But that's already been happening across all these social media things. And so what Democrats have to realize is, number one, they do have to put more money into courting their base, as you pointed out, but they have to put more money in suppressing the other side. Okay, so if this is a multi-billion-dollar election and hardly any money is put in combating disinformation, hardly any money is put in trying to convince Republicans to stay home, then we're going to lose every time. But the other point I want to make is let's just be honest. White, rich men are supposed to win every single election. Ain't that what people say? It takes a white man to beat a white man. That's what we hear all up and down the ballot. So I will never, ever be surprised or give credit for strategy, for fundraising, or anything to a white man who wins a race. You're supposed to. Anytime we beat them is the W in our corner, and it's beating the odds, the fundraising odds, the media odds, the erasure, the marginalization, and the attitudes that our votes don't count and that a Black person can't win. So shout out to those who have beat the odds, like Westmore, and the people that didn't, well, they're laying the groundwork for more people to come after them. They're setting up that pipeline, and they're getting people accustomed to something they should already know is possible because we have the power. The math is the math. We just ain't showing up, and we ain't doing it ourselves.
Brianna.
I agree wholeheartedly with Reese.
Now, I told you were next. But what the hell? I gave you a 2-minute warning. You next. Goddamn millennials. I mean, I ain't even ready.
I agree.
She was on her phone. I snapped my finger and said, you next. Girl, gone.
No. Why you had to snap your finger?
Thank you. Exactly, Scott. I was like, okay, never mind. No, I think she said everything pretty much wonderfully. It's the structure is for white people. And so in the off season, if you put all the resources, which we've said over and over again today, how do you win these elections? Money. If you don't filter it to us, if you don't care about us, if we only wait till GOTV, it's going to come up with the same thing.
But that sounds
hold on.
We're blaming the institution versus the individual. Hold on. The individual Black people.
Wow, Scott, that was deep.
You had a shirt on earlier today.
No, wait, Julian, wait. Julian, wait. Scott, go.
You can blame the institution, but what is the responsibility for Black people to come out and vote? You had a shirt on earlier today. You said, vote like your ancestors died. And I responded on Twitter and said, yeah, and they did, right? So when is this Black vote that's going to turn these elections going to come out due to personal responsibility, whether they get touched or not?
No, one second. Hold on. I'm gonna go to Adrian after I go to Michael. Hold on. Michael, you've been on the finance committee of the DNC. The reality is this here: the DNC that your dad ran, that ain't the same culture we're in now. That used to be the place where all money was funneled into. Now you've got PACs, you've got DCCC, DSCC, DGA, all of the different groups. And so really, it's a smaller amount of money going to the DNC, which has to fund its 50 state party. It's really the other millions of dollars that are pouring in that's determining this. And so now this thing is totally changed. And so from an African-American standpoint, it's a matter of going to all those people saying, y'all gonna keep playing the same game because guess what? You're not gonna win a majority of the white voters. Republicans are gonna win a majority of the white votes. If you don't get Black, Latino, Asian, Native American votes, you can't win. The facts are the facts. That's the coalition.
Yeah, but those
we've talked a lot about kind of the power, the inside power game. And Scott, you were chair of DC State Party. The inside power game is such a difficult game for folks to understand because they don't see it.
Yeah.
The reason my father was so successful is because he put all the money on the table, all those people you mentioned.
And for all the folks who are watching, Ron Brown was the first Black chair of the Democratic National Committee, Michael's daddy. Go.
And so for the first time, an African-American who was chair of the party took all the money and put it on the table and said, I'm controlling it.
But the benefit that he had was that he took control when there was no Democrat in the White House.
That's correct.
Which meant that he ran it.
So he had all the juice.
It is, and what I was trying to say yesterday, it is very difficult to be the chair of the party when you're in the White House because that's who, Biden and his aides run the DNC, not Jamie Harrison.
And I put some of that stuff on Jamie's doorstep. However, he didn't have a lot of that dapper juice to be able to do that. So when you control that money, you can give it to Black pollsters. You can give it to all these community-based organizations. But to Scott's point, which is a good one, and I know you want to brilliate it, is that Black folks too we have to also take responsibility for ourselves, whether you get to somebody's door or not. It's difficult. Yes, it would be nice to have the hot dog things and the barbecues and all the things that what outreach means. But dang, how about just go vote because it's your responsibility?
No, but here's
before one last thing.
I'm gonna pull in Adrian and I'm gonna pull in Greg. And Greg, I want to get the Stokely Carmichael piece ready because that's going to explain that. So go ahead, finish your point.
And the guest that you had on right before us, I think, what was her name? Reese. Mentioned something about the kind of messaging. Real quick on the messaging. What I was disappointed about on the kind of obviously the inflation issues. Why not put some of that stuff on the doorstep of the former president?
Exactly.
Because if he didn't call COVID a hoax, we got up to such a bad start dealing with COVID. Yes, millions of deaths or 1 million deaths. Plus, the economy was diving before Biden came in. And we never put that message out there to convert folks that thought it was all Biden's fault, which it wasn't.
Greg, I'm going to go to Greg, then Adrian. Greg, here's the piece. Now, and later, explain to the folks what Stokely Carmichael said about organization and the individuals. Because that, to me, I hear what Scott is saying, but you have to have an organization. The black couple, the black woman and her daughter we had on earlier, that was a part of a collective group in Ohio that helped do that. The point is, it requires organization, not just thinking individual. Greg, explain. You mute.
My bad, sorry. Yeah, and I agree. That is the whole life and political testament of Stokely Carmichael or Kwame Ture. I mean, here's a young man who spent his young adulthood in Mississippi, in Alabama, with the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, going door to door, organizing for political power. And when he made transition at age 57 in West Africa, he always said, I don't care what kind of organization you're in, join an organization. He understood political power. Now, he also was very critical of the duopoly, the Democrats and the Republicans, which he said are both the party of capital, one way or the other. Earlier in the evening, someone talked about the fact that one of the reasons Democrats won't go hard in the paint is because they're getting corporate dollars too. It's just a softer form. But I think what we can learn from Brother Stokely, from Kwame Ture, is that we cannot leave any tool in the drawer. We have to use all of our tools, including the vote. And as Stokely Carmichael would say, it's not a privilege to vote, it is my right. And Scott, you raised something that's very critical, brother, when you asked the question, when will we kind of exert this compelling power that we keep talking about? Exactly. Well, we can look at Stokely Carmichael finally and understand that we don't feel the same type of common oppression that we did with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and SC and innovative people out there. And in fact, what we're seeing, and Roland, you made this point in Georgia with the voter that you talked about who was voting their economic interests, class has fractured that coalition in a way so that people can literally vote their economic interests over the collective interests of our community, and that could sound the death knell. The only way you fight that is what you said for Stokely Carmichael and the life of Kwame Ture, which is you got to go door to door, you got to organize, you got to educate, and then get out of the people's way, and you trust that the people will make the right decision once they have been organized.
And Adrian, the point there is what that requires when you talk about the organization, you got to fund that. That can't be done by volunteers. And so young people are saying the exact same thing. People are like, oh, go do this here. Those are jobs. If people study history, when SNCC was going into those places, those were jobs. CORE, those were jobs. I have literally said to Democratic funders, y'all have got to set aside 10, 20, 30, $50 million. Steve, you've been talking about this as well for quite some time. And actually pay people. Those are jobs, full-time jobs, not volunteer jobs. Adrian, go.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of really great nuggets thrown out here today. I just want to hold a little bit of space to celebrate all this melanin in the room and on the Zoom.
Oh, this the Blackest show. That's how it ain't called the Black Star Network just for a reason.
Yeah. For sure. The things that have been talked about, but also to elevate into this space, that there are institutional barriers in place that keep people from going to the polls. Not everybody knows they get 2 hours by law to go and vote. If you're a working class person working your first job of the day and have to go to a second job for the day to make ends meet, getting a way to vote on election day is problematic. It's hard. And it's also hard to stand up to a manager and tell them that you have this right when they're telling you no, but you have these orders to fill or you have these packages to label. It's not. It's more than a notion. So I'm of the mind that we need an election day holiday nationally,
Right.
so that folks vote on election day without any problems. And then we also need to do a better job of making it easier to vote. Unfortunately, in Chicago, rolled back the number of precincts we have in each ward. We cut the number in half. So now folks have to travel further. There isn't a good enough job notifying folks of the relocation of their polls. So like even in a blue city like Chicago, we're experiencing these sorts of like just problematic procedural logistical nightmares that make it more difficult for folks and souls to get to the polls. And now on the organized piece, Chicago's home of Harold Washington, where Jesse Jackson Jr. organized 250,000 new registered voters to go to the polls to support Harold Washington. And Harold Washington is a bit of a unicorn candidate in that like everyone loves him, whether you're rich, you're poor. The Latinx contingency of Chicago got behind him and elevated him to the mayorship here in the city. And it had been another 87, 13, 20, another 30, 40 years before we had another Black mayor in the city of Chicago. So there's the organizational piece needs to not just be in the 6 months before election day. It has to be a continual year-round effort. To your point, Roland, there needs to be these kinds of investments from the party. But the party also needs to fix their face and stop with this notion of automatically backing incumbents. A lot of our incumbents are problematic. A lot of our incumbents aren't inspiring people to the polls. So when the incumbent is smashing the grassroots organizer who wants to throw their hat in the race and speaks the language of the people and motivates the people, but they don't have the money to reach the rest of people, this incumbency protection and this impulse to constantly protect incumbents is problematic too.
Michael, you also don't have the same old school machines you had before. And what I keep trying to explain to people, your older Black voters self-identify as Democrat. As you go down 55, 45, 35, 25, 18, they less identified, which means you can't try to reach them the same way you reach their grandparents.
True.
Imhotep.
Yes.
Wake your ass up. I toss to you.
There are two Michaels. You got to tell. You have to say which one you're talking to.
Wake up, Imhotep.
No, I'm paying attention. Oh, by the way, Adrian mentioned Harold Washington, Chicago. He was a Sigma man, by the way. I just want to throw that.
Harold been dead 25 years. Michael, if you want to start going to history in France, you don't want to go there, bro. Just go ahead and make your damn point. Don't be throwing your little Sigmas in here.
You talking about Alpha Phi Alpha.
Come on. Michael, no, he's one of the few Sigmas under 55. Michael, make your point. Don't get me started, Michael. Go.
There's a lot of us under 55.
Michael, finish your point.
So what you're dealing with is the way that Democrats relate to different generations. Okay, so I'm neither Democrat nor Republican, but I'm definitely not stupid. And I can see whose policies are more beneficial for African Americans and whose policies are detrimental for African Americans. So there has to be, we talked about this before, Roland, and last Friday I mentioned this. When you look at the Republican Party, they set up these information centers in Latino communities, these brick and mortar information centers. They did outreach. Okay, like in Arizona, like in Florida, they did outreach to the community, and they had continuous. They also had citizenship classes as well. Okay, MSNBC did a story on this. So you have to have constant contact. You have to have You have to build that relationship. Okay, not 2 or 3 months before the election, but you have to do the investment, and also you have to hire African American organizations and agencies that have experience in making those relationships with the African American community and turning out the African American vote. So, lastly, you've got to speak to the issues and explain to them how your policies are better for African Americans than Republican policies, and you have to drive home that message.
The thing here, Rebecca, I'm gonna go Rebecca, Randy, Julian, and then trust me, I'm getting everybody. The thing here, and then I got you, Karen. Rebecca, the thing here is when we talk about how to move forward, it has to be a multi-dimensional strategy based upon regions of the country, based upon states, and based upon cities. It can't be sort of this blanket assumption that, oh, this is gonna work everywhere. It's simply not going to be the case. When you start looking at numbers, again, more black voters in Texas than anywhere else. Well, how do you turn those folks out? 900,000 in Louisiana, only 10% voted early. Okay, you got to have a strategy to actually deal with that. You got to have the 38% of black folks that make up the state of Mississippi. Okay, how do you reach those rural black folks there? When we start breaking down, look, Beasley is down in North Carolina. What happens there? Also, you look at the race out of first of all, right now, 74% of the votes in, this is, again, Herschel Walker is at 49.2, Raphael Warnock is at 48.8 in that particular race there.
How many percentage?
74% of the votes in. That's according to the Associated Press. And it's understanding, again, how are you reaching people? It has to be a multi-pronged strategy, and what you have is a apparatus that really is just stuck on the 30-year-old, again, let's talk in October, let's visit black churches, let's get some endorsements, and the black electorate has changed.
So there's a couple of things. So one of the big things and one of the big questions that I have
now, I don't know if this is a member of Congress calling me. You go ahead and keep talking.
One of the big things.
I'm going to go take this phone call.
Yes,
this is a black show.
You can't walk off the show right now.
Hey, Scott, this is my shit. Go ahead, we're talking about it.
Let me talk about the big thing. The big question that I have is, what would have happened?
Look at Scott. He think he in charge of something. That's what you get.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew it was something.
Scott, let me get my point
I'm sorry, go right ahead.
No, because normally we said no call ID. That's Maxine Waters. But go right ahead. Let's call back. Go ahead.
So here's my point. What would have happened if the White House would have used this bully puppet to actually pass meaningful voting rights legislation?
Instead of the infrastructure bill?
What would have happened? Would in Fulton County, where you had early voting sites that got closed or got moved, would that have happened? In Georgia, where it's now illegal to give someone a drink of water when they stand in a hours-long line, would that have happened? In Beaumont, Texas, where black voters face some intimidation, and it required the Beaumont NAACP to go have an emergency hearing with a judge to make sure that voter intimidation wasn't happening at polling sites. Would all of those things have happened if we actually had meaningful voting rights legislation that passed? And so if we're looking at a multi-pronged approach, it starts with the White House. The White House has a bully pulpit like none other. The White House really should have pressed Congress to make sure that we actually had meaningful legislation that passed. That did not happen. And then we could talk about organizing and what candidates did and what candidates didn't do. How there were a lot of politicians who decided that they wanted to choose their voters instead of voters choosing their elected official. So there's many things that happened that could have been avoided. And it's not just black folks just didn't show up to vote.
And folks, and we were saying that and was kind of like, all right, but the White House kept, oh, no. Well, if that all gets behind the infrastructure bill, Build Back Better, because again, they were trying to appeal to the folks who Tim Ryan was trying to reach in Ohio, and Tim Ryan lost. And here's the whole deal. I can't wait to break down the Ryan race. They've already called the race for J.D. Vance. And I can't wait to break that down because I really want to go through and see how it performed, because I'm going to tell you right now, I know for a fact Tim Ryan did not work for the black vote. And when I say, no, I got receipts. I was texting him directly. I tried to get Tim Ryan to come on this show 15 months ago. I offered to go do town halls in Ohio. He never even called Alicia Reese, who was the biggest vote getter in Hamilton County in Cincinnati. Can't say nobody told him because I texted him directly. And so he was out trying to get those white votes, those blue collar white, them Trump folks voted for Trump. And then I got a call today. He was calling around, what can you do for the black vote? Say, player.
Yeah, it's
election day.
An example of them taking us for granted.
Where your
like
ass been for the last 8, 9 goddamn months? Randy, go ahead.
No, I mean, you know, when you say about why aren't black people voting, you ask why aren't black people exercising their power. I mean, one thing I want to say is that I think that we're forgetting that a lot of black people don't recognize that it is a power. I mean, I believe we have to go all the way to the beginning. Absolutely. I mean, I believe there are a lot of black Americans that feel powerless. I feel like a lot of black Americans feel countryless. And so when we say it's your responsibility to vote for this country, I don't feel that there's an attachment there. And I feel like we have to start at the beginning.
Despite the history.
Absolutely.
Of people dying for their right to vote.
Hey, dog, listen. The reality is that from a messaging standpoint, we had Terrence Woodbury. That does not work.
It doesn't work.
And in fact, Terrence was on, even using voter suppression doesn't work. Say it again, Adrian.
Oh, I had a comment to make that dovetails off of what she just said. You're right. We feel countryless. Many of us feel countryless, but the other side is actually using that to their advantage to drive wedges even between us and our own communities.
Yes.
Like they're putting black men against black women, and we're seeing, and they're supporting these like online influencers, not just spouting disinformation and misinformation, but like hate, actual hate and division between black men and black women. Like this is unconscionable. But like I was working the polls today, not those polls. You know, I gotta be careful what I say on this show.
Can I get a table dance? Can I get a table dance? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And, you know,
She volunteered, not those polls.
Black men would walk by and they were like, no, we're not voting. We're not voting again until Trump's back on the ballot. I'm like, what? Young man, this cannot be like actual whole groups of young men leaving the gym talking about they're not going to vote again until Trump's on the ballot. Their disinformation and misinformation has been very, very strategic, very laser focused and effective.
Randy, finish your point. I'm going to go
That's exactly
Julian.
what I was saying. We talked a lot about education, and education needs to begin there, where people get to understand how important it is for them to vote and how it affects them. You know, we have like Secretary of State running this year, and I don't think people understand this person can affect the vote. They can say, you know what? They can win or lose elections, right? But I don't think that the average person knows that. And we're not learning these things in high school. People have no information. And so it really does need to begin with just the average Blow Joe that has no idea, doesn't recognize the power, and says, what's the point? Why? Right? We have to get those people.
And Randy,
well, we have to speak in more in plainer language.
Right.
I mean, because I think that if the white working class that everybody keeps running behind, but if they understood how they're being exploited, perhaps they might vote properly. I know that there's tension between voting for their race and voting for their economic interests.
Yes.
But I see that as well with the black middle class. When you start looking at going up the income ladder, you look at how black people vote. I'm not picking on black men, but I recall when Michael Steele ran for lieutenant governor in Maryland, now 25% of black men voted Republican because a black man who was talking about minority business development was on the ballot. And that was his cook, minority business development. Why don't Democrats talk more about these economic issues? I hate it, y'all, but I will always come back.
And being an economist, you probably want to hear that yet.
Yeah, well, you know, and you know what's my favorite word, Roland? Predatory capitalism.
Right.
That's not your favorite word. That's not your favorite word.
What's my favorite word, sir? All right, that's too short. Right. You ain't gonna hear no Too Short reference on MSNBC. I'm just saying.
Yeah, let me go on ahead and not say on the air.
Hold on, Reese. Reese, hold on, Reese.
But be yourself.
What's that?
Here's the point: is that these economic issues, as we talk about them, then we have to talk about the frailty of our coalitions. I've heard, I don't know how many times this evening, people say people of color. Well, let's get real. I live in L.A. Black.
I say black and everybody else. That's what I do.
Because we have to be clear, especially when you're looking at L.A. Rick Caruso is wooing the Latino vote and paying for it. And guess what? If Karen loses, it will be the Latino swing. But not only that, you know, we have to look at race, class, gender, and the ways they sometimes intersect and somehow are other interests. If we're all in favor of economic justice, we're all in favor of that, then we can make some coalition. And what the rich people need to understand is economic justice is in their best interest too.
Right.
You get a whole bunch of poor folk, mad folk, burning your buildings down, folk.
Right.
That's just a suggestion, not yours.
Karen, you're vice chair of the NAACP. Look, y'all got 2,000 chapters. You're nonpartisan, but how are y'all looking at how you're going to be taking advantage of that massive infrastructure over the next 2 years to do what Scott's talking about? Because if we think of in our community, when we think about institutions that have the capacity to do that, it's NAACP. It's also fraternities and sororities. Dr. King talked about in his book, Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community? He said there are 4 institutions that are primed to liberate black people. He said the Negro Church, the Negro Press, Negro fraternities and sororities, and Negro professional and business organizations. And he said neither one of them have ever fully committed themselves to the liberation of black people. What we're talking about is infrastructure. What Greg was talking about when I mentioned Toby Carmichael, it's organizations. When Scott was saying, hey, when are we gonna do it? I fundamentally believe, Karen, that our black organizations are not fully maximizing our infrastructure that's vertical and horizontal to actually do this. Your thoughts?
Well, first, I want to say I didn't know that my fraternity brother was over there off camera. But hey, Mike.
Well, girl, don't even, go ahead. I don't even why you open that door, Karen. Karen, I don't know why you can open that door. That's right. Yeah, he lonely over there.
But yes, you are. I got Monique, I've got Dr. Avis, and Dr. Larry over there.
Yeah, you lonely as hell.
Never Sigma within 1,000,000 miles of it.
You got Sigma in the control room.
But your point is a great one, and what I would say is I think that for quite some time our organizations were busy working individually. They were busy worrying about who was on first, and I think that at least for the NAACP, we realized we needed to be a better partner. We've been around 113 years. And so it's not about competing with anyone. And I think in recent years, I think we've done a better job in terms of helping to use our infrastructure for not just ourselves, but for others. Today, we had a war room. It started at 8. We had calls at 8, 12, 4, and 8 p.m., where we came together. And it was really impressive to see, the other organizations who were part of this collaboration. You had certainly the unions in ASME, SEIU, AFT, but you had, our partners in the Urban League, Higher Heights, you had the Divine Nine there, you had the Black Church PAC. I mean, at one point, we probably had up to 59 organizations sort of represented, where we were sharing information in real time, talking about what was going on. And we had our lawyers in, 12 of the targeted states, and just sharing it. This is what we have to do, because there's no one organization that is going to help us get out of this. And if we're not working together, we are doomed to continue to see some of the challenges that we continue to face. And we just got to get serious about it. I'm encouraged by the work that's happening. The links were in there. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone's doing something, but we have to do it together. And the Deloshes out of Ohio are a prime example of, you don't have to have no title. It's about really us influencing within the circles that we have within our family and our friends, and then our organizations being able. So this midterms, we distributed like $7 million to 55 groups. When did you ever really hear of the NAACP giving its money to organizations outside? I mean, these are the things that we have to now do in which to be able to impact our communities and impact the results of these elections.
All right, Karen Towns, Vice Chair of the NAACP.
Speaking of elections, they're calling some key races.
Karen, we certainly appreciate you joining us. Thank you so very much. Reese, I know you have to go. I want you to get your final comment here, but I'm going to set up with the question here. It's also, Reese, embracing non-traditional voices. And that is, and not just, falling for, the same folk. No, you have to understand, again, people are listening to different people in different ways, different platforms.
Absolutely. And not all those people know what the hell they're talking about, but they can be very persuasive. And so I think, Roland, if you just look at your chat tonight, this is a critical night. It is 50% trolls.
Yes.
And that speaks to the deliberate relentlessness of the way that the Republican Party operatives, chaos agents, we had Russia interfering in our elections, Iran, China, other countries. They are all hands on deck every moment to try to suppress and get Black people to convince that their votes don't count or they should be voting the other way. And so none of this is organic. None of this is happening by happenstance. And until Democrats really grapple with what they're up against, we're going to continue to be outgunned. But the last thing I'll say is, looking ahead, you guys have talked a little bit about how this is going to turn into a states issue for now, until they get the majority in the House and the Senate and the White House. And so the charge for the next couple of years now is to go to your local school board meetings, to your council meetings, to your hold your legislatures accountable at the state level, participate in your primaries. Congress is up for election every 2 years, so we're going to be back here. If you have off your elections, like in Virginia, your work is not done. There's some runoffs coming up likely. So you have to still keep your foot on the pedal. I hate to say it because I'm tired of begging and pleading for everybody to vote, but that's just the reality that we're in, because this is the easiest thing that we can do to vote. But then after that, we have to stay engaged. And then just one more thing I have to say is just, like, credibility is a cumulative thing. You cannot have Tim Ryan texting you, Roland, or whoever, texting on the day of election looking for a get out of jail free card. They have to, starting tomorrow, if you lost today and you ran again, you need to be on Black media. If you won, you need to be on Black media so that you can win again. These folks that think that they're just going to do an MSNBC interview, a CNN interview, or whoever, you are going to continue to lose ground. The Republicans cultivate their base. They cultivate their media, the Kirks, the Owens, the crackpots. They're on there every time, and we have to beg and plead to get these folks to come to us. And so this is the evidence. Some of it is the campaign, some of it is the structure, but the reality is, to the extent that the candidates can improve their lot, they have to start by building credibility in our communities, and that starts with Black media.
Well, if everybody in the room, y'all could give Reese a standing ovation, because she didn't use the F word one time. It wasn't no ML. She didn't use the F word. I mean, I was waiting. I was like, not one. Damn, Reese, you must got company over. You must got your mama, your people must be over. You ain't, cause your baby sitting right next to you. I mean, she not one time.
I'm behaving.
Shocking. Oh my God. You must have took like a Benadryl or something before the show. All right, Reese, we appreciate it. Thanks so much. Adrian, final comment. Steve, final comment. And then I'm gonna go to a break, then come back, continue the conversation. Adrian, go.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to let you know that 538 is projecting a few of these races already. Kathy Hochul in New York, Brian Kemp in Georgia, and Joe Shapiro is going to win in Pennsylvania. I like 538. Their data is really wonky, but they just called it about 5-6 minutes ago.
All right, then. Adrian, we appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Look forward to having you back on the Blackest show out here.
Oh, one more thing. I just wanted to tell you that Jonathan Jackson told me to tell you hi at his victory party.
Tell Jonathan what's up. Look forward to seeing him.
Congressman Jackson.
Yes, Congressman-elect Jonathan Jackson. I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Steve, look, you've been talking about it. It comes down to the money, Steve. You got to put it where it's supposed to go.
You do, and you also have to fight the issues and inspire people to actually turn out. And then I hadn't seen whether there's a Kemp call or not, but the reporters were already calling me about trying to do Stacey's political obituary, which caused me to go, this is a black show, to go and look up the statewide election track record of the Secretary of Transportation, who, when he ran in Indiana, got 37% of the vote. And yet people are still talking about Buttigieg should be the next president of the United States. So there is this whole issue, but it comes down to investment, right? The chapter on Georgia in my book is called Georgia, That's Not One We Expected, which is what Joe Biden said on election night, which is a reflection of the fact that they did not invest in or expect to win in Georgia. And so, you know, I'm thinking about the whole Stacey conclusion is that all hail the house that Stacey built, starting with Joe Biden sitting in the White House and Chuck Schumer running the Senate, that infrastructure that she has built. But she had to do it on her own. And I know because I was trying to help her build it. And so this is the real challenge. And you've been on this, you know, tip for a long time, Roland. And this is what we really need to move forward, going forward. There's hundreds of millions of dollars that are being spent by these different Democratic Party committees. And almost all of it goes to television. Yep. Whereas we would actually invest in hiring up this infrastructure in the states, is what we need to do. And we can, over the course of the next few years, continue the progress in Georgia, continue the progress in Texas and Florida, North Carolina, potentially Arizona, where there's maybe actually be some surprising results. So that's the fundamental point. And then I'll just leave you with the shout out. I'm not in a fraternity, so I'm not going to get into that game. But to let you know that my nephew, Christian Phillips, is a sophomore now at Texas A&M. So I'll let you know.
All right, then. Gig 'em. I appreciate it, Steve. Thanks a bunch. All right, folks, we're going to do a reset. Going to go to a break. Folks, hold tight. Great conversation. We're going to have more. I'm going to give you an update on some races. They're calling some races. Give you an update on the Senate race in Georgia. Update on the Senate race in North Carolina. We'll check in and see what's happening in Wisconsin. Also, Pennsylvania. They call the governor's race. But we'll give you an update on what's happening in that U.S. Senate race. And so it's still up in the air who's going to control the United States Senate. We're also watching the Senate race in Nevada and Arizona as well. Those polls closed not long ago. We should start seeing numbers come in there as well. And so, folks, you're watching the blackest election night coverage out there on the Black Star Network. Nobody else is doing the way we're doing it. And trust me, y'all know ain't no color on those other networks at all. At all. And surely no Too Short references. You're watching the Black Star Network. Back in a moment.
You know what's on the ballot. It's not just legislation and policies we believe in. It's democracy. Our democracy. There's a choice on the ballot between freedom and fear, between cruelty and compassion, between chaos and community, between voting or violence, and the end of rights generations have fought for. The extremists have a plan, a roadmap for a nation where your voice is silenced and your vote is a memory, where they count their votes and cast ours aside. That's why this year, this fight, this vote is so important. Register, engage, volunteer, fight back against the disinformation and despair, and most of all, vote, because your vote is all that stands between our future and theirs.
It doesn't happen like we think it does. No one rolls the tanks. No armies meet in pitched battle. It happens quietly, little by little. And because so many think it can't happen, it does happen. Little by little, the rules change. It doesn't seem shocking or sudden. And that's the point. Fewer places to vote, longer lines. Don't worry, they say. We're just improving the system. They hope we won't notice the rules are changing because they lost the last election. They hope we just won't care enough to stop them. They believe they can take America away from us, and we won't even notice. We know who they are. We know what they want. The question is, who are we? Do we let them get away with it, or do we fight? Democracy is on the ballot. Vote while your vote still counts. The Lincoln Project is responsible for the content of this advertising.
We've got to stand up. Republicans are banning abortion rights, tearing down democracy, blocking progress. But when Democrats stand together, we win. Because we voted, Democrats stood up for Black lives, voting to ban police chokeholds, stood up for Black women, putting one on the Supreme Court, stood up for our families, lowering cost of health care and prescriptions and capping insulin, and stood up for millions by slashing student debt. This November, let's stand up together and keep making progress.
It's time to know your rights. If someone is questioning your right to vote, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. Exercise your right to vote. If the lines are long or you're getting turned away, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. Know your voting rights. If you are unsure where to vote or don't know if your polling location has changed, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE.
I want to be fearful every time I'm in an open area in a public place.
I want to think about how completely vulnerable I am while I'm closing my eyes to pray at my place of worship.
I enjoy practicing semi-annual lockdown drills with 6-year-olds who don't fully understand what's happening.
I like going to the movies and making a mental note of every exit in the theater to plan my escape.
I hope that our set is interrupted by loud percussive sounds that cause the audience to scream in horror and run for their lives.
I want to think of this dumpster as a hiding place for my kid.
I enjoy when the only way a family member can identify their mutilated loved one is by the make of their shoes or a DNA test.
I want to drop the carton of milk and eggs that I just bought and race frantically to a dingy back room where I'll be locked with 14 strangers for 7 hours and no air conditioning until the police say it's okay to come out.
I want to celebrate our nation's freedom by worrying that I'll end up bleeding out on the pavement while being trampled by terrified parade cars.
I like that anyone can
easily access
weapons of destruction,
weapons of war,
designed to kill the greatest amount of people
in the shortest
in the least amount of time. Just a little bit longer.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Know your rights before you vote. If you have any questions or a problem voting, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE. For more information, call or text 1-866-OUR-VOTE.
I'm Angie Stone.
Hi, I'm Teresa Griffin.
Oh, Roland. Hey, Roland, I am so disappointed that you are not here, first of all. Where's our dance? It's like we get a dance in every time I see you. And so now you're not here for me to dance with, sir. You and your ascot. I need it. I need that in my life right now. Okay, I love you, Roland.
What's up? I'm Lance Gross, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
All right, folks, welcome back to Black Star Network's election night coverage here. Black Votes Matter. We went on the air at 7 o'clock. It's been 4.5 hours. A number of races have been called. What we're looking at the most right now is the U.S. Senate race that's taking place in Georgia. 85% of the votes are in. It is 49-49. Herschel Walker with 1,758,016 votes. Incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock, 1,757,310 votes. That's a difference of about 700 votes. The race has been called in the Georgia race for governor. Brian Kemp with 85% of the vote in. Brian Kemp is at 53.8%. Stacey Abrams is at 45.5%. She lost that race by 30,000 votes 4 years ago. Tonight, she's losing by 300,000 votes. And again, what's interesting in that race, of course, Kemp is at 1.9 million. She's at 1.6 million. But if you look at the race between Walker and Warnock, it's 1.7, 1.7. And so we're looking at that particular race there. A lot of folks were talking about a potential upset in the New York governor's race, but Kathy Hochul, she is winning there, and so Democrats will hold on to the governor's mansion in New York. We've also been looking at the U.S. Senate race first of all, in North Carolina. It was looking good early on for quite some time, but it looks like Sherry Beasley is falling further and further behind, but she's down by about 140,000 votes. Also, control room, please double check. I believe Stacey Abrams is giving her concession speech right now. Please let me know when y'all have that up so we can go to it live. Joining us right now is New Orleans Congressman Troy Carter. Congressman, glad to have you here. We've been talking about New Orleans. We've been talking about black voters in North Carolina. Gary Chambers, who ran for the United States Senate, put a video out showing the abysmal numbers of early voters there in Louisiana. And the question I have for you, what is it going to take in your state to really activate, organize, and mobilize black voters there? Because when we look at these turnout numbers, they simply are not good. It's way too many black folks in your state for them not to be voting.
Roland, we've got to continue to take our message to the streets. We've got to continue to get into the classrooms, the schoolhouses, the communities, and make people understand that when we vote, we win. And when we stay home, we lose. It's just that simple. Year in, year out, month in, month out, election in, election out, we continue to see the same level of poor participation at the ballot box. And then we see the policies that are born from that. We've got to do a better job. It's very simple. We have to do a better job at getting into the communities. And I wish I had a magic wand. I wish I knew what the antidote was. We know every election cycle we push, we go out, we encourage people. They see the damage of what happens when we stay home, yet we continue to barely reach 50% on good years. And that's not good. When 50% of the people stay home, we have critical elections that impact policy, that impact the kind of things that are important to people at their kitchen tables, in their homes, in their communities. Yet we continue to see less than energetic people going to the polls. We need to continue to push voter registration and voter participation, because we know, again, when we vote, we win. And when we don't, we get just what we get tonight, results that put us in a position where we lose the gains that we've made. We've got to continue to fight for those things that are important to the American people.
Congressman, hold tight 1 second. Let's go live to Georgia, where Stacey Abrams just finished giving her concession speech.
From the moment I got into politics, I have always promised to level with the people of Georgia. And I am here to tell you that what we have architected in this state does not end today. And this woman is one of the reasons why. Lauren Growargo is our champion. She is our friend, and she deserves our praise and our thanks, because this is the Georgia she's helping us build. I'm here because my friend Allegra Lawrence Hardy is one of the fiercest attorneys you will ever meet. And she has poured her heart and her soul and her time and her treasure to defending our rights and our democracy, and she will never be demeaned for doing for us what we can't do on our own. Thank you, Allegra Lawrence Hardy. I see in this crowd women and men who have been a part of this journey since I put my name on a ballot in 2006. And while I may not have crossed the finish line, that does not mean we will ever stop running for a better Georgia. We will never stop running for the truth that we know to be true, for the people we know need to see us, for the ones who don't know they deserve to stand, let alone run. And tonight, we must be honest, even though our fight for the governor's mansion may have come up.
I don't give a damn about Brian. If y'all should go to Stacey's Facebook page or her YouTube channel and to see if the speech is there, so we can go ahead and pull that up there. Back here at the desk, Larry Walker, Avis Jones Weaver, Monique Presley, Michael M. Hotep. We got our panel over there. We also have Congressman Troy Carter, who's with us. Greg Carr is still with us. We have Shannon Wright out of Maryland, Reverend Jeff Carr, who's with us as well. I'll go to you, Avis. Bottom line is this here, a lot of people really wanted to see Stacey Abrams become the first black woman elected governor in this country. That's one of the reasons why she was focused on that. She rebuffed efforts by the Biden administration to come into the administration. And again, she loses by 300,000 votes tonight, a stark contrast from 4 years ago when it was 30,000 votes.
Absolutely, and it's really unfortunate because, you know, she, along with other key organizations, were really responsible for putting together the infrastructure and the voter engagement that led to the two Democratic senators that sits in the Senate right now from the state of Georgia. And so it's unfortunate that whatever momentum was in the air at that moment seems to have dwindled down, unfortunately, where you have people who have literally split their ticket, not supporting her, but supporting, it seems, Warnock. So there needs to be some focus on what's going on with the black vote specifically, and black male vote, I would argue, specifically in Georgia, as well as others. We saw some huge pullback with regards to support around Stacey Abrams' campaign.
It's also hard, Monique, when you run against incumbency. The reality is when you're the incumbent, when you're the governor, you have the power of the governor's mansion. There are things that you can do when you're running. There are stuff that you can dole out, places you can go. And then, you know, it's always harder to take down an incumbent. You look what happened. Ron DeSantis barely wins against Andrew Gillum, 30,000 votes 4 years ago. Tonight, he beat Charlie Crist by 1.5 million.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also, you're looking at Georgia on the backdrop of all of these people who just voted for Herschel Walker. I mean, it's a little bit berserk.
Actually, you know what? It's not, because here's what I keep saying. The other side, they don't give a damn about character, morals, values, ethics, principles. It's about power.
Yeah.
And
right.
so,
my point was, I don't think it's incumbency alone. I think it's the fact that we are dealing with a grouping of people and cultish personalities that are not at all interested in what is for the good of their state or what is for the good of the country. But all that aside, I do have two things I want to say. There's no red wave. Since we're doing a reset, and I feel like we've been, on everything the Dems did wrong for about 4 hours now. So I'm just going to say, in the do right of it, all of the predictions of the red wave were wrong.
In fact, Eric Erickson actually had tweeted out early. He's like, "Sorry, I was wrong." And I was like, "Well, actually, we told you." He was like, "# we tried to tell you."
Yeah.
Because again, I mean, there have been a lot of bright spots for Democrats. Lawrence O'Donnell actually said something, or tweeted something. He said, "Joe Biden probably is going to be the most effective president during a midterm in a very long time, because normally in a midterm elections, the party in power controlling Congress and the White House gets crushed."
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like Lauren Boebert is going to lose. And so that alone is going to make me sleep just like a baby tonight at whatever time
unfortunately,
I go to
that
sleep.
idiot Marjorie Taylor Greene, she beat the brother Marcus
she's
Flowers.
Still good.
But yes,
they're coming with numbers now.
Boebert losing, that's a good night.
Yeah, and it looks like if they get the House, it looks like it's like 10 or less. And some of them, 40. And some of them are still too close to call. So if Kevin McCarthy gets his whole dream, he's going to be unable to do anything, because at any given time in the U.S. House of Representatives, you can snatch 10 Republicans to at least get a budget passed, right?
And also we're also looking at, and there's going to be some pimp slapping going on if Patrick Maloney is unable to, Sean Maloney is unable to hold that damn seat. Because he ran out Mondaire Jones. And when he got carved up. And so Maloney runs, even though he was over the DCCC, did not step down. And he's going to look real foolish not being able to hold that seat when the brother could have actually held that seat. So it's going to be a lot of folk, Congressman Carter, who are going to be asking some serious questions. If you're going to step out there and run the brother off, you damn sure better defend that seat. And so we're following that race very closely. And so, to Monique's point, the bloodbath many expected has not happened. And again, when we look at the United States Senate, we're still watching the race in Pennsylvania, but this thing may come down to, again, a runoff in Georgia. Congressman Carter?
Yeah, listen, it should not be as close as it is. It's unfortunate that we would be talking about a race that should be very clear between two people, one that clearly has the experience, the energy, the commitment to be able to serve and not be a puppet for a party. And it's a shame, and it really speaks to, once again, what we talked about before, and that is the level of apathy in our community. We saw a few years ago where Stacey Abrams motivated and energized the entire state, and we saw the result of that. Unfortunately, we were not able to replicate it today, and that's unfortunate. We've got to be able to bottle this enthusiasm. We've got to be able to bottle this energy that says when we vote, we win. When we demand excellence in policy changes, we get excellence in policy changes. And we've just got to go back to the drawing board and continue to reaching into the souls of our people to make them understand the importance of voting, of participating, of demanding the best, and not letting someone from another state come into Georgia and threaten to take back the gains that we've made. It's bigger than us. It's bigger than that. And starting tomorrow, we have to get back to the drawing board and convince people the importance of voter registration, voter participation, and demanding better. Not just because it's a brown face, or an athletic star that we once enjoyed playing football. We're talking about policy. We're talking about lives. We're talking about someone that can go and fight for the people of Georgia like Senator Warnock has done. And we've got to continue to fight this thing. And if it goes to runoff, we've got to demonstrate that we're going to fight back, and win.
Congressman Troy Carter, always glad to have you here. We appreciate it. I really believe that there needs to be some folks in Louisiana need to be sitting down and bringing in the folks in Georgia said, let's replicate what y'all did in Georgia here in Louisiana. The potential is there, especially when it comes to the need. Hopefully the Supreme Court won't act the fool and will give Louisiana that another black congressional district, but it's just
And we're going to be fighting to make that happen because the math is very clear. We deserve, it's basic math that Louisiana should have 2 minority-majority districts, and we'll continue to fight and take our message to the courts and ultimately to the people.
And it's also a basic math that not enough of us are voting black folks in Louisiana. So let's do something about that. Congressman, we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
God bless you, brother. Keep up the great work.
Thank you very much. Larry, here's a perfect example of what happens when you focus on local elections. Go to my iPad. A criminal justice reformer wins the DA's race in Iowa, Polk County, where Des Moines is. Folks at Bolt Mag said in June, she told Bolts that she was inspired to run after hearing Rachel Rollins, the former Boston former reform DA. She's now, of course, the U.S. attorney there. And this is a perfect example. When you talk about mass incarceration, criminal justice reform, here's a perfect example. You have to take those DA races, and yeah, you got these people who are targeting Alvin Bragg in New York. They targeted Chase in San Francisco. They've been targeting different people. Unfortunately, Aramis Ayala tonight lost as Attorney General there in Florida. But that's one of those, it will not be a sexy race. It's not going to be talked about in a lot of different places, but it's important to win those down ballot races.
Yeah, no, we've talked a lot about down ballot races in your show a lot because we talk about, the governorship, House and Senate, et cetera. But a lot of these local elections you talked about in various states, you just highlighted Iowa, we have to remember that we're really cultivating political leaders for the future. So you start off small, and then as you get more experience, maybe you win another election or two, then maybe you run for governorship or the House or Senate. And then particularly, I think, Roland, this is important. We talk about black and you talk about women and other minoritized groups. We have to cultivate them early on. You have to encourage them. I think the other thing that's important, Roland, is we have to be able to counter this nonsense in terms of if you're progressive, that could harm chances to hold on to various seats. We found it, as we see tonight, it's not the case. You just talked about Iowa, but we're also seeing progressives in various other areas. We're seeing in Michigan in terms of how well the governor's doing there. It's a possibility in Michigan that, that Democrats may take the Senate. So listen, if we stay with a message that's consistent with the needs of people, you can expect voters to turn out. That's why we need to keep it progressive, focus on economic issues and various other issues that are important to other communities, particularly when we talk about bail reform and various other issues in New York State and in Michigan and other areas. So it's important to focus on issues that voters care about, be consistent, as we talked about earlier, encourage them to vote. Like I said, 365. I want to make sure that I'm going to put this on a T-shirt because we have to be consistent with our message. And if we do that, then we can also win some of these other elections that we lost this time, Stacey Abrams, et cetera.
Reverend Jeff Carr, we've been looking at what's happening around this country. Look, Republicans in your state made a mess of Nashville. All sorts of problems, wrong ballots, wrong congressional seats in different precincts, folks going to 3 and 4 different precincts. That's what happens when you split up Nashville into 4 different congressional districts because you already had an 8-2 majority with congressional seats in the delegation, but they wanted to be 9-1.
This is also what happens, Roland, to the point that you've been making all night and to the point that this prestigious panel has been making. This is what happens when Republicans have a plan that they enact 20, 30 years in advance. I think Dr. Malveaux pointed out that they've been working on it for 50 years. You're going to have these hiccups, yet and still this gerrymandering that has happened in the state of Tennessee and Nashville being carved up into 4 different districts. Yes, it has produced 4 districts that are completely red and insanely so, but it's also produced some quirks. It has produced some hiccups. Prior to that, 438 people yesterday realized that they filled out the wrong ballots. There were about 600 people who were turned away from districts, from their voting precincts today on election day alone. So there's chaos there. It really doesn't net much when we talk about how that's going to affect us, Democrat versus Republican, because it's been so carved up the last year or so. But one of the things that is continually coming out that we've heard all night tonight, that we're going to continue to hear, and that is messaging. How do we get to the messaging that is going to trickle down to people who we need to activate vote to get in the room? The state of Tennessee, just a few years ago, when I was in college, I'd say a few years ago, I realized it was about 30 years ago, but when I was active in student government and in between focusing on being colder than the bubbles on a champagne glass, I was also in a blue state, an overwhelmingly blue state. How did we go in just the 3 decades from an overwhelmingly blue state to an overwhelmingly red state? It began with a plan at the state level. People take these state races for granted. State level is where you redraw these districts. State level is where you build political power. State level is where you begin to influence everything from school boards to Secretary of State's offices. And at that level, those of us who are in spaces where there are a number of people who are voting blue, but because of gerrymandering, they are not able to have their voices heard. You have to, and I'm saying this to the Democratic Party all over the country, but especially here in Nashville. There's an African proverb that says, "He who cannot dance will say the drum is bad." Listen, the party has some broken legs and they aren't dancing. And it's not the people, it's the people who are not being brought to the table. It's when you walk into a room of Democratic leaders and you walk in and you try to be involved and you're sitting there with people who are claiming to be progressive, but in truth, they are what I call faux-gressive. That means that as long as you are voting for the candidates they choose for you, then they are going to support you. They're going to bundle. They're going to bring in fundraising. They're going to energize the money portion. But they're not listening to people who are out there on the ground doing the work. They are intimidated by strong black voices, both female and male. And as long as you are not willing to cede that power and to listen to the people who are telling you the messages that are connecting with people, and you act as if you know everything, and you are not going to cede the power for leadership on the grassroots, we're going to continue to see this happen. We've got some great opportunities with this space because, as Attorney Presley pointed out, it was not the red wave that people predicted. So we have a critical moment right now in history where we have the opportunity to figure out how to make our sometimes high-end issues relate to everyday working people who can and should be activated to come out and vote.
Let me introduce Pastor Shannon Wright, CEO of the Urban Engagement Initiative, Deanna Baz-Williams, co-host, Policy and Pound Cake, partner with Baz Public Affairs, also activist Tiffany Lofton. Glad to have all three of you here. I'll start with you, Shannon. When we look at the North Carolina race, go to my iPad, please. They're calling this race for Congressman Ted Budd. He beats Sherry Beasley by about 130 some odd thousand votes. He gets 50.7%. She gets 47.1%. That was out of 3.7 million ballots cast. That was a race that many folks were watching. Democrats have been trying to pick off that North Carolina seat for quite some time, Shannon. And the reality is this, Democrats also put money in late, and Republicans, they understood how critical that seat was, knowing full well that Democrats wanted to expand their majority in the United States Senate.
You know, I hear you saying the Republicans put their money in early and knew that was a part of their plan. It seems to be hit and miss when you make a plan and it actually works. There's some races I expected to come out quite differently than they have. But if I could go back to Pastor Carr, I believe it was, his analogy about Tennessee and Nashville. I'm in Maryland, and Baltimore has the same issue in terms of a city broken up with 4 congressional districts and listed as one of the top 5 gerrymandered states in the country. The only difference is it ain't the Republican. So I've been conflicted. I've listened to the show all night, but I want to, if nothing I say resonates, let this one marinate for a minute. It is not so much the parties unless we allow them to have control. It's us taking control of policy and not just sticking to one party, but recruiting, training, teaching, mentoring in both parties. Because my mother used to say, true power comes from a seat at all the tables, not just one. So just as we're seeing a lot of the gerrymandering and a lot of the political gamesmanship in some areas. We're seeing it in other areas, and it's both parties. So until we actually can acknowledge that and recognize that there are those of us on both sides of the aisle, and just as those of us that share the same skin color don't want to be lumped into one category, nor do us in that political party. We have to address policy. We have to teach folks how to create policy that positively impacts people. And when we do that is when we take control of both sides.
Deanna Bass, we're looking at the Pennsylvania race. 82% of the votes are in. John Fetterman is at 49.5%. Mehmet Oz is at 48.1%. It's about 65,000 or so votes separating them out of 4.55 million that have been cast. Your assessment of what has happened tonight?
You know, I've also been listening to the show, Roland, and thanks so much for having me join this conversation. And I never thought that that we were going to have a red wave. While I wanted a red wave, I think that because we've seen that voters have been so evenly divided on so many very important issues. Like, I'm not surprised about what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, the razor close margins there. I'm not surprised about, I'm not even surprised about what we're seeing in Georgia, my home state. And the last time I checked, just before we came on, I think it was 49-49. So I'm not surprised by these things. But what I am surprised by is the conversation that I've been hearing on your show, and I love the rich conversation, but what surprises me is this shock that Black Americans are all of a sudden, that Black Americans are considering other options other than the Democratic Party. And so I think that I've agreed with a lot about
there's no shock. I mean, actually there's no shock at all. Anybody who's actually covered or done any of the shows that I've done literally for the last 20 years. No, I'm saying that there's no shock.
I think pardon me, I used the wrong word. I probably should have said it. For me, it seems like there's dismay or that Black Americans are not in lockstep with Democrats. And I think, as your panelists have talked about messaging, I think that Democrats have certainly missed opportunities to share how things like inflation and those things are impacting Black Americans, and those issues have been really important to Black people as they have been to all Americans. So I think, you know, again, I'm not shocked by the pink wave, but I think that in the next hopefully 12 hours we'll have more clarity. But I definitely am not shocked.
Well, here's what I mean by that. I would dare say, going back to, let's say, 1989. 1989. I have laid out this exact same thing, and that is, as you get further and further away from the Black freedom movement, you are seeing African Americans less self-identify. I remember having a conversation with my parents and others of races in Texas when I was in college, and I was relaying the conversations that Black college students were having that were different from their parents. The difference, what we're actually stating is that Democrats haven't been listening. They haven't actually been listening to Black people. And what they've done is they've actually ignored what folks have been saying, like Tiffany. You look at, again, the number of young African Americans who do not self-identify as either party. Now, they may lean a certain way, but then when somebody does not self-identify, the usual ways for you to communicate them don't work. And if you're unwilling to communicate with them in a different way, if you're unwilling to actually meet them where they are, you're going to have a problem, because the problem they have isn't even a significant number of Black folks voting Republican. Their greatest problem are folks checking out the process totally. And so now you take those numbers combined with a targeted effort by Republicans to appeal to certain segments based upon certain issues, such as African Americans who are naturally conservative, who are anti-abortion, or folks from an economic standpoint, or in the last race in Florida, targeting African Americans who believe in school choice. That was a significant issue there, where you had Andrew Gillum, who was tied to the teachers union. DeSantis was talking about those opportunity scholarships. And so it's understand micro-targeting. What Democrats have done is not listen to black people. And Tiffany, again, I want you to speak to that. You're senior director of campaigns and advocacy at the Hip Hop Caucus. That right there, again, it's listening to black folks in 2022 and not trying to run a 1982 playbook.
I hear you. Can I ask you a question? And this
Actually, no, hold on a second. Hold on. I want you to answer that question. After Tiffany speaks, I need to pull her in. Then you can ask the question. Tiffany, go.
Okay.
Deanna, hold on. Tiffany, go right ahead. Answer what I just laid out to you. Tiffany, I think you're on mute. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Roland, you didn't say anything confusing just now. Circles, the report, just came out and said that the national youth vote by choice of race in 2022 midterm elections, so that's this year's midterm elections, 89% of black youth voted leaning Democrat. Since 2020, there are 8 million new voters that can participate in the 2022 midterm elections. 8 million new people have turned of voting age. And in places like Culver City, because I'm in Los Angeles, this year on the ballot, there is a conversation about whether or not voters believe that 16-year-olds should be able to vote in the elections in the city. We are seeing an uprise of young people who are not paying attention to politics as usual. They care about environmental justice, reproductive choice, canceling student loan debt, police brutality. In the city of Los Angeles, 43,000 people are experiencing homelessness. We have marijuana on the ballot, slavery on the ballot, gun violence prevention on the ballot. The list goes on. And these young people who, mind you, just experienced nothing that any of us have really experienced when we were in school or in college. They just experienced a 2-year pandemic where they had to pay the full cost of tuition, had to pay for rent on college campuses, had to pay the cost of tuition to get food and housing, and didn't experience any of that. These young people who usually have an entryway into organizing the same way that I did, the previous speakers talked about when they were organizing, when they were in college. I got involved in social justice work because I joined the United States Student Association. The poster's right here on my wall. It'll stay there forever. Because I saw upperclassmen who were like, we need to register young people to vote. We need to turn out for the presidential elections and the midterm elections. These young people did not have that opportunity over the last 2 years. All they have had is Democrats and elected officials who have the House and the Senate and the White House tell them, we'll send you more PP masks. We're not going to cancel student loan debt at this moment. We're just going to delay the repayment pause. We're not going to lower the cost of college tuition. We're not going to give everybody free health care. We're not going to give everybody bigger checks. We're going to give you $1,250 3 times for the year. And we hope that helps with the cost of rent, which has skyrocketed. And we've seen no rent control, just out of this world type of rent. And these young people are now making the decision. Yes, I understand the consequences of two-party systems and voting Republican and voting Democrat. But what they care about the most, Roland, is not the color of the party, but what the party is going to do. And we have watched these young people scream, protest, march, uprisings, sign petitions, do interviews, vote. They are having conversations with this political party, to your point, which has ignored them and taken them for granted. And I am certain that tonight, with the losses and the wins, but the losses that we have seen, that these young folks who are getting ready for the 2024 election, these young people are having those conversations right now, but what they're not going to do and what they are going to do. There are over 330 million people in America, and we only usually get about there are 330 million people in America. We usually only get about 43 million people to participate in the midterm elections. There is a gap. And more people are falling into that gap where they're like, this political system doesn't even help me. They don't care about me. They don't ask me what I think. They don't do what I tell them to do when I put them in office. They don't listen to me after when they're running for re-election. They don't come to hang out in my hood. They don't talk to me in my communities, and they are tired. And we hear the jargon, vote for us, don't vote for them. Scare tactics, don't vote for them because they're going to take away your rights. Well, when I vote for you, you ain't give me no more rights. These young people that I teach at UC Santa Cruz, the folks that I organize at the University of Toledo in Ohio, the students at FAMU that I work with, the people at the NAACP who are organizing young folks across the country, the University of California Student Association, the United States Student Association, these folks who are working with these young people, they're tired. They've been tired. Every election season is the most important election season, but they're tired and they want something different. And I believe, last thing I'll say, that in the spirit and honor of Fannie Lou Hamer, who I love and adore and is on the cover of my notebook, that people who are sick and tired of being sick and tired will do something different. And as a 33-year-old millennial who is supporting the training and development of that apparatus, of that base, whatever that is, it is going to not only help these young people, it's going to save America. Because we can't continue to do this piecemeal stuff where we see incremental changes, where we elect people into office and the things that we are demanding, the things that our community needs, life or death, we don't receive. That season has come to an end, I think, in this midterm election.
Deanna, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm so excited to hear your panelists say these things. And I'm really, Roland, the thing that concerns me most is that what I hear her talking about in terms of being taken for granted, and I know that's like Republicans always say that blacks are being taken for granted by the Democratic Party. I believe that, but I'm on the right, and I want Republicans to begin to invest more in black press. Dee and I are literally every day working to encourage conservative organizations to invest in black press. We're making a little incremental change, but we will make.
Deanna, they won't even talk. I mean, let's look. When I say won't even talk.
No, listen, but this is what I'm saying. Let me just add. This is what I'm saying. If you on the not you, Roland, but if people on the left are saying that Democrats are not listening to blacks and taking blacks for granted, or you've been working and now you've been shifted. Like, my question is, like, I love Black America. I am a Black woman. I want what is best for Black people. I'm working for that on the right side of the aisle. Whether my sisters and brothers on the left side believe it or not, I'm working for that on the right side of the aisle. But I feel like I honestly believe that somehow we on the right and the left have to demand more, because if you're not getting it on the left and we are, like, the thing that worries me about
sis, and I love your sweater. Sis, the alternative is not the right. That's the part that these young folks are talking about. When I hear I think I hear what you're saying and what you're trying to explain. Like, yes, we might not find spaces or relationships with us on the Democratic side or on the left side. The alternative, sister, is not the right. Because we would have been over there already. And we're not going over there.
Wait, hold on, though.
The alternative
So I think you're misunderstanding what she's saying.
The alternative that we have right now is the Democratic Party is not being held accountable. Republicans ain't never cared about black voters.
Wait. Tiffany, finish your, hold up. Tiffany, finish your point. Deanna, Shannon. Tiffany, go.
It is clear, and we will be here all night. It is clear that the conservatives, that the right side, that Republicans have silenced black voters, have ignored black voters, have used black voters. If we're talking about Herschel Walker and Candace Owens, sis, we got a conversation we need to have offline, not on public TV, because we are talking about how Democrats are not being held accountable for the voters that they take for granted in the black community. And the alternative to that is not, well, let's come on over to the right. That is not the alternative. The alternative is these young people are creating freedom dreams and a bigger vision of what these issues that I named, marijuana, women's reproductive choice, student debt cancellation, ending gun violence, slavery, environmental justice, and the list goes on. That conversation is being had, and you are seeing young people like Maxwell Frost, who is a Generation Z, Afro-Cuban Democrat, who is saying, listen, y'all not listening to me? So I'm going to run for office so that I can support my communities.
Got it.
He's not running on the right side. This is not even about left and right. And
Okay,
if we continue to trap
that's
black
kind of what
people,
Wait, hold on.
If
So,
we
Tiffany,
continue
10
to trap
seconds.
black
10
people-
seconds, Tiffany.
you got it. If we continue to trap black people in left and right, America will not go anywhere. We need to have a conversation about what we need to do to encourage the people who are not voting, because there are millions of people who don't participate in the electoral process,
so, all right.
partially because of the party.
Hold on.
And get young folks to help us decide what America's
That
gonna
longer than
be.
10 seconds. Deanna, then Shannon. Deanna, go.
Okay, so this is the thing, Tiffany. I've worked in my first campaign when I was 11 years old. You say you're a Gen X, Gen Z, or I'm a Gen Xer. I'm a
millennial. I'm a millennial. Go ahead.
Sorry, yes, you're a millennial. I'm a Gen Xer. I worked on my first campaign, elected the first black woman to the city council in Columbus, Georgia, when I was 11 years old. And now my nephew, who is 21 years old, who is at an HBCU, who loves his country, loves his race, loves everything about being a young black man. He is a conservative, so there are many people who actually do find value in voting and who are on the right side of the aisle. And whether it shocks you, I don't think it does. I mean, clearly you are, you recognize that there are black people who actually believe in that words like reproductive rights, that's not, like, I am pro-life, and there are many black people.
Okay,
That's the difference, baby. I'm pro-choice.
Okay, hold on.
Exactly what I'm saying is that we have to recognize that there are people there, like, as a black woman who's proud to be black, don't want to be anything other than this. My political worldview sits in the conservative camp. It's not going to change. It hasn't changed since I was 11.
And that's fine. But I don't believe that your political views or your global views
Hold tight.
Hold
Hold tight 1 second. I'm going to call a timeout and hold up because I got to go. Sherry Beasley is speaking. She's giving her concession speech in North Carolina. Y'all know we hear from black people.
The folks who made phone calls and drove people to the polls, I am so grateful, so grateful that I've met so many awesome folks along the way. And I give my deepest thanks to Team Beasley. I thank my husband, Kurt, whose partnership has been essential in this journey, and whose birthday we celebrate tonight. Happy birthday, Kurt. I love you dearly. And to our sons, Matthew and Thomas, who inspire me every single day. I could not have done it without the support of my men, and I love them so very much, and very thankful. A few minutes ago, I called Senator-elect Bud to congratulate him. And I offered him my support and encouraged him to stand in the tradition of our state, to be an independent leader that puts North Carolina first, and I hope he will. I hope he will. I am so proud of the race that we ran. I'm proud that all along we stayed true to our mission, that this race would be about the people and not politics. And even when others didn't, we believed in North Carolina. And I still do. This isn't the outcome that we wanted, but we have made history in North Carolina. And tonight I'm thinking of those who blazed trails before me so that I could reach this moment with you all here this evening. I'm thinking of my late mother, Lou Beasley, who showed me the importance of public service, of working for justice for all, and for standing for what's right. She was an amazing example and amazing woman. She knew the importance of staying the course and valuing the right to vote. My mother was granted the right to vote 57 years ago by the passage of the Voting Rights Act. And 57 years later, the work to make voting truly accessible continues. I'm thinking of my granddaddy Clarence and my grandmother Mimi, Rebecca, from Alabama, who married very young and searched for a better life for their family. With 76 cents in his pocket, Granddaddy Clarence hopped a train to Nashville, Tennessee, with dreams of a better future in his heart. He worked on the railroad all of his life, believing that for all of his sacrifice, his children and grandchildren would have it better. Granddaddy Clarence and Mimi believed firmly in the American dream. And despite the challenges they faced and the injustices they weathered, my grandparents worked hard to build a better future for their children and grandchildren. I am my grandparents' American dream. Regardless of the result, I remain resolved to fight for our beloved state. Because North Carolina is worth fighting for. And we are worth fighting for. Because our American dreams are worth pursuing. This election was never about the names on the ballot. It's about you, the people of this state, and your future. And after 2 decades as a judge and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of North Carolina, I ran for the United States Senate for a simple reason. I love this state. But I've seen how Washington has failed people here. And over the last 19 months, I met North Carolinians in all 100 counties. You've shared with me your struggles, from jobs that don't pay the rent, to medication that costs too much, to loved ones who need health care but couldn't afford it, to small business owners who are the backbone of our economy and who need leaders with a backbone to do what's best for them. I've spoken with farmers who
Sarah Beasley, of course, giving her concession speech, she loses in North Carolina. Democrats have been trying to win a seat there since 2008. I'm going to say this again. Reverend Barber was on earlier, and we make the point over and over and over again. If you do not make the investments into that state and build your infrastructure outside of your large counties, you're not going to be able to win. I can't wait to go inside of that race to start breaking apart the numbers, see what happened in different parts of the state, see what the black turnout was in that particular state. But that's just at the end of the day, if you want to win in North Carolina, look, you had a Democratic governor there. You've had Democrats who won statewide, but you have to actually focus on those areas. Significant black population in North Carolina. The question is, did they maximize their voting power there? We were having a conversation, Tiffany, Deanna, Shannon. Shannon, I want you to comment, and then I saw Greg Carr's reaction, and I thought Greg was literally about to start burning some books. So let me let Shannon make her point, and Greg definitely has something to say. Trust me, Shannon, go ahead.
Please put down the match and the lighter first before I continue.
No. Greg didn't have a match. Greg had a blowtorch.
Yeah, flamethrower, all of that. So here's the thing. When we put ourselves in separate camps and we talk about, well, the Democrats are ignoring us, but the right's not the answer, this, that, and the other. When we argue against our own interests, those that don't want us to succeed win. So when I said it in my initial statement was, if we can, first of all, I'm a Republican, and yes, I'm a conservative, but before that, I am a Bible-believing Christian. So that means I believe there are certain ways you need to treat widows and orphans and all sorts of folks that is higher than and very different from either political party. So I'll say again, when we can stop fighting for a label or a color and fight for our own self-interest of our people, that is when we succeed.
But Shannon, I got to ask you a question. I got to ask you a question right here, okay? I heard what you just said. Yet when I looked at when votes were taken in the House, when it came to, after the shooting of Buffalo, to condemn white supremacy, Republicans wouldn't vote for that. When I looked at the vote to cap insulin at $35, Republicans wouldn't vote for that. When I looked at the demonization of the poor in this country, when Trump was in there and they were literally trying to change the SNAP benefits, Republicans wouldn't vote for that. I get being a conservative, being a Republican. When you talk about the widows and the orphans, it's amazing how Republicans absolutely ignore those widows and orphans when it comes to public policy.
Yeah, not all of us do. That's number
No,
one.
no, no,
Number
I'm not,
two,
and I'm saying all of you, but I'm talking about those who are actually in power. I'm talking about those who are in the House,
you're
those who are
absolutely
in the
right.
Senate, those who, and so so my question for you is, being a Bible-believing Christian and believing that,
Mm-hmm.
how do you stand with people who call themselves Christians but don't actually represent Christian values in how they vote, but they claim to?
By trying to change that from the inside.
Got it.
You can't, it goes back to what I said. True power is a seat at all the tables, not just one or the other.
Mhm.
So if I see Democrats are ignoring black folks, but I see on the Republican side, black folks are invisible, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say, okay, when y'all lost this race, what was the margin? What was the margin of black folks that could have voted in that race? Now, so I'm going to look at it from the inside out to be able to show you what you could have been picking up and how things could have changed. And then talk about how you actually speak to people by speaking to their needs and the policies and the issues. But that doesn't happen on the outside. That happens from understanding and then trying to change hearts and minds. You can't always do that from the outside.
Greg,
so my goal
yep.
is to do that from the inside.
We
Greg,
don't need a Christian country.
Greg Carr, you want to, you've been waiting to weigh in.
No, I'm just sitting here. In fact, I really, could have very easily said nothing because I think, the distance between fantasy and real politics is what we're talking about right now. When the results come in with this election in Georgia, it'll be clear that the overwhelming majority of white evangelicals will have voted for a man that is paid for serial terminations of pregnancies because they believe that he will help the white nationalists in the federal legislature get one step closer to executing a national ban on abortion. That's a theocracy. That's a theocracy. Let's be very clear about this. This isn't about politics. We're not talking about imposing our will on other people. Wherever we come down on the question of a woman's right to choose, I don't know that anybody would say that they should be able to tell other people what they should choose. Now, if that's the case, then yeah, we're talking about a Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is an avowed white Christian nationalist. Now, in Wisconsin, I would have asked Representative Carter out of Louisiana, why don't you have an infrastructure in Louisiana? And I agree with my sister Tiff. At the end of the day, the Democratic Party takes black people for granted. However, the answer, as she said, is not going to the right because we're not talking about principles. We're not talking about culture. We're talking about power. And Ron Johnson, this ghoul, who is about to be returned to the federal legislature, is going to be hell-bent to destroy Social Security, privatize it, privatize Medicare. And last I checked, that's not a Christian value. So when somebody can't be healed, somebody can't get health care because the white nationalists in this country are thoroughly committed to a program not only of white supremacy, but they are beholden to the corporate interests who don't care anything about race as long as they get their profits. Those tax cuts, the money I pay out of my check every 2 weeks, is not going to be given to the tune of $1 billion being held hostage to the state of Georgia for Medicare. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but let's be very clear. We're not talking philosophy. Let's get down to the policy we're talking about. So people think they're values voters have returned to the State House in Atlanta a man who has refused to expand Medicaid. $1 billion of our tax money not going to people in Georgia who claim to be Christians but might have a foot cut off because of diabetes or can't get their blood pressure medicine or can't go to a trauma center because the white nationalists have declared that they don't give a damn about human beings. Finally, I'll just end with this because, again, I didn't have to say anything because it's just absurd to me the difference between idealism and the reality. The real politic of the moment is this. The very same people who would say they can't vote for a black person no matter how hard you try to win their hearts or minds, There are ballot initiatives all over this country right now. Do you know right now in South Dakota, they're going to vote for Medicaid expansion, but they're going to put back in the state house a white nationalist. Somebody on the quote unquote right explain to me how the same white people who will not vote for Democrats because they are communists and CRT and all the rest of that stuff will, when they understand the policy value, vote for things like expanding Medicaid, but won't give power to the people who at least are in a party that are trying to push for the types of social programs that would benefit them. If somebody explained that to me other than racism.
Deanna and Shannon, y'all want to take a shot?
I think I'm highly confused, and I'll openly admit, when you say that we are talking about things that are not real, and when values voters actually vote for issues like pro-life issues. And so for me, and I'm not a one-issue voter, but I will say that for me, the issue of whether or not what lives within a woman's womb is actually a life, to me, that is enough. That's as real as diabetes and someone having their foot amputated. Like that, like the actual, those real life humans living in the womb of a woman, to me, that is as real as and I agree with Shannon in that on the right side of the aisle, Christians, and I count myself one, we need to hold our party accountable for votes and values that do not line up with the things that we support. And so Shannon, and I know Shannon well, she's vocal and she's outspoken about these things. And so on the right side of the aisle, we as Black Americans, we as Christians, we as people who value life and who respect humanity, yes, we need to be vocal on the right. But I would argue that on the left, the same is true. And so I'm not like I refuse to be to be made to be the because we vote for conservatives or Republicans, every single thing that they do is great. Absolutely not. But I'm certain that on the left, you can't tick down the list and say that you support everything that your candidates on the left vote for either. So for me, and this is something that is without question, for me, my values match most, without question, conservative values. So I have no problem with that. But I do have a problem with this idea that I have to agree with every single thing that Republicans do. And I do have a problem with this idea that that somehow I am disconnected from the Black community or reality, because I think that there should be Blacks advocating for Blacks in the conservative movement and in the Republican Party.
Tiffany, I think, Tiffany, you wanted to go ahead and hop in there and make a... Yeah, I'm enjoying y'all conversation. Let me eat this cupcake.
What are you eating?
I'm eating a red velvet cake.
Who made those? Brought them to the studio. Why we didn't get mailed a cupcake?
First of all, that's what happened when your ass moved to California. You should have kept your ass in D.C. But you want to go to L.A. But go ahead and make your little comment. Yes, and y'all, it's a Black caterer who did our food.
Uncle Roland said, make your little comment. Now, you know when Black people put little in front of anything.
Hey, Lil.
I
ain't say little. I said Lil. I said Lil.
Lil comment.
You didn't even give it a 2 T's.
Lil. So go ahead. Let me enjoy my cupcake. Go ahead and make your comment.
Go ahead. Let me say this.
Monique, what you want? Monique.
Whether or not you are right or you are left in this moment is actually irrelevant to me, since there are people in this panel and maybe even in the space that do not believe that women should have the autonomy what they're going to do with their own bodies. So yes, we have a mutual problem. You don't like everything your party do, and I don't like everything the party that I'm assigned to does. Mm-hmm. But what I am clear on is that some of us in this space are not even on the same team, even though we are Black people. I do not believe, because I am a Christian inclusivist, I do not believe that my Christian values should become the policy that determines how everybody in America should live.
I don't believe that either.
There are other people in this country.
I don't believe that at all. I do not believe that my Christian values should dictate what anyone does. And I make it a point.
And that's not what either one of us is saying.
when I make a
both,
very clear.
both of y'all said that.
I am.
No, ma'am. You need to listen a
Both
little
of y'all
closer.
said
That's what
that
you're getting from
abortion
it.
rights and
Mm-mm. First of
pro-life
all, that
was
word
just
didn't
as
come out my
important
mouth
as
at all.
diabetes. So I'm trying to
Hold up,
figure out
can't
if
nobody
we
hear
have
nobody
policy.
talking. So Tiffany, you're gonna go for 30 seconds, then Shannon, then Deanna. I'm gonna pull in Reverend Jeff Carr, but go on right ahead. Tiffany, go, 30 seconds.
I can do this in 10 seconds like I did last time.
Last time wasn't 10 seconds.
Help me understand why you made the comparison between being pro-life and diabetes as policy and decision and values that we are making as Black people in the elections. We're talking about elections and people voting. Why did you make the comparison?
Deanna, go.
I specifically made that analogy because Mr. Carr mentioned diabetes and the moral decision to not support expansions that would help people with diabetes. So to me, I made that comparison. But as it relates to my faith, like our house, we operate under a pro-life model, right? But I don't believe that, and I do that because I believe as a Christian, that is my belief. But I should not take my belief, my faith belief in the public square and force other people to live out my faith.
But your party does that.
But
Your party
but I believe it is science for me. I believe that and I want to have open, legitimate, fair conversations about life. And for me, I want to be clear about what lives inside of a woman's womb. And at some point, I believe.
Let me get your party's job to determine what other women's
Hold on,
do.
Tiffany, hold on. Deanna, you got 20 seconds. You win a minute.
Okay.
You got 20 seconds. I'm gonna let Shannon speak. I'm gonna pull in Reverend Carr, and then I'm gonna wrap this up because I'm going over to the wild bunch over there.
So for me, if at any point we as a community can decide that what lives inside of a woman's womb is actually a life, I believe it's a life at conception. I know most people don't, but at some point, what is in a woman's womb is actually a human being. And if it is in fact a human being, then it deserves a voice and it deserves to be protected. And so the science says at some point it's a human being. And so I don't argue this from my standpoint as a Christian. I argue it from science, and I don't believe we should kill humans. So that's where I come to this point of view. And again, my faith is hugely important to me, but I don't believe that I should force it on anyone.
All right, Shannon.
Just did.
So, to be clear, to straighten it out and remove some of the confusion, when you believe that when you are a Christian and you have your beliefs, if you believe the whole Bible, one of the things that you don't do is try and browbeat or convince people. My job is to plant a seed. Whether you pick it up and water it is your business. You're going to deal with that with whoever you believe in when you get wherever you're going. So that's not my job. My job is to make sure that you have all the information you need on both sides to make an informed decision on whatever the issue may be. That's number one. Now, number two, where Deanna equated the what's in a woman's womb to the diabetes and the foot amputation was her correlation that they are all medical issues that need to be addressed in a scientific manner. Now, when we go back to Medicaid, let me ask you a question. Why are we sitting here talking about expanding Medicaid, which is the bottom of the scale, instead of talking about some actual medical equity so that we can have equal care and don't nobody got to think about cutting up nothing?
Well, actually, because the Republican Party largely was against the Affordable Care Act, which played a crucial role in decreasing the number of African Americans and others who have health insurance. And one of the reasons we're talking about Medicaid expansion, because it was in those same red states where they actually were vehemently opposed to it. Just like you have Mississippi, where they were the ones who put forth the abortion bill, which led to the Dobbs decision. And then there was a story that came out that as a result of the Dobbs decision, additional 5,000 children are going to be born in Mississippi on an annual basis, and the Mississippi healthcare system is grossly unprepared for the birth of 5,000 children. And so when I make the point about the Republicans, and I hear you, Deanna, and I hear you, Shannon, being pro-life and anti-abortion are two separate things. I believe the Republican Party is largely an anti-abortion party and not a pro-life party, because you cannot be a pro-life party and you stand in the way of health care. You cannot be a pro-life party and stand in the way of Medicaid expansion. You cannot be a pro-life party when you're unwilling to address the infant mortality rates and the number of black women who are dying in childbirth. When you look at the lack of midwives and OBGYNs in the state of Mississippi. And so if we're gonna have a pro-life conversation, then I'm gonna need Republicans and conservatives, to be honest, to say something when somebody who's unarmed gets shot and killed by a cop, because ain't that life? And so we can have a pro-life conversation or an anti-abortion conversation, but I will never correlate the two. Reverend Jeff Carr, Reverend Jeff Carr, you now have the floor.
What we're witnessing right now, and let me pause to say that this is in no way ad hominem. So if you throw a rock up and it hits into the crowd, it's only going to hit, only the hit person's going to holler. So please, I don't want anybody to take this personally. Apply what applies and leave alone what doesn't. But to borrow my double brother, both biological and fraternity, one of his sayings is, let's be clear about this. I was raised in a Baptist church. I was teaching vacation Bible school when I was 12 years old. I got ordained in the ministry in the Baptist church 21 years ago. I also traveled to Kemet under Dr. Yosef Ben Yakin and got initiated into the ancient craft of priesthood when I was in my 20s. I studied with the Lakota tradition and got initiated into the sacred sciences of the Sweat Lodge. And I've pulled together an interfaith ministry that brings everyone to the table regardless of their race, their color, their background, their religious tradition, or their beliefs. I also am a father. My wife and I have 5 children. We have midwives in the room. I have caught the children in my own hands and cut the cord while my own mother was in the corner praying them through. All of that said, I would never, as a man, regardless of what beliefs I have, vote for any policy that denies a woman the right to do whatever she chooses to do with her body, because I have the right to do what I want to do with my body. When we're talking about beliefs, that's one thing, but belief is often something that exists in the absence of provable fact. That's why spiritual practice to me is more important. Spiritual practice allows us to expand and say, regardless of our beliefs, are we really willing to impose our personal beliefs on other people in a country that is supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave? I say no. If you want to practice personal beliefs, practice them and enjoy the freedom that we have to practice them. But you do not have the right, none of us, myself included, to impose my personal beliefs and codify it into a law so that it takes away the rights of other people to choose what they want to do in a free and open society. Those are the people who talk about pro-life, but are also anti-abortion and who want to restrict other people. Many of them have never sat in the seat that I've sat in, where I've had to counsel young people, young women in particular, who have been raped, who have been molested, who have been abused, many of them in a so-called religious environment, and have to live with a pregnancy because the church elders and the church leaders bring them before people and humiliate them without even having a conversation about the associate minister or the youth pastor who abused them. This gives us a chance. When we talk about policy, we begin to talk about giving ourselves equity and freedom. So while we have respect for life and human rights, it is hypocritical for us to then move toward any space politically or culturally that creates a theocracy. If the Muslim community, if the Hindu community were talking about doing the same thing in America, we would cry heresy. So if we proclaim ourselves to be whatever our faith tradition is, we cannot fall into a space where we want to impose our personal beliefs through law on other people. That is not a true democracy, and although it's aspirational in America right now, it is not something that we want to go into. It's not a road we want to travel down. It's dangerous, and that's what I have to say about that space. We're talking about belief versus policy, and as Sister Tiffany has outlined, these young people are not going for it. They're looking at how policy affects them. The entire night's conversation has been about how do we find our way forward in this space that we call America. That is going to require all sides. It is going to require all conversations, conversations that are uncomfortable. It is going to require independent funding. It is going to require independent thinking. And it is going to require us not being demagogues, not being sycophants, and not being people who are willing to give up our lumbar spine and open a portal so that other people, whether they're corporations or political parties, can insert their political arms and work us like puppet masters have in this United States of America.
I need a microphone. So here's what I'm gonna do. Tiffany said cut the commercial. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be 30 seconds, final comments, and then I'm going.
After that, Roland, we done. We can sing a song and move on to talk about LA mayoral race. We don't need to talk about nothing else after what he just said.
Well,
Word.
all right. Okay. Well, fine. I'm going to the other side of the room then. First of all, Deanna, you want your 30 seconds? Go. Starting right now. Go.
God bless you, but my name is pronounced Dina. You've always.
Sorry, I'm sorry. My bad. Look. It's
I know.
it's 25 people in the studio.
I know,
So go
I know.
ahead. Go ahead. Go, girl. You taking your time.
Okay. I appreciate what the Reverend said, and I want to say again that I am not basing my opinions on abortion on my biblical worldview. In the public square, we need to look at the science, and I believe that if in fact what lives inside of a woman's womb is actually a human at any point, then that human must be protected. And yes, that may mean that
Got it. Shh.
Okay, Tiffany, I would love to meet. We had
No. That first of all, that wasn't even Tiffany. That's folks in the studio here. Okay, you got.
I'm talking about Tiffany.
Oh yeah, I wasn't saying nothing, but I was saying.
Okay, all right. Okay, first of all, okay, actually time's up. Shannon, go.
So, first of all, I didn't come out with the topic of abortion. Like I said, my job, I think what I think. People are entitled to what they think. It is not my job to change anybody's mind. Their maker will do that when they get wherever they're going. But as far as here, if we can't stop arguing amongst ourselves to realize that we have some things that we actually need to be working on, in 4 years, we're going to be having the same daggone conversations. The topic was brought up of Medicaid. And again, I say, if we're really going to organize apparatus and we're really going to develop systems to be able to move the needle and get people to vote, why are we looking at the bottom, Medicaid? Why are we not looking at medical equity? So, and before anybody says, well, that's easy to say, you're a Republican and this and that. I'm a Republican who is married to a Republican who's trying to find a kidney donor because he needs a transplant. So when I look at the medical industry right about now, I'm not looking at it from a political perspective. I am looking at it from a people perspective. Expanding Medicaid in that scope is not the answer. Actually closing the gap of medical equity is.
Dealing with prescription drug prices, and we know which party wanted to roll that back. I mean, we can talk about all we want to, but we've got to also deal with some facts on where folks are actually voting in parties. Shannon, Dina, Tiffany, Jeff, Greg, we appreciate it. Thank you so very much for joining us. I'm about to go to the other side of the room. While I'm doing that, folks, the race in Georgia, give me 1 second. Let me try to pull this up here. Senator Raphael Warnock is back in the lead in Georgia. He is moving closer to, give me some full race results. Give me a second. Don't go to my iPad just yet. So right now, it is 92% of the votes are in. Senator Raphael Warnock, go to my iPad, please, is at 49.36% with 1.884 million votes. Herschel Walker is at 1.85 million. Again, Warnock, so again, 92%. Warnock is trying to get to 50.1%. If he gets to 50.1%, there is not going to be a runoff there. And so we're still checking to see where these votes are coming from. And so we're watching that. In the Pennsylvania race, Fetterman is leading there as well. Senator Ron Johnson has about a 75,000 vote lead there in Wisconsin. And the thing that, first of all, we're joined by Lauren Victoria Burke, NNPA, and of course, everybody else has already been here. So here's the thing. We were talking about, again, black voters earlier, Lauren, and Milwaukee is a perfect example. You had 2018, folks who voted on the governor's race. And then, of course, it went to 200,000, 214,000. This year, they're under 200,000. Only 176,000 actual votes in Milwaukee. Now, I don't know what the hell happened in Milwaukee. I don't know whether or not anybody paid any attention. But if you are a Democrat and you're trying to win a U.S. Senate race in Wisconsin, you need to maximize Milwaukee. And if only 176,000 folks are voting in Milwaukee, somebody doing a damn job.
How about that? Well, all the attention went to Fetterman, Pennsylvania, over and over again, and not places like North Carolina, as you have previously
But Mandela
mentioned.
Bonds has raised a ton of money.
That's right.
If your Bonds, a black man running, you got to maximize Milwaukee.
Oh, I know. People make these weird tactical errors that nobody can figure out for these elections. I cannot figure out. We're looking at race by race and seeing that, for example, the House is close enough that Kevin McCarthy is not going to be able to have control of the situation. But really, the entire night is a referendum and not paying attention to the polls, not paying attention to these media narratives that turn out to be nonsense tonight.
Right.
Now we're finding out that the House is way closer than it should have been. Right. That, of course, Sherry Beasley, as we had all been talking about on this show a million times, should have been helped out and was not. I mean, she didn't even get a Biden visit or an Obama visit, which is like the typical standard thing. Yeah. She didn't even get that. And it makes absolutely no sense. When you're playing on a map, you know the Senate's 50-50. You only really needed 2 votes. If you had North Carolina, you wouldn't have to have worried about Fetterman. You wouldn't have to worry about all these other things. Right. Kerry Lake is going down hard. That's another one. That's
Praise the Lord.
Another media creation. Exactly.
But
think about Kerry Lake over and over again.
Right, and all these folks are like, here's the thing that, again, is stupid to me. Obama wins North Carolina by 14,100 votes. This is 2008.
Unbelievable.
He loses in 2012. They lose in 2016. They lose in 2020. He's black. Beasley's black. You might want, and here's the other deal. This is just me. I know he busy doing Netflix documentaries and podcasts and shit. But I'm sorry, you don't just do a rally in the final week of the campaign. How about you do one in September and you come back the next month and do one then? I really don't understand and how the hell you not seeing Kamala Harris in North Carolina?
Listen,
to an HBCU.
Come on.
This is one of the challenges.
But you know, this is an indictment.
Oh, wait, hold up. Can't have 2 people talking. I said, I'm a Congo. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here. Go.
This is one of the challenges that we have. We can't keep talking about supporting black women and uplifting black women's voices if we're not going to do it where and when it counts.
Right.
You know, you had the sister who was doing this from the beginning, and you talk about people coming in late, to the game. They should have been there from beginning to end. But again, all night we've been talking about this. People are not listening to black voices.
Yeah, but also because I got some receipts there too.
All right, but here's the thing. I think that when we talk about going into,
I'm just saying. I can tell you, I've been personally talking to the candidate for 8 months, saying, "We'll bring the show. We'll come in." I went to Raleigh.
You talking about who are you talking about?
Beasley?
Beasley.
Oh, Beasley.
Okay.
Yeah. She didn't want you to come.
They never. I literally got a phone call, October 23rd. Hey, let's do something. My campaign be reaching out. They reach out. Hey, he trying to set up an interview. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm trying to do. And then I lay out what it entails. Never heard back. Wow. And I'm telling you, Reverend Barber was very frustrated there as well. Here's what happened. I'm telling you what happened there. White consultants were running her campaign. They act, no, we don't really want to play up this black thing.
Too black.
I'm telling y'all what happened. Again, that's what I'm saying. Folks don't want me to start pulling out receipts showing timestamped text messages.
This is what people have to take from tonight. You said this, Rebecca's alluded to it. We've alluded to it a couple of times. These posters. That whole thing you mentioned about Cornell Belcher and the people he trained making more money than him, I didn't know that. It kind of blew my mind, but it makes sense. If these people are not going to start listening to black voices and black posters, you can forget 2024. Because one thing we're realizing tonight, especially when it comes to these governor races, The Republicans, they've gotten the governor prototype with the DeWines, with the DeSantis, with the Kemp. They realize the Lakes and the types are not going to take governor's races. So they don't even need Trump in 2024.
Right.
If they just get a bunch of Kemp, DeSantis types and everything, so people are going to start trying to go to Tim Ryan route and not pay attention to black voices until it's too late, black and brown voices. 2024 is a wrap.
Look, here's what has to happen, Eugene, and I'll be very clear. Black candidates have got to operate as the CEO of their campaign.
Yes. Right.
Black candidates, black candidates have got to say, have y'all bought black-owned media? Who's coming in? Who's doing what? That has to happen. But they purposely separate the black candidate from. You just gonna sit over there and you just go do what you do. We are running this. I mean, and I'm just gonna give people a real quick story. In the Obama campaign, 2008, he was catching hell because of the lack of black-owned media spend. They have a meeting. He says, we need to be buying black-owned media. I think it was Pluff in his book. It had that's right in his book. Obama says do it. Him and Axelrod after the meeting were like, we're not gonna do it.
Oh, I've been in that.
What? And didn't do it. Again, this is where black candidates are going to have to say, after the election, my ass the one lose.
Right.
Y'all going to cash checks.
Yep. So actually we got two great examples from tonight, right? What Wes Moore did over the last 18 months is exactly that, to a large degree. He wasn't supposed to win that primary. The whole world was betting on Peter Franchot. Franchot had the money.
Hold up, Franchot, Tom Perez.
Tom Perez. You know, there was a whole gang of Rashawn, even Rashawn Baker. So, you know, but Wes Moore built out a black donor network. He built out black media relationships. He literally treated his campaign the same way he treated the Robin Hood Foundation to a large degree. And we saw how that drove him through a primary that he was not supposed to win. Folk were looking at this race the same way they looked at Carton and Fume 06. That was the conversation we were having every day. The second example, and this is a redemption story.
And see, what people don't know about the Carton and Fume race, Mfume was the one who was supposed to give that 2004 speech at the Democratic National Convention. No, Mfume was supposed to give that speech to launch his campaign, but then it was the colored girls in the DNC who were like, "Look, Kerry, give it to Obama."
And so the thing is this:
that vaults Obama. That's what happened there. Just for everybody who watching, I told y'all we know shit. just letting y'all know we know stuff. But go ahead.
So the thing is this, right? So the second example that speaks to the point more poignantly, 2014, Robert Terry Anthony Brown messes up. He comes his base is in Prince George's County. Before he was lieutenant governor, he was a delegate from PG County. All right, during his run, he does jack shit for black voters in Maryland.
He assumed he was going to get
He
black support.
assumed he was going to get black support. He brings in both Barack and Michelle. At the same time, he gets one of the rare joint dual visits, right? And I mean, to the point where he took it so much for granted, to the point where he didn't even show up to HBCUs.
And the black turnout was woeful, and he got drugged.
And black crossover was crazy as well.
Right.
Because Hogan actually did the work. You fast forward to 2022, 8 years later, the campaign that Anthony Brown ran this cycle was dramatically different than the campaign he ran in 2000.
You get your ass whooped, that's what you do. Look, Julian, this real basic, okay? Look, I can't stand going to Home Depot and Lowe's, but I understand basic ass construction. That is here. This building falls down if the foundation is jacked up. Strong foundation, this building can stand for 100 years. You run a political campaign, if you are a black candidate, the first thing you do is you lock down your black base.
Your base.
You lock down black media, black churches, fraternities, sororities, every black group, you lock them down.
Breaking news. Fetterman won.
Oh, they call that race?
Hey, no, stop that, no, stop.
I guess somebody going back to New Jersey.
But he didn't get back on TV though. Never left.
Right, he never left. But that's the deal there. And I'm telling you, for the last 8 months, I'm just gonna say this, and again, Beasley is wonderful. I talked to her directly. Her press folk called me. Y'all, this is no lie. Literally, first of all, it took us forever to get on the show. Call me, and she says, "Hey, I need information on your show and what's your reach." And I was literally like,
You didn't say which, please.
no, straight. I was like,
White people.
That's funny.
you don't know? No. I think it was a sister.
No, it wasn't a sister. It couldn't have been a sister.
No, I'm trying to tell you. Carol, was that a sister? Carol, was that a sister? My earpiece not in.
They say
It was. It was. And was like, and I was like, you don't know who the hell you talking to?
Right.
No, again, I ain't always trying to flex on folk, but if somebody tell you you need to take this phone call, but again, it's a purpose. You got to know who the black folks you should be talking to.
Right.
And again, bringing folks in. And the crazy part is, I brought my show to North Carolina. Reverend Barber asked me to come in. He said, Roland, we got all these black people who are running. If y'all pull the tape 2020, when I was in Raleigh, Beasley was one of the candidates who was sitting right there. We were in a parking lot at an early voting location. There were about 8 or 10 black candidates. We put them all on the show. I'm like, how did we do in 2020 and your folks don't bring us in? And I offered.
Well, Roland.
For 8 months.
Roland, I'm telling you, this is first of all, tonight was an indictment of Democratic ignorance. The Democrats do not understand how to do their work.
In the places where they lost, but the places where they won, guess what? They played smart politics and locked down the base.
And that's the other thing.
Yes.
Anti-black people. We talk about anti-blackness a lot, but there are black people, and I'm not dissing Sherry Beasley particularly, but the people around her. If that was a sister who called you,
I'm trying to tell you,
she needs help. Seriously, and I'm not dissing her. I'm just saying, if you know the black community, you know how to do this work. But when black people run away from themselves, and so many black folks want to try, I don't want to be too black. Well, what is too black? I don't want to offend any white people. Block white people. I said block y'all.
So I'm gonna bring it. No. So I'm coming to you. But see, Randy, I want to bring you in here because really that sounds just like the DEI conversations we had.
I'm like popping over here.
Because it's sort of the same thing. Because I'm telling you, the biggest obstacles that we have had in dealing with corporations, with advertising, has been the black people in the corporations. And it's like, and I'm in some meetings like, will you shut your ass up? Like, can you stop talking?
Right.
You know, and staying in the way. And again, what I'm saying is, I believe, looking at these places where they lost, I think tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, some folk gonna need to get cussed out.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, there's gonna have to be hardcore going to the mat saying, no, we ain't playing this in 2024.
Right.
Yep.
Well, I think that some black people have worked so hard to be the acceptable black to get to the point that they are.
The magical Negro?
Absolutely.
Yes.
That they have literally lost themselves. And they don't trust themselves anymore. Because I have actually sat in rooms where I see white people talk about blackness with intelligence, and the black person's just sitting there. And I'm like, you literally are taking this white person as an expert on who you are. Right? And the white person will sit and tell you, no, you don't need to advertise there. This is what we need to do. And I'm like, I don't know who this white person is, but what I do know is that they're not black, right? And so we lose our way, like we lose confidence in even who we are because we have muzzled ourselves for so long trying to make it that we forget to listen to our own voices. When you talk about listening to the voices of black people, listen to your own daggone black voice.
There you go.
Rebecca, look, I get it when you're trying to run a statewide race. The reality is this here, the last election, 72% of the total electorate were white voters. The reality is you need white votes to win. That's just a fact.
Oh, yeah.
But the other reality is this here, as I keep saying, if you maximize your black numbers, Obama does not win North Carolina if he does not maximize black turnout. There is no way in the world a black woman running for U.S. Senator in North Carolina. Okay, Harvey Gantt couldn't cross that threshold when he ran against Jesse Helms, and they used every racist attack against him. And running against this person here, again, I can't wait to break apart, the different precincts and the areas. But the reality is this here: we're talking about a state with a lot of black people, and I did not see a very overt campaign that was very, black specific to maximize the black turnout in North Carolina for Beasley. And I just don't quite understand what their strategies were doing. And you were talking about you got to have black campaign managers and African Americans in senior positions with authority to make calls.
Right.
You know, Rose, she lost
Hold on,
by
wait.
But just 3%. It was just a 3% margin. That's all I want to say. It's
Yeah,
a
but no, I don't look at
margin.
percent. It was 140,000 votes.
Yeah.
So my whole deal is I want to look at where the votes were.
Where they
That's
could've been,
my deal is that, because again, I want to know the number of black people who were registered, the number of black people who were eligible, and who voted and who didn't vote, and they maximize numbers. North Carolina has more HBCUs than any other state.
10. No,
so
Texas.
North
Carolina and Texas both have 10.
Right, but North Carolina, North Carolina has the largest. My whole deal is, are you hitting those numbers? Go.
So I'm a former campaign manager, and when I look at the Beasley race and when I look at the Barnes race, I have so many questions. In 2012, I ran a black man for Congress in Omaha, Nebraska, my hometown. He won hands down in the primary, almost beat a seven-term Republican incumbent. But here's the thing that happened. I was this campaign manager. I anticipated there was going to be some outright racial attacks that was going to happen. It wasn't just because I'm black and have a black daddy and have a lot of black men in my life. I'm running a black man in Omaha, Nebraska. So we were prepared when there was someone who spray painted the N-word on a house where there was a yard sign for him in the yard. We were prepared, and we also used that moment to make sure that his Republican opponent didn't make race an issue later on, because we held him to the fire. We made him apologize, repudiate, refute any type of racism. So when I saw what happened with Barnes in Wisconsin, I'm asking myself, why weren't they prepared?
Right.
Why wasn't this on their radar? Because you know you have a black man, he's going to be attacked racially, so why aren't you prepared for when that happens?
And they went after him, Joe, in a huge way on the crime issue, on defund the police, and we saw what happened with the shootings in Wisconsin. Again, you should have been prepared for it. And I think one of the things that happened, I remember, might have been I had a conversation with Beasley. That was an appearance, and it was, I forgot whether it was on my show or someone else, and everything was about the issue of crime. And when I heard it, I knew she was talking with the strategies we're saying. And I said to her, I said, I get you trying to not stand with defund the police. I said, but you cannot talk this issue and not say there has to be police accountability. I said, if you don't, you're basically telling young voters, young black voters, like, I ain't talking to you. It's one of those things that you got to be able to say, yes, we should fund. Yes, we need more training, but there also has to be accountability into this system for wrongdoing. And again, I think what Democrats did at the last election, they acted such a fool. Oh my God, who was the woman in Florida, Lauren, who kept acting a fool about, oh, I almost lost because of defunding police? No, you ran a shitty campaign. That's what you actually did. But if you don't discuss accountability, it's a whole swath of voters who are like, in fact, Ryan ran an ad. This is what happened in Ohio. Tim Ryan runs an ad saying, I voted against Obama in the trade deal. Guess what black people in Ohio heard? They didn't hear trade.
They said
I talked to a prominent black elected official whose daddy said, don't have that son bitch call me. All he heard was, I voted against Obama.
That's right.
And so it's one of those things where, I get why Ryan said it. Okay.
He's in a red state.
But it's like, you think you're appealing to them blue collar voters, but guess what? Them black people like, oh, okay, we heard you too.
You can't swim in another pond and forget about what you know. This is why black campaign managers and black folks in campaigns with authority is really important. We've had to survive in corporate America with a whole lot of people that don't look like us. We had to survive in elementary school sometimes, or in class X or class Y, class E. The game is the same. Okay, now I'm running for office. I understood that. I ran for office in the small town Redlands that I live in. They weren't quite ready for us yet. We haven't had a black city councilman in 120 years, but I scared the hell out of the guy that ended up winning. And I knew what to do when he did his race thing, which he was going to do. I was out driving with the fire department. That's what I did, and they supported me. So I say that to say, you can't, if you're Mandela Barnes, or if you're a black candidate, you have to have enough ownership in your campaign to say, I know they're going to do this because they did this. They've been doing this for years. Exactly. And so therefore, not just looking to the corner, but looking around it, I'm going to decide, here's how I'm going to handle this. And listen, you know, white, professional, you know, your friend, you do what you do on the campaign or whatever else. I know this issue. It's my campaign. This is how we gonna handle this. Because at the end of the day, my name's on the ballot, and it's gonna go up and down with me anyway. You ain't gonna win without me.
You know, here's what I thought was interesting, Brandon. I had some folks who said, I'm on this group chat, and they were like, North Carolina race should be getting lots more attention. And then somebody said, well, no, actually it's great. It's undercover. And I was like, no. I mean, so, again, so this is one of those things. And again, I'm just throwing out here. Prominent black entertainer in North Carolina. Fantasia. Anthony Hamilton. I can go, who moved, I think Branford Marsalis moved to Charlotte. I mean, I can go on and on and on.
Yep.
Michael Jordan in
I don't. But no, but here's the whole deal though. No, but here's the whole deal though. Did you try to get it?
Right.
No, only point I'm just making here. I'm saying when I look at, let me compare Georgia and compare North Carolina.
Right.
The last 3 weeks, I saw Kerry Washington down in Georgia at homecoming there. I saw a number of folks down there.
Stacey Abrams.
I'm sitting here wondering. I do not recall an effort of having prominent black entertainers go in North Carolina.
What it is white consultants in these campaigns. I'm telling you. Not well, it is black people sometimes, but usually it's white consultants who are afraid to have their candidate look too black. That's what it is. They don't want to piss off white voters with looking too black.
But here's the whole deal.
That's what it is.
Black is black. Between black like this or black like that.
Absolutely.
And hold up. Young white voters will come out for the black artists that support the black.
But here's the other deal. White folks gonna give you a pass if you go to the HBCU with the black people.
No, I know.
All right, you with your people.
Authenticity. Voters want authenticity.
That's
if they feel like you are hiding yourself, they're gonna hide their vote.
Exactly right.
That's
that's what their issues. Which would be obvious. You can't even be black during the campaign. How are you going to be black when you do policy?
I want to bring in. Robert Patillo. Robert Patillo, of course, Rainbow Push Coalition, Peach Tree Street Project. Sorry, I did not. I missed Melina Abdullah. We had her, and she had to leave at 1 o'clock. We are going over time. My apologies. Robert, you're there in Georgia. We're still looking at the race here, where Warnock has gone ahead. Let me do a refresher here to see if the numbers have changed. It was at 92%. Now it's at 95%. Warnock he's now inching. He's now at 49.42%. Robert, is there a possibility he can get to 50.1? Do we know what these outstanding ballots are in Georgia?
Absolutely, Roland. It looks like about 20% of the ballots in Fulton County have not been counted yet, and around 20% of ballots there in Clayton County. So it looks like it's mainly
whoa. You said 20% of the ballots in Fulton?
Yeah, have not been counted yet.
And 20% in Clayton?
Not Clayton, but Cobb County, rather, have not been counted yet. So those are both going to be strong Democratic counties. There is a strong chance Senator Warnock will pull this out without a runoff.
Now he has to get to 50.1, not 51, correct?
Correct. He has to have any number over 50%. So being at 49.4% currently, if you pull out another 20,000-ish votes in county, in addition to what comes in from some other larger cities such as Columbus, Macon, Augusta, where normally those votes come in a little bit later. Probably by tomorrow afternoon, once we get everything in, we should know the final vote tally. But there's a decent chance of Senator Warnock pulling this out without a runoff.
Stacey Abrams lost by 300,000 votes. What happened?
Well, I think it's a confluence of things. One, the same issue that you discussed, that the panel discussing, the lack of having a homegrown indigenous talent running that campaign, I think put her behind the eight ball from the beginning. That because you were running basically a California campaign in Georgia, you ended up with a ground campaign that took several months to get on its feet, as opposed to having the full 6 months run up to get in position. I think also you have a Governor Kemp, who was riding a very strong wave of being the anti-Trump Republican, of not being like Herschel Walker, where they're seen as being an obsequious sycophant to the president, but rather standing up for those values. We've seen Governor Kemp reach out to the hip-hop community, reach out to HBCUs, pass a lot of criminal justice reform bills that many people have asked for, governing more as a moderate than a hardcore MAGA like DeSantis or Abbott. I think that contributed towards it. And then I think, of course, you have to look at some of the inbuilt problems within the campaign when it comes to messaging. I think starting the culture war argument in the middle of September about whether or not black men were voting did not help her with the black male vote. I think at that same time, they should have been concentrating on getting many of those suburban white women who have still voted for Kemp at probably 60+% rate. Those are the voters you need to be going after. I think that when we got into this whole culture war argument about were black men voting, was it misogyny, was it sexism, were black men misinformed or the victims of disinformation, I think that distracted the campaign from actually focusing on Kemp and the issues with his campaign, and that led to the difference we saw.
Well, here's what's interesting. Greg Carr just sent this to me. Michael Harriet posted this. According to exit polls, Abrams had more support from black men than Dems had nationwide. In fact, if every single black male Kemp voter had voted for Abrams instead, she would have lost. Turns out the black male voter problem was a lie. It was white voters. It always is. That's what Michael Harriet tweeted.
That's absolutely accurate. The entire time that we started this argument back and forth about why aren't black men voting, it was completely a made-up narrative. In reality, it is those suburban white women that when you're talking about these issues, such as the Dobbs decision, which they thought was going to be motivating white women to vote, at the end of the day, they still realize that they benefit from a lot of white privilege. So when it comes to crime, when it comes to immigration, when it comes to inflation, they still will stick by the Republican Party. So I think instead of having this month-long distraction about whether or not black men were voting, the concentration should have been making sure those swing Republican, or not Republican, those swing suburban white female voters that they were counting on the Dobbs decision to bring it over, making sure that they were actually mobilized, and I think that would have made up a large portion of that gap.
Greg Carr, when we look at, again, it was all of this talk, red wave, as we look at these various races here. I am trying to go to, so here's a perfect example, Greg, and we're still waiting Arizona, but right now, go to my iPad, it'll show in Arizona, 50% of the votes are in Hobbs. Katie Hobbs is leading with 55.9% of the vote, and Carrie Lake is leading, has 44.1%. If you listen to all of these crazies, all we kept hearing about how the media narrative, and this is where it's real dangerous. And I tell people all the time, this is why people got to stop watching a lot of this crap, these mainstream media networks. They were hyping this thing up. Oh my goodness, Carrie Lake is going to drag Blake Masters over the finish line. Oh my goodness, the amount of attention that she was getting. In fact, Greg, let me show you this here. Is a perfect example. I mean, this is the level of hype that we were hearing. We were hearing about how, again, oh my God, how Blake Masters was doing so well. Now, mind you, it's still 53% of the vote is in. He is getting his ass whooped. Mark Kelly has 57% of the vote. Blake Masters has 40.7% of the vote. That's an ass whooping. And again, and we know how typically elections go. That ain't Democrat counties that those votes are in. And so we'll see what happens when it gets to 75, 80%. This is why people, and the last point, somebody made it earlier, all of these different real clear politic polling averages. Here's what happened, Greg. All of the Republicans have figured it out. If you just flood the zone with new polls, the media are like crack addicts where they will jump on that sucker and report every new poll. Well, what do they then do? It then becomes, oh my goodness, this is what it's saying. And so they figured out every time we drop a poll, that's a new story. It's a new narrative. And so then it just kept the drumbeat, the drumbeat, the drumbeat. Now, maybe the opposite worked where it pissed off Democratic voters and they said, shit, let's go out and vote. Because we saw in Wisconsin, the number of young voters that was up dramatically, some 300+%. But this is the nonsense that people have to watch out for when you see these political shows that hype up this Republican drama because they like the drama. I believe a lot of them want to see Trump run. They want to see the fist fights and the crazy stuff because they get off on that because you already see them calling Biden, he's too boring. That's the kind of nonsense they say. But absolutely, of course, they make more money. But these numbers right here show you all that was utter nonsense. Hold on, Greg Carr, go ahead.
Absolutely. In fact, Roland, there's nothing. There's nothing on network television. There's nothing on cable. There's nothing streaming that comes close to the coverage that you've been doing tonight. This has been an honest and compelling conversation, and we have to remember that this is not only not far from over, the Democrats looks like it's going to, when the story is told, whenever, tomorrow, the next week, whenever, the Democrats not only survive, they may have pulled this off. The House may go Republican, it may not. Again, the late breaking votes, if Lauren Barber going to lose her seat, there have been a couple of flips, including black women. So shout out to Summer Lee in Pennsylvania and Amelia Sykes in Ohio, who flipped districts.
I don't want to run over that. Summer Lee, let me tell you something. AIPAC dropped first of all, they dropped $1 million against her in her primary. She wins.
Yes, sir.
AIPAC dropped $3 million against her in this race, propping up the Republican. They wanted to take Summer Lee out. She fought back. She was leading in double digits. It went down to like 4 or 5 points. She wins tonight. AIPAC lost a lot of money trying to take that sister out.
They sure did. They sure did. And they can stick their money on top of all that money that was spent in Pennsylvania. All that money was spent other places. And at the end of the day, we may see the Democrats not only keep the Senate, but set them up for 2024. This was the chance that the Republicans had to get some momentum going to 2024. And sure, if Kevin McCarthy, that nut, ends up as a Speaker of the House and sticks Jim Jordan on a chair of a committee and they start investigating Hunter Biden's laptop and impeaching Biden, all that's going to do is create more momentum for 2024 to push back against them. Now, those down ballot races, you had constitutional amendments to preserve a woman's right to choose that passed in Michigan, that passed in Vermont, that will pass in California. When you talked about slavery earlier, taking that racist language out, Tennessee, Oregon, Vermont, Alabama looks like that ballot initiative is going to pass. Now, the one where it's not going to pass is Louisiana. Again, I would have asked Congressman Carter, why can't you get behind Gary Chambers? And I think what you just said about Gary Chambers taking over the apparatus in Louisiana and building it like Stacey Abrams said, I think that's a stroke of genius, but it's going to require a come to black Jesus for the Democratic Party. They're going to have to concede that, as Reverend Barber said, the trick is going to be to expand the voting base, as Steve Phillips said. And, you know, I'm sitting here listening to everybody's conversation. I'm thinking about my friend Laura Victoria Burke. I wish they would put her somewhere to talk to some of these people and have a conversation along with everyone else, because finally what we're seeing, what we may see, particularly as Robert says, Warnock is able to pull this off without a runoff, what we might see at the end of this election cycle, if it's again, end of this week or whenever, is that not only did the Democrats survive, they took the best shot the Republicans had of derailing this thing. We may have dodged a lot of bullets tonight. It's not nearly as gloomy as these polls and these white commercial news outlets tried to push, and that's why you should ignore all of them, and everybody need to get the damn Black Star Network app and download it, because tonight proved this is the only place where the conversation is being had that's honest.
Well, let's break this down. When you talk about kind of a night, Larry and Michael, go to my iPad, please. Folks, so look at this here. These are governor's races. Katie Hobbs winning in Arizona. Georgia, Brian Kemp wins there in Georgia. Kansas, the incumbent Democrat in Kansas. She, right now, 49.6%, leading the Republican, 47.3%. She's leading by 22,000 votes with 95% of the vote in. Maine, Democratic governor, beats the former governor, Paul LePage, that racist, blows his ass out, 55.5 to 42.6%. Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, re-elected governor in Michigan, 51.9% to that MAGA Republicans, 46.4%. You now go to Nevada. Democrat incumbent wins by 10 points in Nevada. Then you go to New Mexico. Democrat incumbent wins by 5 points. So they maintain that governor's mansion. All the talk that Kathy Hochul was going to lose to Republican, the racist Lee Zeldin, she wins by looks like 320 some odd thousand votes in that particular race. Oregon, remember, Phil Knight, founder of Nike, was pissed off, dumped a whole bunch of money in that race. Well, you see, it has an impact, but 57% of the votes are in. It's a very tight race. He hated Tina Kotek, but you also have the independent that's running there as well. But Kotek is winning 45.48% to 44.84%. So we're still watching that particular race. Go to Pennsylvania. Democrat Josh Shapiro, elected governor in Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, Tony Evers. They were talking about how that was neck and neck. Evers is at 51%. Tim Michels, Republican, at 48%. So Democrats are going to maintain the governor's mansion there in Wisconsin. If you're Democrats, you feel real good about what happened tonight. And matter of fact, I don't even have on here what I just pulled up here. I don't even have the. I don't think I have it. The Massachusetts race where they picked up the governor's mansion there. So that's not a red wave. You talking about governors?
Not even close. They took their best shot. One of the concerns that you have on the governor's side is that several of what they call the swing states, I don't know if Florida's a swing state anymore.
No. It's not.
Had governor's races, right? And so therefore 2 years from now, theoretically, now they're, playing with the rules as it pertains to certification, et cetera. But it's not all the gloom and doom that was all predicted.
Not even.
And that's why you run your races, you put in your resources where they're supposed to be, you go hard, you run hard, and you stay off Twitter if you want to know what the truth is.
If the House is closed, it's dysfunctional. McCarthy can't get anything done, may not even be able to get elected speaker.
Because the Freedom Caucus, because the Freedom Caucus is going to act a fool.
That's going to be a problem.
I do want to talk about the governor's race in Texas. Monique, you're from Galveston. I want to go to you here. So unfortunate. Greg Abbott gets reelected. He is. He's a fucking idiot. Yeah, that's the first time. Yeah, no, he is. He is because first of all, when you have the electrical grid in Texas and that leads to people dying when it was freezing, and then you want to blame it on Biden, fool, you were no longer part of the U.S. grid. That was your choice. Okay. Then of course the mass shootings that happened in the state. Yeah. I don't know what the people in Uvalde were thinking. Literally, he was plus 14 in the county where Uvalde is after that shooting. 18 children, 2 adults. He wins by almost 1 million votes, Monique, over Beto O'Rourke. And when I look at the other races in Texas, you've got Attorney General Ken Paxton, a complete asshole who's been indicted for 5 years, and the only reason he's not in prison because his buddies in Collin County are keeping him out. Mama Congo, you passed her microphone to Monique. But when I look at the other races, Republicans winning by 800,000. Last election cycle, they were winning around 250,000. And like I smacked Meghan McCain around. I had some other black folks who were texting me tonight. They were like, "This is the last. We should never hear from Beto O'Rourke again." And I had somebody who say, and I said, "Well, he helped folks down ballot." Some guy was like, "Well, he didn't." I was like, "First of all, you're not even from Texas." And I'll say this here, and I firmly believe this here. If folks in Texas look, he lost against Ted Cruz. He's now he ran for president. I thought that was stupid. He shouldn't have ran for president. Then he loses here. I think he should take time off. He should be running the Texas Democratic Party because you have to take what he did and you have to actually build out the party. You're not going to win anything as long as you have a fractured party that's not raising money, that is not running a 254 county strategy. Your thoughts on what should happen in our native state with your party?
Well, I'm going to be candid. I can't dismiss all of the criticism of Beto, and I like him. I liked him when in all of his races that he has now lost, and he does seem to be incredibly popular, and there is a lot of energy around him, but it does not convert to the number of votes necessary to win in Texas. He is far to the left for the way that Texas voters see life right now.
Yep.
And even in Uvalde, Dr. J would know better than me, they were counting their dollars and their cents, even with their dead babies. They were counting their dollars and their cents, and they decided that that hideous man, Greg Abbott, was a better choice for them. They decided by double digits.
Yep.
So to me, no, I don't want to see Beto in another statewide election. And yes, if he can be the person who energizes the party, that's great. But I'm just saying, for all of those things that are going around saying, will he have another election? I'd love to see him in some office someday, because I think that he is an excellent public servant. But the progressiveness that is necessary, and the value-driven policy system that is necessary, Texas is not the stomping ground for it.
But the point I'm talking about here, Avis, is what I'm looking at organizational ability, mobilization. How do you put together a plan? And what I'm arguing is you need someone who is charismatic, someone who can raise money, who can rally people, but who can help others on the organization side. 2008, when they had the Democratic primary, folks were on fire about Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Contested primary. She wins the primary, but then was a Texas two-step. He wins the second part, so it was split. And a lot of Democrats were like, oh my God, now we're going to actually see the rebuilding of this party since Governor Ann Richards lost to George W. Bush. Well, it's not what happened. Obama did not care about building infrastructure there. He would come into Texas, he would pick up checks in Houston, Dallas, and Austin, would fly right back out. And so literally for 8 years, they were just in the wilderness. And so when Beto runs, somebody finally runs statewide and who's actually campaigning in all the different counties. That's how I see him running. The same way I see Gary Chambers in Louisiana. Gary's a great guy. Gary put out some great ads. I think Gary's future, and trust me, he's not going to talk later this week, I think Gary's future is saying, let me become the Stacey Abrams of Louisiana to put together the infrastructure, what I was talking about with Troy Carter, because you got to have somebody who is focused on that 365. That's where I think candidates that lose can transition to still be public servants, but not necessarily run for political office. Thoughts?
That's exactly what's needed, because if you look at these states, there is potential there, but there needs to be a ground game. There needs to be a long-term investment in those states. And as you mentioned, Beto can raise money. I mean, I don't know about votes, but the man knows how to get money.
And what and because he's had 3 runs, what does he have? Mailing list?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. What he has is he has the infrastructure, and so you got it. Now, you don't just let it die, you put it to use.
Exactly. And, I would say the biggest challenge, with the Obama campaign was the infrastructure wasn't just not there in Texas. The infrastructure wasn't built out anywhere. And it was a shame.
Well, no, it wasn't. It was only built out to benefit him.
Exactly. So post his administration, it went kablooey, right? And so there needs to be long-term infrastructure, long-term organizing in key states where there's a possibility in the future that they can flip when you look at the demographics. Stacey Abrams, to me, built the roadmap for that in Georgia, even though she fell short a bit tonight. But you're right, there needs to be some mimicking of that, because why can't we say, let's look ahead 2 years, 4 years? The Democratic Party needs to think a little bit more long-term.
Yes.
As we've all said over and over again, this 2-month, 2-week strategy trying to sort of bomb in at the last minute isn't working. How many times do we have to see that?
Michael, go ahead. Microphone.
I'm sorry. So while the Democratic Party might not be, I just want to credit Black Voters Matter Fund.
Yes.
I want to credit all of the other organizations that since the last election, like when I was there in 2020 helping with the Texas campaign, there's like 10 times as many assets on the ground.
Right.
There are local chapters everywhere. So they have not stopped building. And we will see the fruit of that in Texas and elsewhere, same as in North Carolina. May not have made it this time.
Right.
But these organizations are doing the hard work.
Michael, here's why I need people to understand why I keep harping on this here. Former Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr.
Yes.
He and I were talking one day, and he said, the greatest mistake my dad made was after he ran in 84 and 88. He did nothing with the infrastructure. Mm-hmm. He said what Dad should have done was, Dad should have taken that infrastructure, maintained it, and when the next next black candidate came along to run national, here you go.
Yeah.
He said that was his biggest mistake. He said, why run and you do nothing with it? What does Senator Bernie Sanders do? He takes his infrastructure and he creates it. What is it? Our revolution? Okay,
movement,
creates an organization, transfer those assets. Again, you've got database, you've got names, you've got donors, all of that. Now it goes into this. So what do they do? They're running candidates locally all across the country. Okay, not doing necessarily well in congressional or statewide races, but still running local races. So that's what I mean was when people talk about, well, you ran and you lost. That's why I was, getting that silly ass tweet from Meghan McCain. No, this is about the long-term building. And so even for a Sherry Beasley, okay,
right.
you lose in North Carolina, but you still have an infrastructure, a database that you can activate and put it to work even when the election is over.
Exactly. I totally agree with that. And that's thinking long term, but also that's understanding control beyond just running for an elected office. That's being able to have control over fundraising, the database, things like this, and to be able to groom future candidates and provide an infrastructure for them to run so they don't have to start at ground zero. And really, to be perfectly honest with you, like I said before, I'm neither Democrat nor Republican, but I'm definitely not stupid. I can see whose policies are more beneficial for us. But really, we need to focus on, if we don't take over the Democratic Party, we need to create a huge power structure within it like the Tea Party was, but just not crazy like the Tea Party.
Actually, I think there has to be a crazy element. Let me unpack that.
Yeah.
Let me unpack that.
I know where you're going with this.
I'm gonna unpack that because I want to bring Larry in to see Larry. Here's the crazy element has to be, y'all done messed this shit up and you don't know what you're doing. So we tired of messing with y'all. The reality is, in your state, Democrats are in gross disarray. I mean, I have never in my life witnessed the complete and utter destruction of a part. The destruction of Democrats in Florida is complete. I mean, Ron DeSantis tonight became the first Republican who flipped Miami-Dade County. Flipping Miami-Dade County is the equivalent of a Republican winning Travis County, where Austin is.
Right.
That says y'all just crazy. Right. I mean, and so what has to happen? This is where a contingent could say, we need to go take this shit over. Because y'all, we ain't listen to none of y'all. There has to be sort of that level of takeover attitude. Otherwise, it's going to be a worse beatdown. Florida right now is damn near like Texas, where Republicans control the entire state.
Worse.
Yeah. I don't know if it can get worse, but it has to be that kind of crazy takeover because nobody else can say anything that's logical that anybody want to listen to them.
Yeah, so it's interesting, Roland, when we were over there, I was texting a colleague of mine who's in Florida, who was at a Democratic watch party, and she was just frustrated.
A Democratic watch party or homegoing?
She was laying the wreath down.
Right, because she was at a repast.
She asked if there was any more aluminum foil.
Right.
She was at a repass.
Because you know you need aluminum foil.
All right, hold on. I'm coming to you.
So, you know, when she was texting me, asking me about where the aluminum foil is, you know, she was raising, she's from Florida, you know, she's a native Floridian, and she was just raising a red flag, and she has been in our conversation for months. But when we first started, I said to you, Roland, when you asked me about Florida, I told you it didn't look good because my conversations with folks on the ground.
We know it didn't look good,
yeah,
but damn.
So listen, it is solidly red now. So the question is now, and I think your point about being crazy people taking over, the bottom line is it's time for revolutionaries, specifically black folks in the state, to now take over the Democratic Party. First of all, we talked about important policy issues and be able to speak to the people, black folks and Latino folks in the state of Florida. You have to be able to do that, but once again, you have to talk about specific policy issues. And listen, I'm gonna be frank when it comes to the state of Florida, and we already know this, but we talk about Latino community, a lot of those folks like DeSantis, they like that macho, persona he gives off. So we need to have a conversation. We talked about this earlier.
Well, which also applies to a lot of the countries they come from. I mean, look, that's just straight. You want to jump in there about Florida?
So I campaigned in Florida in 2008 and 2016. The thing about Florida is really 6 regions, and the Democratic Party treats it like it's a monolith. They treat Spanish speakers as a monolith.
Yeah.
I think we need to use the term Spanish speakers to really show and characterize what's happening in Florida.
Because when you're talking about Florida, you got to break it down.
Yeah.
You got Cubans,
Yeah, right.
you got Venezuelans,
Yes,
you got countries going on.
And Miami-Dade is completely different in its demographic and who runs it. I think people need to listen to Uncle Luke. Uncle Luke has a lot to say about what's going on in Miami-Dade, and he's 100% accurate.
Brianna.
So, I agree with you. The Democrats elected Manny Diaz. I campaigned in 2018 where Miami went blue in Florida, and I was controlling Miami. So I heavily know that. And with Manny Diaz, they separated the Spanish speakers and they ignored black people. Right? And so they focused on, let's just target Spanish people. I think you're very correct when you say that about DeSantis. There was a very split ballot. I knew people on the ground in Miami who voted for DeSantis and voted for Demings. It was another split, just like I saw a lot of split in Georgia. And, you know, DeSantis has some of the beliefs socially that they want. And so I think that there's some things we don't want to come to terms with. We say, okay, we can change hearts and minds. I do think that we can push more people out to vote. However, and I'll say that I was trying to tiptoe to roll in, but I'm just gonna say
it. Baby, this ain't the show to be tiptoeing.
You had Chris.
You got some cute ass shoes on, but you can't be tiptoeing.
You had Charlie Chris. I was on there that day. You had Charlie Chris come onto the show. He did care about it, but that was during the primaries. And person I did work with, Nikki Fried, ran against Charlie Chris. Everybody from DC, we're in DC, said, oh, that's because Charlie Chris is gonna win. And you had Charlie Chris versus DeSantis. So you had Republican Light, who was already Republican, didn't do shit, and then you have the Republican here. The only thing that they can remember is, okay, now they put financial literacy into schools, and they're talking about pockets, economics again, right? And they were happy about how he did COVID. Oh my gosh. But, you know, the other side was, Chris was saying, well, I will be the best one with your reproductive health. And they were like, oh, okay, yeah, well, we're conservative. We don't understand what that really means, and we're going to go with our pockets. And so you saw a lot of that dynamic and dialogue play out, but there wasn't really enough people on the ground. So we say that we hired Manny Diaz because he brought in all the money. He was going to be national, and that's why we needed him versus the other people who ran, which I won't go into it. But that was not those resources, which we talked about again, the priorities of resources was not given to the black
community. Of course they would not talk to Uncle Luke.
Or
the
the
Haitians.
The strategy you're talking
Right.
about requires the party to give money to Black and brown people.
But we have to
Consultants and
disaggregate.
underground grassroots people, and they won't do
But you
it.
have to
They won't do
disaggregate
it.
the black and brown thing at some level. Not to be divisive at all, but we do have to disaggregate some of that. Because there are, there are brown folk, Latinx folk, who are as anti-black as the greatest Klan member that you could ever run into.
But also part of the whole deal is they don't use that damn term Latinx.
I know.
No, they don't.
They don't like it.
No,
Actually, they don't even like
Latinx
it.
is a first of all, if it's two phrases I can't stand.
What's that?
I can't stand that goddamn Latinx and BIPOC.
I hate BIPOC.
I hate BIPOC.
You get me started on BIPOC.
So what I'm saying is, it's like literally, I've asked Latino posters like, nah, only 2% go with Latinx. Like, I don't even know why anybody.
Well,
see,
the Latino community doesn't like it.
No, that's that consultant class, academic. They don't use that.
You know what? The Latino community didn't even like the term Latino because that came from Ronald Reagan.
Well, actually, hold up, but it
invented.
all depends on what part of the country you're in.
Right.
And that's the whole deal.
Latino
The
versus
reality
Hispanic.
is, one of the biggest mistakes politically is they're trying to look at Latino/Hispanics the way they look at black folks.
Correct.
You can't.
That's
because
right.
with us, we talking about where you from. Alabama, Texas, Mississippi, North Carolina. When you talk about them, it's Colombia, Venezuela, Mexico, Cuba. I mean, it's country. And so you have to actually, what I said earlier, how you have to micro-target African Americans now because of our interests. You have to micro-target them depending upon where you are. The person who's a Dominican or Puerto Rican in New York ain't the same as a Puerto Rican and Dominican that's in Miami. It's just not. Dominicans and Dominicans and Puerto Ricans in New York align more with black folks, and the cats in Florida like, nah, we ain't with them or the Haitians.
If you look at the immigrants who come into Florida from these Latin countries, they have fled progressive people. When Venezuelans come to Florida, they hate Hugo Chavez.
Look, they nailed Biden in 2020 with the socialist label. And when they hear socialist, they're like, oh, hell no. And you got to counter that.
And the ones that ran from Cuba, same thing, they're anti-Castro. And so when you start talking, you're right, you can say socialist, you can say anything. If you said, I don't like predatory capitalism, they ain't gonna vote for you.
Well, what you gotta do is, when they hit you with a socialist, you gotta go tell the Venezuelans, when your ass came here, who gave you some food? That's socialism. Who gave you some health care? See, again, if you get caught up in the labels, I think that's where you make a mistake. Randy, I really think Florida has to be looked at the same way a corporation, when a new CEO comes in and says, y'all stock price went from
What are you doing, Monique?
Really?
I'm live. Keep talking.
Oh, Lord. When a corporation comes in and says, our stock price used to be $75 an hour, not $75, now it's $4, I got to sit here and get the stock price up. I think there has to be a corporate type examination of how broken Florida is for Democrats in order to figure out a plan to fix it. And it's not going to be a 2-election cycle plan.
No.
Bottom line is, Democrats are not going to successfully compete in Florida, at least for a decade.
Mm-hmm. At least.
Yes. I mean, there's not much to say. Yes, the place is, it's a mess. It's a hot mess.
No, but speak to it from the approaching it like a corporate takeover. You got to completely gut, downsize to upsize. That, to me, that has to be the approach.
And to honestly look at who are your employees, who's in the state. I don't think people know that. Like, let's get to know this actual state. Like you were saying, there's so much diversity when you look at Florida. Even if you just look at one county, Miami-Dade is a whole good study in itself. I could say a lot about that, and how Cubans are completely different than other people who call themselves Latinos. I mean, completely different. So really, just knowing to whom you're trying to appeal. And what's important to them. I think they need to start there.
I'm going to bring in Greg Carr here. Greg Carr, you hear it a lot. There's a whole bunch of folk out here who love hollering back and forth. I can't wait till the anti-immigrant black people act a fool when they find out that Westmore has Jamaican immigrants. You know they're gonna act a damn fool. But just look at numbers. This is real simple for all the anti-immigrant black people. Right now in the United States of America, 10% of the black population is immigrant. And so the fact of the matter is, this is real simple. You ain't getting away from that. And so the folk who out there, y'all know who y'all are, the anti-immigrant folk, you need to understand, if you're talking about 10% of the black population is immigrant, you better realize those are folk who also vote. And so we're gonna have a discussion, because here's the other piece, and this is why I'm bringing this up. Because what Republicans are trying to do, Greg, and we see it right now in Alabama and Louisiana, they are trying to now redefine the term black. And that is going to have a direct implication on black political power by their effort. And so for all the black people, I need the people listening to me, all the black people who are anti-immigrant, your dumb ass don't even realize you are playing right into the hands of Republicans who will love nothing better than to separate and redefine blackness to lower the threshold of black political power. Greg, Rand, I see you want to hop in here. You all hot in them shoes. You about to jump. So Greg, go ahead speak on that.
No, very quickly, and I'm glad. I can't wait to hear what Renee has to say, because this conversation about Florida is key to this. You know, the only thing holding this criminal enterprise called United States together from its origins in white European settler colonialism has been whiteness. This is what the white nationalist party is rallying around. The infrastructure is set up for it, whether it be the electoral college or how the Senate representation is apportioned. They're rallying. The only national identity in this country is whiteness. And everybody else who is non-white, the indigenous people who we're seeing now, adoptive, the Indian child welfare case is going to be argued before the Supreme Court this week. I think tomorrow, actually today, I guess. And they're trying to now convert the notion of being an Indian to a race, which is, of course, absurd. These are very different nations of people. The immigrant conversation is being held now that we're listening to right now, that y'all are participating in and having a very layered conversation. Understanding when people come here from other countries, often there is a tension between the people who are here, the caste minorities, and the immigrant minorities, and they are set at each other's throats by this competition to kind of climb the ladder in this country. That's certainly what we see in California, in LA with the city council. It would have been interesting to hear Melina Abdullah talk about that, because we see there and I love the way that you just reframed this in terms of Spanish-speaking communities, because some of the racism that the chair, and you know, Dr. Malvo, Julian, you know about this, of course. You saw it up close. The chair of the city council who had to resign, she was talking trash about the Awakans as well on the Pacific coast of Mexico. When we see Black Panther 2 come out in a couple of days, Namor, who they've made the villain, kind of anti-hero in the movie, he's speaking Awakan. He is from that region. He's like a black person in the so-called Spanish-speaking world. It fractures around nationality. It fractures around immigration. Finally, and I say this as a Pan-Africanist, this silly-minded turn inward by some folks who are saying, well, we're descendants of slaves, and all that's going to get us is a rejection of the type of coalition politics that is going to take in this country to build true coalitions around shared values, shared policies. And that's what the Democratic Party, running from it because they think somehow they can keep some type of authority by running toward this dying whiteness, that is what they're missing. If you keep it local, there was a long article in the New Yorker a week before last on how in Nevada, for example, the machine politics in the Democratic Party, focusing on local issues, focusing on these local issues will allow them to build political power, and you can maybe build some coalitions. But as long as you're keeping it around race, you're feeding into whiteness. We've seen that in tonight's ballot, some of the ballot initiatives, 60%. They wanted to have 60% threshold in order to amend the Constitution in several states. That was rejected. Why do they want a 60% threshold? So that they can preserve the shrinking white minority and create minority rule at the state level. You saw the minimum wage hiked up in some white states. There are economic issues that Democrats can rally around, but it's going to take for us reaching out to each other and building coalition. And this blackface nativism that some people have embraced is only going to lead to disaster.
We do have to deal with the reality, Randy, of white Hispanics, and that. Go ahead.
Well, that's what I wanted to say when you talk about Florida, and it just, oh yes, he just said exactly right. It's right. Florida has become this place where white supremacy and the chase to be white is fully at play, and so you have people who would be considered immigrants who have completely disassociated from that term, that whole. Struggle. They don't consider themselves immigrants whatsoever, so they're not even at all participating in that conversation and cannot be appealed to in that way. And I think that's what we need to realize about Florida. So it is everyone is trying to compete. Who can be closer to white?
Who can move up the ladder faster?
Who can be absolutely?
Hold on. Larry, you're there in Florida. Go.
Well, listen, we were having this conversation about not just immigrants, but individuals in terms of proximity to whiteness, right? We talked about this earlier. And you see that in Florida. One other point I want to make about in terms of the diversity of the state of Florida is we talked about, Latino, Latinx, whatever phrase you want to use.
Don't waste your time. Let me just go ahead and say this right now.
So
do not waste. Do not. I'm telling you right now. Stop wasting your time saying Latinx. They hate it.
Hey, listen, I get that, but
there was a time when we were called. Look, hey, when y'all on campus, y'all can use that. But guess what? They hate it on your campus.
I don't use it. So I want to make a point about we talk about, like I said, immigrants and diversity in the state of Florida, because I think that we're missing a piece here. And that's the African American, Afro-Caribbean black community.
Correct.
My in-laws are from Jamaica. So my son is first generation, African American. We really need to talk about that, particularly in the state of Florida. And I think that's where a lot of Democrats miss also in terms of understanding there are some black immigrant communities in which they're more conservative, and then those who are, and there's some others who are more liberal.
Which is no different than African Americans who might depending upon their church, their upbringing, depending on where they are, whether you're rural, whether you live in a big city or not. Robert, I want to go to you here. People who watch this show have heard me talk a million times. Stop ignoring judicial races. Go to my iPad. So, Robert, here's the deal. Tennille with Bolts, Republicans have retained the Ohio Supreme Court by sweeping 3 seats there. They'll keep a narrow 4-3 majority. The reason this is disconcerting is because the anti-gerrymandering Chief Justice Republican is retiring and being replaced by a pro-gerrymander judge. But the one that I am really sickened by is this here. Republicans have flipped the North Carolina State Supreme Court. And so this is huge. Now, let me explain for the people watching who don't understand what happened. When Obama wins in 2008, Republicans controlled the Supreme Court. Moral Mondays, Reverend Barber and others, they change the politics. They get control of the state Supreme Court. The reason they outlawed racial gerrymandering in North Carolina, state Supreme Court. The reason they shut down their voter suppression efforts, state Supreme Court. Why was it important? Sherrod Beasley should not have been running tonight for the United States Senate. Sherrod Beasley should have been the state Supreme Court justice. Folks, she lost by 401 votes in 2020. Why is that important? Well, the white man who beat her was upset because she got picked to be the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and he felt it should have been him. So he ran against her. He won. The seat that he occupied on the Supreme Court, Republican won. Had Sherrod Beasley won in 2020, had Cal Cunningham not chose to have a damn affair during the campaign and got busted on signal, he probably was sleeping with a Republican operative. Okay, stupid, lose by 3 points. Democrats could have had a 6-1 majority on the North Carolina Supreme Court. They ended up with a 4-3 majority after 2020. Now, Republicans control the state Supreme Court. It was the state Supreme Court that stopped all of the efforts of the Republicans in the legislature when it came to voting, when it came to civil rights. And so, if you are black in North Carolina and your ass didn't vote in the Senate race or you didn't vote in the state Supreme Court, you were about to see right-wing policies now being rubber-stamped by the state Supreme Court of North Carolina as a result. Robert, we keep saying this over and over and over again. Folk have got to understand why these state Supreme Court, these judicial races matter for us.
Well, Roland, you're exactly right. If you want to see a model of this, look at the late apartheid South African model. This is the playbook the Republicans are walking towards. They understand they can no longer win these elections electorally. They know that in the last 30 years, Republicans have won the popular vote on a national level one time, 2004. They know that every single, the 50 Republican senators represent 41 million fewer people than the 50 Democratic senators. So what they did in apartheid South Africa entrenched their white supremacist power in the judiciary, in the bureaucracy of the state, so that they could therefore maintain control of the government despite not being able to win elections. We're seeing this now from Republicans going all the way back a decade, holding up seats from President Obama, holding up a Supreme Court seat from Merrick Garland, replacing much of the federal judiciary with right-wing activist judges to get the 6-3 majority in the United States Supreme Court. And during that same period of time, they have been attacking state-level judiciaries across the country because they understand that once they get control of the federal bench, many of these cases will come before state Supreme Courts, and those state Supreme Courts will be making the final decisions on state and local laws regarding affirmative action, regarding the interstate commerce clause, regarding public accommodation, fair housing, on down the line. So much of what we consider to be the civil rights movement of the 1960s will be at risk and will be eroded over the next couple of years because of these state levels judiciary races that they've been working on, while Democrats have completely taken their eyes off the ball when it comes to cultivating these state and local officials, putting money on local races, making sure that you're actually investing in these things. You know, President Trump will come to town and have a monster truck rally, and he'll bring out all the way down to the your local candidates for city official. That's building up the farm system you need to be able to maintain a political majority going forward, and we're just not seeing on the Democratic side of the aisle.
It is, let me do this here. It is almost 2 a.m. We are going to stop. Let folk go home. We are. Y'all having way too much fun. I know y'all are.
My plane's not till 6, Roland. I already ain't going to sleep.
I do want to go to my iPad, please. Villanueva, Alex Villanueva, who is the shameful, despicable sheriff there in Los Angeles County. He is down big there. And we're also, I'm looking for the results, if there's any. So right now, folks, my goodness. Well, first of all, only 11% of the vote is in. Rick Caruso and Karen Bass are both at 50%. Caruso with 186,000 votes. Karen Bass with 184,000 votes. And so we're watching that particular race. Let me come back to me. Let me go to.
Real quick, that's not going to be decided until for a week because of mail-in ballots. There's a very heavy mail-in ballot and whatever.
Rebecca was showing me that. You were showing me the U.S. Senate race there. It's down to what? Go ahead.
So in Wisconsin, it looks like we're still waiting for at least 51,000 votes to come out of Milwaukee. And so if we compare Mandela Barnes against Ron Johnson, if Mandela Barnes could get probably 75% of the votes coming out of Milwaukee that's left, he could pull it off.
Yeah. So right now, go to my iPad with 93% of the vote in. Ron Johnson's at 50.7% with 1.32 million votes. Mandela Barnes, 1.28 million, 49.3%. You've got about 40,000 vote difference there. And of course, we don't know if there are any provisional ballots or anything along those lines. And this goes back to what I said earlier, Lauren. the turnout in Milwaukee.
Right, exactly.
Imagine 176,000. If Milwaukee hits its number from 4 years ago, 214,000, it's a cakewalk.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, it's
It's math.
It's math. This shit ain't geometry.
The Bucks ain't even played today.
Find out who his consultants were. Do you have
I'm telling you right now. If Mandela Barnes loses by 20,000 votes and 50,000 fewer folks voted in Milwaukee, it should be some public flogging going on. That should be happening there.
Manchin might be off the table anyway because of Fetterman, but Manchin would really be.
No, see, I need Manchin and Sinema off the table. I need both of them off the table. So that's what's up there. So let's do this here. We're gonna do final thoughts. Robert, I want you to start first. Go.
Well, I think the big takeaway from this tonight is going to be that Raphael Warnock has significantly raised his profile in the Democratic Party going forward. Being a reverend, being a senator, being able to take down Trump's preferred candidate, not just once but twice, sets him up to be a potential big star in the Democratic Party going forward. If for any reason Joe Biden decides not to run in 2024, I think that Raphael Warnock has cemented himself as the Democratic frontrunner.
Oh, wow.
Okay, all right.
I'm standing on
way
it.
ahead of your skis on that one, right?
Hey, look.
Yeah.
Hold on, Roland. Let me make my case. If you're looking at the map going into 2024, if this is all hypothetical, Raphael Warnock puts Georgia in play. He puts North Carolina in play. He shifts the conversation from the old Rust Belt voters, the Ohios, those Midwestern voters, and becomes a Sun Belt race. You pick up new states with Warnock in a way, while also being able to pick up religious conservative voters and somebody who has a record of being able to beat red state candidates, not winning in a blue state. I think that sets him apart from much of the field.
He's not battle tested outside of his region.
Okay, hold on. We ain't going down that rabbit hole. Let's see here, Michael.
So, once again, this night proved that you can't go by the polls. There were a lot of junk polls that Republicans put out, really, I think, to try to depress the vote. The things to take away from tonight, number one, you vote for power. And I think African Americans, we really need to focus on utilizing political power to get the policies that we want enacted, and also to vote people out of office who keep voting against our own interests as well. So that's a big takeaway from tonight. Also building the infrastructure for the future, okay? This is huge, and be able to groom that next generation of African American political leadership. And then I'll go back to what I said a little while ago. We need to focus on, if we can't take over the Democratic Party, we need to focus on creating a powerful faction within the Democratic Party, and a faction that we can also finance as well. So when we have somebody like a Cheryl Beasley, or we have somebody like a Mandela Barnes that needs more funding, and the DCCC doesn't want to do it, we have that infrastructure where we can finance them ourselves.
I'm a Congo.
I'm looking at all of the greatness in this room and the genius and the intellect. And I'm thinking about everything I've been watching on MSNBC and CNN and how they got so much of it wrong. And I'm thinking about Roland Martin's book, White Fear. Going forward into 2024, the best way for these Democrats to counter and fight white fear is to listen to black voices in the Democratic Party. They need to be consulted. They need to have their media purchased. You need to pay attention to black media. We know what we're talking about. And if you ignore us, you do it at your own expense.
Eugene.
Get out and vote in 2024. Listen, we got a bunch of split tickets tonight across the board for the most part. And probably get some more over the next week or so as votes come back. You don't want to see that in 24? Get your ass up and vote.
Avis.
I'm just going to have a happy thought here. As a fairly new or returning Maryland resident, I am celebrating the fact that my governor is black.
Hello.
Larry.
So I think there are a couple things. I agree with the point made earlier about taking over the Democratic Party like Nino Brown. I'm going to use a New Jack City example. And then the other thing is when we talk about listening to black folks, specifically, I think we need to listen to black women. Because black women have, shout out to black women, because you've been doing the work for generations. And it's really time that we make sure that not just members of the black community listen to you, but everyone's listening to you. Right. Because black women are the political canary in the coal mine. So when things are not going right and black women say, this is what you should be doing, then we should be listening and then hiring them and putting them in charge. So I'll leave with that.
Brianna.
Great segue. Thank you for setting me up. I believe that wholeheartedly. Actually putting them in positions of power and listening. Talk about DEI, not just in the sense of title only, but when you have someone be your campaign manager, know what that means and listen. But also going down to the ground, paying the ground, making sure you're building from ground up. It stinks from the head. Don't disconnect yourself. Know what's going on. But make sure that we're not just doing everything as volunteers. I know resources will always be a problem, but start with your ground, employ people, and have people talk to their community. And if we're a close call, he may win it outright and we'll be happy. But if not, join me in November and December to push people to come out again to vote for Warnock because we need this seat.
Lauren?
A few things. One, the crazies lost tonight. A bunch of crazy-ass Trump MAGA candidates lost tonight that the media propped up, and it was all bullshit, all of it, okay? And I think this sets up nicely for the Democrats in 2024, because what's going to happen next is Big Mouth is going to announce that he's running for president. He's going to focus everybody's mind once again, just like in 2017, and the Democrats are going to be able to ride that. They're going to be able to ride another wave into power. That's my prediction for 2 years from now.
Monique?
Give us the ballot. Dr. King said it in 1957, and I saw a note from Reverend Jackson about it earlier today, and I started this day following Eugene when they were complaining about all the things that the Dems failed to do, and I refused to join because we still had time to vote. And as long as we vote, we end up with nights that everybody said were going to be horrible, but then when we vote, we find that maybe we've gained as opposed to losing because we were supposed to have a wave, right? But instead, we don't even know the House is up for grabs. This incumbent president, this so unpopular president, and his so unpopular first female vice president may be the most successful incumbency in decades. So I say, give us the ballot.
Joe?
We have to stay encouraged for that same reason. As bad as it was supposed to go, we already know it's not going as bad as they said it was going to go. Now, two things need to go away. One is Trump, second is Trumpism. If Trump runs again, and I kind of hope he does because he's the best motivator, once he loses, then we'll all know that it's over. However, the danger is somebody that can take Trumpism but actually does the work, is not lazy, and knows how to exercise the bumps of power.
Yeah, that's
That's the problem. So Trump will go soon enough, maybe because of crime, or maybe for some other reason, maybe because he loses at the ballot, but then we're dealing with Trumpism. But if we go state by state, do the diagnosis, an honest diagnosis, listen to people that know, starting with black women, we can do what we need to do long term.
Juliana?
You know, there's a Greek myth, Zeus sent Hercules to slay Hydra. And every time he went to slay Hydra, Hydra grew 2 more heads. And finally, the only way he was able to get rid of Hydra was to burn Hydra, was a 7-headed snake. I think about Trumpism and Trump like Hydra. I mean, I think it's really easy to say, let's end it, but it's going to take some real structural work. No doubt about because you knock down Trump, there's DeSantis. You knock down one, here comes another one. Structural racism is woven into the cake. The fabric, that's America. It's there. So we have to be the warriors, really, that decide piece by piece by piece and chink by chink by chink, they will pull this thing aside. which means doing things differently. We've been doing this, y'all. Well, I've been doing it for a long time, longer than some of y'all. But we've been doing this for a while. We've been looking at our politics. We always, after the fact, oh, we didn't get the turnout. We didn't get the money from the Democrats. We're not going to get the money from the Democrats because they stupid. Because they ain't spit. Because they disregard us and they're anti-black. So we have to figure out how we break the paradigm and how we do it very differently. Monique's right. Give us a ballot, but they're not going to give us spit. Right. We're going to have to take it. And that's what the attitude that we leave out here with is not as bad as we thought it was going to be, but it's not as good as it ought to be. We have to just literally, daily, be motivated to fight this thing. It's a fight.
Randy?
See the invisible people. I mean, I think that we need to look at this and say, who do we forget? I mean, I think that we are just missing a whole bunch of people that really could change things around and say, who are we not connecting with, and start to connect with them.
Rebecca?
Black folks want more. We're tired of just surviving. We actually want to thrive now. We want to go from survive to thrive. And politicians need to understand that, and they need to speak to our issues and speak not just to our needs, but to our wants. We want more.
Greg Carr?
Yeah, listen, just listening, you're supposed to go 7 hours, went 8 hours, but as you always say, Roland, that's what happens when you own your own shit. But really, just I'm sitting here with a profound respect for everyone there. And by the way, for the staff and everyone there working the boards.
Yes.
I think this is the first time we're actually getting to see what you had in mind in terms of why you built that set the way you did. Yeah. This last hour has been like listening in on a conversation in the living room. And I think on a night when the headlines won't be this, but we know that this is the best showing, apparently, by an incumbent in power in terms of a political party holding the presidency in recent memory, maybe ever. The Democratic Party did not lose tonight. However, they got brought to Jesus, just like Mike said and everybody else has been saying. This may be the moment to form some type of independent apparatus and capture some of that magic that was in that Rainbow Coalition that you were talking about. And if you're talking about people who may have lost the election tonight, whether it be Abrams in Georgia, whether it be our friend Dr. Chris Jones in Arkansas, Sherry Beasley in North Carolina, or even Mandela Barnes in Wisconsin, if he doesn't pull it out, well, now you've got your state apparatus chairman, and maybe that studio could be a nice place to bring them together to have a conversation of what you build out of this. Finally, just like Mike said, a lot of ticket splitting today. We saw that cannabis was legalized not only in Maryland, but in Missouri, that the minimum wage was raised in Nebraska, of all places, right here in the last colony, if you don't count Puerto Rico, Guam, Virgin Islands, the District of Columbia, where there's no voting representation in the federal legislature, they voted to phase out tipped wages. So people who are going to wait tables, where some of y'all are going before you get on the airport in the next couple of hours, they're not going to have to sing for their supper in the same way. We sing a lot of things. Abortion rights were enshrined in constitutions in California, in Michigan, in Vermont, and rejected the attempt to ban abortion in the Constitution in Kentucky and in Montana. All in all, this was a victory, and the victory is still unfolding, and an opportunity, if we can take this crack, to build some black political power and use one of the two major parties in this country to do it. And I want to just thank you for including me in this conversation, because listening to this is what it looks like. All the rest of that stuff is trash.
Yes. Folks, my final comments are this. One, go to my iPad. It will be a shame if it comes down to Democrats 1 or 2 seats if they control the House, and white Democrat Sean Patrick Maloney, who is the chair of the Democratic Campaign Congressional Committee, if he loses. Remember, he chose to run in a seat that really was tailor-made for black Democrat Mondaire Jones. Well, Maloney chose to run. He wins the primary. He is losing by 3,000 votes to a Republican in that district. This is the person who is the chair of the Democrats' re-election campaign, and he can't even win his own congressional district. But also, this is a perfect example of also what happens when you do have power. Don't be a dumbass. The Democrats in New York were stupid. They tried to rig their maps. So they couldn't even gerrymander properly. They tried to rig their maps And they were so awful that it went before judges, and they chose to redraw the districts. And that led to total chaos. New York Democrats actually helped the Republicans in the redrawing of these districts. We see what has happened. There was a belief that Democrats were going to lose control of the Illinois House. They're actually, the Supreme Court. They're actually going to expand their margins there. Also, while we're here, can somebody look up, while I'm giving my final comments, look up, I need to see what Keith Ellison is doing in Minnesota. I need to see what Aaron Ford is doing for Attorney General in Nevada. So somebody can look that up and let me know how those races are going. A lot of things that we covered tonight. First of all, let me apologize to the folks. We had a lot of people booked on tonight's show, and there were some folks we literally could not get on. They popped on. Glenda Carr with Higher Heights, Latasha Brown, Melina Abdullah, several others. We just had so many people. We had an embarrassment of riches. And so we were juggling, trying to get to everybody, and not everybody could be on as long. But we do want to thank everybody who participated. When we launched Roland Martin Unfiltered 4 years ago, it was never supposed to be just about that show. We did midterm election coverage that year in 2018, and then we did our coverage in 2020 with the presidential election, and knowing full well when we moved what this was going to look like. So what you saw tonight was exactly why we built this studio the way we did, having our green screen, starting our show over there, being able to have the set over there coming from the center area, and then having sort of this living room set in this conversation here, the way we're having it, it was all by design. And that also was made possible by you, the people who actually support this show. And there are a lot of people, I see them on social media, there are a lot of people who talk trash, and people say, we need to have this, and we need to have that. I even had somebody tweet me today and said, why don't you get together with somebody and start a network? And I'm like, you're late. You're late. We've actually already done that. And so there are a lot of people out there who keep talking about black empowerment. We need to do this, need to do that. And then there are people who's like, I had somebody say, man, you need to get together with Byron Allen. Well, here's the whole deal. Byron Allen's network, The Grill, they did 2 hours of live coverage tonight. We did 7 or 8.
8. Whole job.
Just saying, okay? The other black networks, they were running sitcoms. We were doing this. Other black-owned media, they weren't doing anything like this. And so this is what happens, as Greg says, when you own. But it also, when you have respect for your people and you understand all of these different races and all other voices. I wasn't joking when I said you've seen more black people sitting right here than I guarantee you will see combined on all of those networks, and you can add them all up. So imagine the folks who were in the 7 and the 8, the 9, the 10, 11, 12 o'clock, and 1 o'clock hours. And so this is why these things matter. And so when you hear us talk about the Black Collective, when you hear us talk about how do we work together on politics, the same thing works when it comes to this, providing outlets and platforms for folks to be able to give voices. There are people sitting here who've never participated in an election night coverage. This is totally different. Give me a shout out at the control room. There are Howard University students who are sitting in that control room who would never get a shot. Give me a shout out. Do we have a camera in there? Okay, flip one of these robotic cameras. So again, the ability to work on this night with all the different cameras and the guests and going here and going there. And so that's why this is important. And so we cannot talk about how do we build black power politically if we also don't build our institutions, your black media institutions, which is why campaigns have got to also ensure that they're spending money with us and parties and progressive groups. Because here's the deal, and I told y'all, Sinclair, they reported they will make $340 million this year alone on political advertising. Sinclair's budgets for 2023 are already based on the money they made in 2022. And the reality is, our expectation was to generate $2 million in political advertising. We say on the low end we'll get 500,000. We got 187. Just so you understand, We got 187,000 political advertising for the entire year. Last month on YouTube, we made 172. So what I'm trying to explain to you is we can't talk about how we need these things if we actually don't fund them. It's the exact same thing. So when we talk about giving the Black Voters Matter and the Poor People's Campaign and these grassroots groups, it's the exact same thing with our media. And so the election is over. Some races are still outstanding. Just like tomorrow, it'll be a new day for us, but we're going to continue going. And so we need you, all of you who are watching, all of you who've been spreading the news. And here's the other, yes, you got haters, but y'all, you know how I feel about haters? I really don't care. They are hashtag never will be's. Because see, they're desperate for attention. And so we'll be happy, let them keep talking and keep complaining and doing those sort of different things like that. But we're gonna actually keep doing the work. And for the people out there who've been yelling tangibles and I need to see this, need to see that, the election is now over. I'm not gonna ask you, did you vote? What I am gonna ask you is, what your ass gonna do tomorrow? And Thursday, and Friday? What you gonna do when the new candidates get sworn into office? Where are you going to be? Are you still gonna be on Twitter and Facebook and TikTok and Instagram and all these other platforms complaining? Or are you actually gonna be saying, let's actually do something about it? That's really gonna be up to you. And so we're gonna continue to cover the rest of the races. We're gonna get some sleep. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. But do understand what you saw tonight is an example of what happened when Black people, and what did you say we gotta have? What did you say in your closing comments, Randy?
Connections?
No, that's not what you said.
Tell me what I said.
You said something like vision, and we gotta see the, you gotta see
the invisible.
Right.
The invisible.
So Randy said you gotta see the invisible. And so what you saw tonight was literally seen the day TV One canceled my show. And so this is what happens when you actually believe in yourself, believe in God, and you are willing to actually build something that is actually bigger than you. And so that's what this is all about. And so we thank all of y'all who are watching, all of you who've been posting on social media. Please share the video, spread it as well, because again, we're gonna keep sitting here speaking to our issues, our concerns, and we're not going to back down from anybody. And trust me, to all of those folks I said in the Democratic Party, these progressive circles, y'all gonna hear from us. Because it's some stuff y'all didn't do, and we'll celebrate stuff y'all did do, but some areas y'all messed up. And Black folks, our job is to hold them accountable every step of the way, because we are not the soul of the Democratic Party. We're the base of the party. And when you the base, you take care of the base. Don't ignore the base. That should be our attitude. And if it means being militant, so be it. If it means being rebellious, so be it. If it means being strong-arming folks, so be it. Because Frederick Douglass said it all. Power concedes nothing without a demand. Never had, never will. But the other thing that he said that a lot of us never like to repeat, he said, agitate, agitate, agitate. Folks, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so very much for watching our Black Votes Matter 2022 midterm election coverage. Again, if you want to support us in what we do, download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. You can support us with your resources. Send your checks and money orders, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And of course, get a copy of my book, White Fear, How the Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Minds, like tonight in this election. Available at all bookstores, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, also Target. You can order through your favorite Black bookstore, or you can download from Audible as well. Folks, I will see you tomorrow. Y'all take care, and y'all know how we always end the show, the way we do it. Everybody know? Y'all know how we do it? On 3. 1, 2, 3.